Welcome to the USFL Gambling Podcast, live reaction show for the USFL Draft. My name is Colby Swinging Database Dad, aka Pick Dundee. That's not a pick. This is a pick.
Nobody knows nothing.
Somebody knows. Double the price, but no one touches Dundee.
Oh, I never thought we'd get here as a fan back in the 80s. And then in the 90s when ESPN Classic had it, I never thought we'd get here, but here we are. And you know I had to bring on co-host and just, the host of the NASCAR Gambling Podcast, the host of the Fantasy Football Podcast at Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Give it up for my guy, Rod Villagomez. How you doing, Rod?
I am pumped. I'm going to try to save a little energy because we got 3 hours of this, but I am absolutely stoked and I cannot wait to start breaking this down with you, Cole, because this is it, man. This is about as live as I've ever been as far as being a part of like the draft process or anything like this. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done this. We didn't do this with the AAF, didn't do this with the XFL, but you and I get to do this with the USFL. And the best part about it, they're not doing anything live either. So it's up to folks like us to do this for them, I guess. That's a good marketing scheme too, by the way.
It's an honor. I feel like my ego told me they asked me, but they didn't. But it's still an honor. We're finally here. We got the Michigan Panthers, who are essentially on the clock. Jeff Fisher, legendary coach with the Tennessee Titans or Tennessee Oilers, however you want to put it. What do you want to see from the Michigan Panthers? I just want to get right to it. They got 30 minutes on the clock. The Michigan Panthers, obviously they had success in the OG USFL with Bobby Hebert. Obviously the first round is going to be all quarterbacks. Jeff Fisher, though, seems like the type of guy. Could he sneak in, could he dress up a running back as a quarterback and then draft him? Because I don't think he really wanted or Jared Goff with the Rams. I think he's kind of a McNair, kind of an athlete guy at quarterback. What do you think?
So look, we've heard already that the quarterbacks are already selected. The 8 quarterbacks are already there in Birmingham right now. So much speculation as to who's actually there. We've heard names like Brian Scott tossed around, and we've heard Jordan Ta'amu tossed around as well. So, I mean, those are 2 big names already. Like Scott was the quarterback of now. Selfishly, I want him to go to the Generals because he's already got the Generals helmet in there. So he's just going to have to switch out one for the next. But I feel like if this is a Jeff Fisher type of a team, he's going to take a guy like Ta'amu, right? Because we saw in the XFL that he was the type of quarterback that was a little more mobile than most of the ones out there. So I feel like, that's a Jeff Fisher-esque type quarterback. Now, again, selfishly, I want the first pick to go to my friend, but I do understand that the fit for a Jeff Fisher system. And look, speaking of Fisher, Patrick Fisher over there in the YouTube chat, gotta love you, guy. You talk about Jeff Fisher going to go 500 so hard this season. But again, he's going to need that arm that's been a part of these spring leagues too. And again, Ta'amu really did a really bang up job over there in the XFL. So I have a feeling that might be where the first pick is, because he's one of the bigger names, name recognition wise, especially among us who delve in these spring league type things, as far as who could be one of the bigger names to come off the board first.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Montel Cozart, the Boise State kid. But Jeff Fisher, it was funny. I was watching like a pregame like a couple weeks back. I don't know what platform it was, but he was being interviewed about his taking this job with the USFL. And he goes, yeah, we're going to have a dynamic offense. I almost spit out my coffee because Jeff Fisher's never had a dynamic offense. So I don't know. Does he throw us for a curve and try not to go with the athlete and maybe just the pure passer? I don't know. Maybe he's been sitting at home for a while. I know he was affiliated with Tennessee State and Eddie George last year, but he hasn't been coaching as a head coach in quite some time. So maybe do you change your philosophies? Do you zig when they zag, Rod?
Do you go to a Luis Perez? That's another sort of situation where he could go to, because obviously we've seen Luis Perez jump from Birmingham over to, then he ended up in New York with the XFL as well in that trade. So, you could go Luis Perez, the guy that, as many times as we're going to hear this story, taught himself how to quarterback on YouTube to make these leagues. Does he go there? Does he like the spunk of a Luis Perez as far as self-taught quarterback, maybe a guy that he can help mold into a NFL style quarterback, an NFL type quarterback. And maybe he wants that type of a challenge. I mean, again, a lot of these guys have got the pedigree to make it in the spring league. So do they pick that guy already, or do they take a chance on an unknown that hasn't necessarily played at that type of a level too, like a Cozart and some of these other guys? What do you do? I mean, there's guys on this board too that have had spring league experience too. So we're talking fresh off of that too, like DeAndre Johnson. He played for this.
DeAndre Johnson played everywhere. When you look at his college resume, good Lord, this is before even the transfer portal went insane. But this guy played at about every school in all 130 FCS or FBS teams. I feel like DeAndre Johnson made a stop at some point. Then he played with the Sea Lions in the spring league. But let me ask you this, because I think maybe it's just me. I always like it when something heats up, whether it was the Juwan Howard punch in college basketball or slap. But what would be a name that we're not seeing? Like, I know we talked about this on one of our episodes. Like, is there any way they go for a splashy name like a Johnny Manziel or something crazy? A Tim Tebow. I don't know. I mean, is there any way that something crazy happens and we get a just something that we're totally not expecting?
Colby, pace yourself, bro. We've got 3 hours of this. If you're going to burn up Johnny Manziel in the first 15 minutes of this broadcast, we're done. We got nothing left. Do they make I don't know. Look, Johnny Manziel, I've heard that name in every aspect of every spring league that's popped up. We talked about it a couple of episodes ago on your show. He played for the fan controlled football league, which is good football, by the way. I'm not even going to downplay that football. It's a lot of fun to watch. Plus, you get to call the plays. So if you call the play and you call the right play, that's a lot of fun. I've done that already. But again, his name gets trotted out for name recognition value. I don't want, personally, the USFL to have to do that right off the bat. Right? I don't want them to play the card of just I'm going to do this for popularity's sake or just to get eyeballs on the league, because that automatically discounts you. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, build yourself before you start rolling out novelty names.
I'm with you, man. It would be pretty hilarious if one of those names got called. But yeah, I get your point. Maybe later down in the draft. And just folks, maybe you're late to it. The Michigan Panthers have the first pick. I will go through the draft order right now. We got at number 2, we have the Tampa Bay Bandits. Bandit ball is back in Tampa. At number 3, we got the Philadelphia Stars. They have a rich history. All right. Sean Stack in the Money Green. He doesn't want to admit it, but they got a rich history. The New Jersey Generals at number 4. That's Rod's team. And at number 5, the Houston Gamblers. At number 6, the Birmingham Stallions. At number 7, the Pittsburgh Maulers. And at number 8, the New Orleans Breakers. And remember, this draft is snake. All right. It is snake. So New Orleans will be on the clock with the skill positions for round 2. And we're going to have all the picks covered for you here on the USFL Gambling Podcast, on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Rod, what else? Give me something else you want to see. What about your Generals? Let's zero in on your Generals. You look at Mike Riley. Traditionally, I feel like he has a passing quarterback. He doesn't really, from what I can recall, I'm trying to remember. Or at Nebraska, he brought in the passing offense. At Oregon State, I think he had Derek Anderson, the former Cleveland Brown. He had 2 different stints at Oregon State, so I'm trying to remember which one Dennis Erickson had. Anderson might have been under Dennis Erickson, not sure. But in general, he runs kind of a pass happy offense. Even with the San Diego Chargers, he had dare I mention Ryan Leaf. What do you think the New Jersey Generals will do then as far as a drop back quarterback? You think they're going to stay with that philosophy? You think he switches it up? Has he evolved? We haven't seen him coach in a couple. Well, we saw him with the Seattle Dragons as an OC. But what do you think there with your Generals?
So again, I brought up the name earlier, and I'm going to stick with it because Brian Scott, to me, he was already a general in the spring league. He's got the helmet, like I said, but he's that type of quarterback in the championship, right? In the spring league championship that he won a couple of years ago. He went 22 of 32, 264 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 25 rushing yards, and a touchdown. So you want to talk about a guy that can get it done. He's the only quarterback to throw for 1,000 yards and complete 10 touchdowns in a TSL season. So like the guy can get it done, and he's done it at every level. In fact, he won another championship after the spring league. So, the guy continues to put together great teams around. Well, he doesn't put together the teams around him, but he makes the team better around him, and all the receivers benefit from it. All the players benefit from it. So if Mike Riley's looking for a guy that is a passer, then you got to look toward Brian Scott. I have a feeling that that's a really good fit for his style of offense, a passing quarterback, the pocket, but the guy that can move out if he needs to get it done with his legs. But again, he's more of, if you watch the film, if you watch the tape of him, he definitely is that quarterback's quarterback that will launch the ball or, take what he can get around the defensive line. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, let's just try to forecast this. We got the Panthers at 1. We think they'll go athlete at quarterback. At 2, we got the Tampa Bay Bandits. Bandit ball. I mean, that was the first coaching gig Steve Spurrier, I feel like, had, and they threw all over the field. Todd Haley, I think he's a guy that kind of opens it up. I would expect him to go more passing quarterback as well. What do you think there with I know we've never seen Todd Haley really outside of the NFL. I think he was at a high school coach or something. I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was, maybe he was dating a teacher and they needed a football coach. I don't know what the hell that was, but, what do you make of that?
So I'm looking at like Chase Linton for that. I mean, again, one of these guys that the name has been around forever, obviously played at Marshall, had some looks in the NFL, went to the CFL for a little bit, and his name got tossed around up there. In fact, he was part of the rumors of my Red Blacks here, my Ottawa Red Blacks, talked about him having a quarterback stint there, never panned out either, played with the Dragons in the XFL. So, a guy that's been around quite a bit and can lead a team and just hasn't been able to stick. See, a lot of these guys that we're talking about today, and you and I both know this as spring football fans, is just, we know that these guys are talented guys. Like, we know these guys can play the game of football, but for some reason or another, it just hasn't translated to the NFL yet. Because, and I've said it a million times before on just about every show that I've ever been on, the funnel to get to the NFL is enormously thin, right? There's very few, if many, that can make it that high. So the fact that we have all of these leagues, the USFL, the XFL, anyone that we talk about, is just an opportunity for these guys to still play professional ball, because it's so hard to make it to the NFL. They're still good players. They've proven it time and time again, or else they wouldn't be on the field. It's just something about their game doesn't translate to the elite level. I hate that word, but that's where we're at right now. So again, any of these quarterbacks I think are a good fit, but you look at a guy like Chase Linton that teams have given looks to because he's a good player, but for one reason or another, it's just not NFL ready yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you never know. Sometimes it's systems. Sometimes it's the right coach, the right opportunity. We saw it with Heineke. We saw it PJ Walker. We've seen it all over the course. I mean, really, you can go back to the days of, Kurt Warner in the arena with the Iowa Barnstormers, or Jeff Garcia in the CFL. You could go on and on and on about just getting the right opportunity. And that's what's so great about these leagues. Flutie. Exactly. That's my boy, man. That's one of my favorite players ever to watch. So I'm just trying to guess here. I think Michigan goes kind of an athletic quarterback. Tampa Bay, more of a passing, prototype. Philadelphia Stars, Bart Andrus, I'm thinking more of the same as Tampa Bay there. I think they're gonna go for a passing quarterback that opens it up. Bart Andrus, probably my favorite of the coaches, just because he's just classic. It seems like a football junkies coach that everywhere you can think of. What do you think? Philadelphia Stars, they go more of the drop back passer?
So, kid out of Tarleton State, you know this well because you are an FCS junkie.
Yeah.
Ben Holmes, right? 6 foot, 200-pound guy, threw for over 3,000 yards the last season that he played with Tarleton State. 34 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions. Those kind of stats just jump off the page at a kid that, he didn't get a chance. I mean, again, the COVID situations and all this stuff just tore through the last couple of years of drafts, of just player progression. So a guy like Ben Holmes probably could have gotten a little more look had it not been for a tumultuous last couple of seasons. And, normally a kid that throws for over 3,300 yards in college is going to get looked at in a thing, as even an FCS guy. You know, I mean, we saw with my man Trey Lance.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, man. And look, we're gonna get more to those teams in a bit here as we break down the rest of the pecking order and what we think they'll do. But we got guests coming on, and I'm excited to have these guests coming on because I've been on their show before. And well, look, it's almost I don't know how to lead up to this because I want to call them. Dare I call them perhaps USFL Jim? That could be coming on the show. Do I ditch the XFL Jim for this episode? Is there a USFL Jim? Who should I call him? And he's also joined by the Wolf of Oaklawn, Chase, which I'm really excited to talk to both of them because I know they're football junkies just like us, Rod. So how you guys doing? And welcome to the USFL Gambling Podcast and the live draft reaction show.
Feel free to call me USFL Jim Colby. There's a lot of gyms inside of here. There's a lot going on here. And I am excited as all heck to talk USFL quarterbacks. It's like quarterbacks at the moment, but offensive linemen, D linemen. I'm so jacked.
As someone who's managed upwards of 5 fantasy football teams, I feel like this draft is just really tailor-made for me and my attention. I'm here. I'm ready. I got on my New Orleans Breakers colors. I am ready to roll with this draft.
There you go. And those Breakers uniforms, I thought were fly. What do you want to see? I guess I'll start with you, Chase. Then with the Breakers, you know, Larry Fedora is the guy that you know kind of runs a pass happy offense as well. Do you want to see him maybe go back to that, or do you want to see him maybe make a move, get an athlete at quarterback, or what do you expect from the Breakers this year and Larry Fedora?
I honestly would expect something a little bit more pass happy. It's hard to, and this feels weird to say, come across like a talent like a Mitch Trubisky all the time where you can run and, in the college game and also throw. I think he might settle for someone who he knows can actually distribute the ball, get it around. And so I'm looking for someone maybe who can kind of sit back in the pocket and make a throw.
There we go. I mean, look, those uniforms, man, look, I came in thinking, I got the gambler's helmet. This has been here for a long time in the studio, but man, the New Orleans Breakers. I like those uniforms. USFL Jim. I know you don't have a team per se. I think.
I have a team. I mean, I root for the league as a whole, but the USFL. I've been a Michigan Panthers guy through and through. I love them all, but that helmet is just top tier. It brought me in.
That's true. The Carolina Panthers bit that thing. So what do you want to see? That Jeff Fisher's on the clock. He's got 13 minutes, maybe a little over 13 minutes, but. What do you want to see from your Panthers? You think they have the top choice. So if it was up to USFL Jim, first pick in the draft, where are you going?
Once his name drops in the pool, there's only one choice for me, and it's Jordan Ta'amu. The athleticism he brings is just insane. You saw it in the XFL. He's got it with his legs. He's got it with his arms. And I think Jeff Fisher and this Michigan Panthers offense, he's going to want to kind of have somebody that can do it all. And I think you get that with Ta'amu. He didn't really get a chance in the NFL. He was bouncing around on a couple teams. But he shined on the Battlehawks. I think he can shine for the Panthers.
And I mean, look, he's a guy that stayed in the game. Like I'm looking at the old resume right now, and it's like practice squad or not. He's been on teams nonstop since the Battlehawks, Kansas City Chiefs, Detroit Lions, back to Kansas City, then back to Detroit, then to the Washington football team, then to the Carolina Panthers. I feel like Chris Farley in Wayne's World, right? I mean, Jordan Ta'amu was a guy that stayed playing. So I think that pick makes a lot of sense for me. We'll see what the Michigan Panthers do. But what do you guys want to see? I asked this question to Rod. Would you want to see any wild cards in the first round?
So you guys brought up a bunch. I know we and Chase have our little big board of quarterbacks that we kind of have here. I'll let Chase go first because I know he's got one that he's extremely excited about.
Yeah, it's a chance to be a big disgusting homer, which I never shy away from. You can tell from my one experience on the college football experience, which I'm pretty sure I'm never invited back for. I'm going to be a big disgusting homer. I'm going to say anyone would get a steal in the first round going with Ryan Mallett, a.k.a. the Big Irresponsible. I think that he would be a great fit, especially at number 2 maybe for Tampa Bay with Todd Haley. I mean, if I could think of anyone else statuesque in the NFL, it's Ben Roethlisberger. And Ryan Mallett's about as statuesque as it gets, but he has all the arm strength. He can absolutely zip it out there. He has arm strength that bails him out of bad decisions. It's that strong. You just basically have to keep him from driving or doing anything, that where he might become involved with the law. But yeah, I think right take.
Chase says this as an Arkansas Razorback fan. So I don't know if he was out at the bar one night and Ryan Mallett did him a solid, maybe in a fight, backed him up. I don't know. He's a quarterback. He probably just bought you a beer. But, hey, Ryan Mallett. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done with Mallett. I'll let you finish on the analysis of your boy, your second cousin, Ryan Mallett.
I think he's having a little bit of computer issues at the moment, but I have a couple long shots myself, Colby. You guys talked about a couple of the guys I loved. Jordan Ta'amu for one. Brian Scott being another I absolutely love. But here's one I think would be great for a team like the Bandits, or a team that I actually think he would be perfect on is the Gamblers with that Kevin Sumlin high-powered offense. He's had air raid experience. I've been looking at Anthony Gordon. He holds the record for most passing yards, most passing touchdowns in Washington State history, which if you look at who's played at that school, it's an insane stat.
Yeah.
The kid has the arm.
Hey, and Anthony Gordon, when Mike Leach invited us, friend of the program, Mike Leach, former Washington State head coach who recruited Gordon and was the head coach for Anthony Gordon. When we went up there to Pullman essentially for the Stanford game in practice, we were watching the practices, man, and we were wowed by Anthony Gordon, and we were surprised. We actually thought he might go higher in the NFL draft. But
I thought so too.
I think it makes sense. I really do think it makes sense. So Anthony Gordon, a name to watch. Rod, have you had a chance to check out this Anthony Gordon kid?
No, not necessarily. You guys pretty much thoroughly covered him for Will. I mean, I've been, no.
I have one pipe dream quarterback that I don't know if he's going to happen or not, but I'm hoping that he happens so bad. It's Cole Mcdonald. If you remember Cole Mcdonald on his Hawaii days, the kid had just he's just pure entertainment. Watching those late night Hawaii games, I just didn't have a smile on my face whenever Cole Mcdonald was just launching balls down the field.
I mentioned him on a show, I think with me and Rod, I think it was, where Cole Mcdonald is one where I think he's dynamic. He's a fun player to watch. I remember he had the cornrows. He was rocking the cornrows. Why? You look like the Predator. That would be one that I actually think he could be a really good player, especially in an alt league. I don't know long-term NFL, but
he's just entertainment. He's just pure fun to watch when he's on the TV.
Yeah.
Not a big Fresno State fan. I hated him as a Fresno State fan.
I mean, that's fair.
I'm just saying.
Cole McDonald, that I could see Jeff Fisher. I mean, it might be premature first pick of the draft, but I could see him on a Jeff Fisher coach team. What team were you? Were you saying the Gamblers for Cole McDonald?
I was thinking the Gamblers for someone like Anthony Gordon. I think Cole McDonald would be a good shot on a team that's willing to take some risks. Maybe the Bandits. Maybe the Bandits, just because he's the first time real head coach. Maybe the Stallions, but I don't think the Stallions are a real risk-takey sort of team. I just want to see him somewhere.
Yeah, what are the Pittsburgh Maulers? You got Kirby Wilson, who's a running back. He's been a running back for 50 years. He coached Gale Sayers with the Bears. But this is a guy that this is his first head coaching gig. I'm curious, quarterback wise, is this a guy that just says, "Hey, quarterback's not important. Let's just run the damn ball," right? Or does he say, "Hey, let's air it out some. Let's get Anthony Gordon, something like that." I think Cole McDonald could fit maybe for the Pittsburgh Maulers.
Are we supposed to drink every time someone says, "Here's a guy"?
Yes.
We're talking about a guy here, Jaws. Shout out to
I think a town like Pittsburgh, you want someone gritty, you want someone tough. What better tough man out there is there than grungy Eric Dungy? Yes. Syracuse legend. He was a backup for the Renegades. He didn't get to play due to some outside circumstances of football, but the guy has the will to win, and I think he's just a baller. I love Eric Dungy.
Yep. Yeah, I second the Garage's opinion here. Eric Dungy, great fit.
Didn't he win I feel like he won 10 games at Syracuse.
Yes.
10 games at Syracuse. That I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you should get a statue. You should get a fucking statue built of you. Eric Dungy, a name to keep an eye on here. So I'm wondering just if there's any chance of a wild card that we're not seeing. We have all these. Go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com. We got all these lists of quarterbacks, every position. We got you covered. So go over to sportsgamblingpodcast.com or get the SGPN app, people. Free to download. You really have you got no excuse if you don't have this thing. All right. So go get that thing. And well, Chase, USFL Jim, we certainly appreciate you hopping on, and we hope maybe you'll hop back on with us and talk some more as we see what happens and what with the first round and see how it unfolds. Appreciate you.
We have a lot of opinions.
Yeah, and we usually can't take a cue that it's time to be hanging around.
You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast. How you doing, Rod? I know you were out of there for a little bit there. I want some of your take on what we were talking about, man.
Well, again, I love everything that Jim had just to say, and we're closing in on the first pick. So we got to pay some bills, Colby. We got plenty of time to tell everybody we got to pay some bills real quick. We'll step away, right?
True. That is true. I'm refreshing the page, man. I'm refreshing the page at the moment that I'm still seeing what are we 5 minutes away, 6 minutes away? You got Skip Holtz getting retweeted. That's my guy. I'm an East Carolina guy. Do I dare have to? Got to play that every time Skip Holtz comes up. I'm a low key Birmingham Stallions. I almost said Baltimore Stallions. That was a classic CFL team with Tracy Ham.
Sure was.
Birmingham Stallions. That's a team. See, Skip Holtz is a guy that also gets the athlete at quarterback. He did that at East Carolina. He did it at La Tech. He did it at South Florida. His dad did it at Notre Dame and South Carolina. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the athlete at quarterback, despite I heard him on ECU radio saying he wanted to open things up. So some inside Iggy there as we get really close to the Michigan Panthers first draft pick. So I don't know, man. Jeff Fisher is a guy that is a defensive guy. All right. Jeff, if you did not know, folks, Jeff Fisher played safety in the NFL. He played for Buddy Ryan's 46 defense with the Chicago Bears. He then coached with Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan was a guy that never invested in the offense. He had great players. When he was a head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, he got Randall Cunningham and Keith Jackson and Fred Barnett, but he didn't really care about the offensive side of the ball. That is concerning when you consider that your top pick of your league is in the hands of a guy that learned coaching essentially from Buddy Ryan and also played for him for a long time. You look at those Titans teams, despite them having Eddie George and Steve McNair, they weren't offensive juggernauts by any means. You think that's a bit of a concern if you're a Michigan Panther fan there, Rod?
I think it is, but also I think I want to address Mike over here, who's asking us who the first pick is because we got a couple minutes left. So, Colby, who do you think is the first pick for Jeff Fisher?
Tamu makes the most sense for me because he's been in the NFL for the past 5 years, and I think past not 5 years, for the past he's been on 5 teams in the past 2 years. That's what I mean. But I think just the fact he stayed playing nonstop, I would say that would probably be my bet. If I had to place a bet on the first pick, it would probably be Jordan Tamu.
Yep. And that's where I'm going to. I have a feeling that, like I said before, that guy makes the most sense as far as who is going to go, who is the most name recognition, especially amongst alt sports fans and alt football fans, because again, he's there and people know who he is. They saw him play on TV. He's the freshest in their mind. Some of these other guys played, they played in indoor football. That's fine. They played in the FCF, the Fan Control Football League. That's fine. But, it's just a matter of they were all playing in different leagues that weren't as highly televised. And again, I just think if you want to make a splash with that first pick, it's Jordan Tamu. And it's not Cam Newton there, Patrick Fisher. And as much as Cam probably wants to play football somewhere, it's not Cam.
Yeah. And shout out, by the way, we're also on Colorcast, the Colorcast app. Go get that thing. Not only are we delivering this to you on Colorcast, we are also broadcasting games, and you better believe we'll probably have some USFL games broadcasted by the likes of Rod Villagomez, perhaps myself, Sean Stack and the Money Green, Ryan Real Money Kramer, the whole SGPN team. So get the Colorcast app. We're talking. The chat is live there. What up to Jong? What up to Welcome to UAB? And he's fun. He said the last time I saw Breakers in New Orleans, it was Katrina. Brutal joke there. And who is covering the draft? We are covering the draft So hop in there, get the Colorcast app. Do we have a pick yet? I mean, I keep refreshing the page.
I'm refreshing it with you.
I know it's like, well, their clock starts in 1 minute. So technically, but they know the pick. So they're not gonna sit there and make us wait.
Oh, are they though? That's the thing. Are they high drama at this point? Or are they just trying to rifle through the first round in about the first 10 minutes? Like, what are they going to give us a chance to at least talk about the person that they picked? Or are they actually going to be, say, okay, here are the first 8 picks. Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. I mean,
technically it's starting now. This is it.
They're going to build the suspense, I think, right? That's the angle to do there.
You got to think too, that this is a live event for them. So that you saw that they got the podium set up, you got all that stuff set up. There's people probably there right now sitting in the seats waiting for this to happen. So we're going to probably have about 5 minutes worth of people talking at the podium saying, I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for joining us and blah, blah, blah. So we may get 5 minutes worth of that pomp and circumstance before the actual draft starts. But
there's no chance that they're wheeling and dealing, that someone makes a draft pick. Let's say Jeff Fisher drafts Tamu and trades him to the New Orleans Breakers or something. What are the odds of a first round trade? Is that even possible? I didn't see anything, as I was doing my homework, I didn't see any, I would imagine you could do that. Correct.
I haven't seen anybody even speculate on that yet. Look at us, the gamblers in it. What handicap this, Colby? What do we think the odds are that a first round trade happens?
Very, very unlikely, but I could see a trade happening out maybe in the second, third, in some of the other rounds, obviously 35 rounds, but that would be pretty juicy right from the start. Jeff Fisher trades back. He says, hey, I don't believe in the quarterback. I'm going Buddy Ryan philosophy, rest in peace. And he trades back and just loads up. That would be cool. Can you even do that? See, this is not your traditional draft because we're going by position per round. That's one thing I wish they would have done differently. I would have loved to see them just open the gates and see teams' philosophies of like, hey, I'm going to draft 5 straight offensive linemen. You know what I mean? Or 5 straight defensive linemen.
I said before, it's going to be like a Madden dynasty, or not a Madden franchise draft where, you could just, I wish that were like that, where you could figure out where your priorities lie. Like you said, just basically, do you value a good offensive line? Do you value a good defense? Where do you value that? Like you had said that before, and that's perfect.
Yeah, and especially with your top pick being a defensive coach, a special teams coach, a guy that's really does not have exciting offenses throughout his track record. Like I said, it's been a couple years off. You never know. That's the best part about football is people can change. With Tulane, I know we're talking college football for a second, but Willie Fritz was a guy that brought the triple option to Tulane. He was at Georgia Southern. He was at Army, and this is a guy that brought the triple option, ran it for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden, flag on the play, he changes it over on off season. He says, "Yeah, I decided we have more talent. Let me." I see the chat saying, Colby, you have 3 more triple option mentions left. I was going to crowbar it for the first pick. I still want to see Paul Johnson. Maybe Jeff Fisher hires Paul Johnson as an offensive coordinator. I want to see him hire Greg Williams as a defensive coordinator. I think some of these jobs have already been filled, but still, I could dream. One can dream as I refresh the page for the Michigan Panthers.
On the clock, my friends. On the clock.
Here, I mean, I feel like I could just go. I could do some type of fun stuff for us here.
I did say Twitter. I did say Twitter is on the clock.
Yes, the reigning, one of the champions of the USFL, the Michigan Panthers, are on the clock. Shout out to Bobby Hebert and Anthony Carter. I'm excited for the. What do you think of those? What do you think of those new uniforms?
I liked the new uniforms. Go listen to our uniform reveal podcast too. That was your good thing. But I'm a Generals fan. I'm going to like the Generals uniform more than everybody. So that's just hands down. But I did like the Breakers. I really did.
We have the pick is in. It is Shay Patterson. Shay Patterson. Now, this was a bit shocking, but it kind of makes sense because he played at Michigan. You're trying to get the fans. The only problem is, I don't think Michigan fans really loved Shay Patterson, but Shay Patterson, let me tell you something. He was talented. When he was at Ole Miss, I was sold. I remember telling Patty C, this guy is a very elite passer. Now, when he transferred to Michigan, kind of struggled, kind of struggled some, but then again, that was the whole Michigan offense. I felt like struggled. They didn't have many explosive players other than Patterson, but when he was at Ole Miss, I was really impressed. And recently, since he's gone, to the professional level, he was a part of the practice squad with the Kansas City Chiefs, then the BC Lions, and then the Montreal Alouettes. What do you make of the pick, Shay Patterson to the Michigan Panthers? Was that based off of the home situation of him playing with the Michigan Wolverines? But do you think that had any decision making there?
It had to have. At this point, this is playing to the base of the team. You got a guy in Michigan that Michigan fans have cheered for before. They know him. This was like that territorial pick. There's a thing, especially even in the CFL, where there's a territorial pick, where you basically pick a guy that's from the area, so when to actually, cheer for this guy. So you already know him and you're aware of him. So this is exactly what this is, I think, to me. Not to say that his numbers at Ole Miss weren't great, and Michigan weren't great either. 3,000 yards in his 2019 season. He didn't get a chance to play. This was another guy that just really didn't get a chance to catch on anywhere. Signed with BC, but couldn't play, obviously, because the season never actually took place. So, even then, like, the BC Lions didn't take him. So he never got a chance to play. So now he's in front of home crowds. He's in front of home teams. So yeah, I mean, this is a territorial pick if ever there was one.
He grew up in Toledo, Ohio before moving to Brownsville, Texas, in high school. So it's not that far away. It kind of makes sense there. Interesting pick though. I would have lost a lot of money if we had odds on that, but hey, Shay Patterson is a Michigan Panther. That is exciting. Now that's he's kind of an athlete. When he was at Ole Miss, I thought they used him much better than what they did with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. So if Jeff Fisher maybe watched some of that Ole Miss tape and said, "Hey, look at this kid," I could see him because he with McNair and some of the other quarterbacks he's had in his past, he likes an athletic quarterback. I could see that working out a little bit there with the Michigan Panthers. But now the Tampa Bay Bandits are on the clock. Todd Haley, and am I getting reports? Jordan Ta'amu is a Bandit. Bandit ball is back as Jordan Ta'amu, who we thought would be the first pick of the draft. He goes number 2, so not that far off on our projections there. What do you make of the pick, Rod?
I mean, we talked him up in the pregame, the pre-draft show. Ta'amu, obviously, we know he's the name recognition guy. Great in Seattle, great in St. Louis, and really just that's exactly what you're looking for in a guy. He's mobile. He can throw the ball. He knows what it's like to lead a team right now because he did it recently. So yeah, I think Ta'amu was a good pick for anybody, and the fact that Tampa Bay got him, I mean, good for them. They definitely have a good start and a good leader on their team right now.
Yeah, and Todd Haley, as he's been some of his offense have been dynamic. Mainly, I think of the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. So getting Ta'amu there, that is impressive. That is really. I think it's I actually thought if you were telling me I had to start a team and I get Ta'amu or Ta'amu, I always butcher the pronunciation of that. My apologies, but if you tell me you're starting a team and you have one to choose for, I go Ta'amu all day over Shay Patterson. So Jeff Fisher already hitting us. We got some stuff here. We got some clips here of Jordan Ta'amu there. Look at that. Look at that stat line there. He obviously got his fame with the Battlehawks of the XFL. I think most people know him from that, if not for his days at Ole Miss. So you actually have 2 Ole Miss quarterbacks that have been taken in a way. So the quarterback factory that is the Ole Miss Rebels doing it. Now we have on the clock the Philadelphia Stars and Bart Andrus. So
I'm seeing a pick, Colby. The 3rd pick of the USFL draft, the Stars select Brian Scott. Scott.
There we go.
And Brian Scott going with the Philadelphia Stars. Wow. That's a big clutch get.
I love it. I really do. I like it. I think that could be the best pick of the first round. That could be the best pick of the first round. I mean, Patterson's a bit of a question mark for me, especially in Fisher's offense. Like I said, I've seen good things from Patterson before, but if I'm Patterson, I would hope to go more to a team coached by someone that's an offensive guru. So Tamu makes sense with Todd Haley. I can see that working out, but Scott with Bart Andrus, I like it. So, what do you make? The Philadelphia Stars getting their guy. You wonder if they had him as their top player on the board overall, because a lot of places we looked around, a lot of places did.
Yeah, well, because he was, again, like I said, I said he was the only player in the spring league to throw for 1,000 yards. He had 300 yards, and we're going to get to take a look at what he actually has done so far here in a second. This is Brian. This is typical Brian Scott right here, right? Yeah. I mean, sets up in the pocket, can evade a little bit and find the open receiver. He's done it time and time again over his TSL career. You know, can escape a little bit, make people miss, and then find the open guy. I mean, this is vintage him, and he's going to get a chance to do this for the Philadelphia Stars, and they're going to be better off for it.
Yeah, and some people might not know who Brian Scott is, because you say, "What the hell? Who is Brian Scott?" Just because he went to Occidental College, right here up the road. That's where Obama went there, but so did Jim Mora. It's actually got a rich football history. It's not a dental school, believe it or not. But they might not know what is going on, saying, "Hey, I never seen this guy," but he was in the spring league most recently. If you didn't watch the spring league, you might be wondering who the hell is Brian Scott. This kid's a stud. All right, he is a stud. So keep an eye out for him. He was the MVP of the spring league twice. So I think it might be a good pick there. I think it might be the best pick of the draft so far. Next up is your New Jersey Generals.
I'm my New Jersey Generals. I will say though that I did have an opportunity to talk to Brian in an interview. We actually talked, and I love the guy. He's such a great guy. We still keep in touch. So I'm going to definitely hit him up and congratulate him. But we got another pick in.
Boom.
Colby?
Announce it, because you're going faster than me, buddy.
Ben Holmes is the next man off the board to the New Jersey General. My quarterback now is Ben Holmes. I get to cheer for the guy I just said that would be a good pick for for the first team, by the way. So Ben Holmes is now
Tarleton?
on the chart. Yep, out of Tarleton.
Yeah, and Tarleton, and he had a great college career. I mean, this is a guy that originally from Orchard Park, New York. So that kind of makes sense. He's coming home in a way. You might have to like that if you're him. I mean, this guy, if you look at his college stats, he really had some nice numbers, even back to his high school days. So what's your reaction there? Is this something that you're excited for? Or were you hoping they went another route or what?
No, I like it. I really do. I mean, again, you get a guy that can do great things, like throw for over 3,000 yards in a season. I mean, I made the case from earlier too. You know, a lot of times these guys just didn't get an opportunity, and especially in this craziness that is crazy, he just didn't get an NFL opportunity. So I think he's actually going to be a very valuable asset to that, a guy that can throw the ball. Now, what kind of team do they build around him? That's the thing. Like, do they build around him with fast receivers, or do they give him a good running game to take some pressure off early on and then try to build a stable of receivers over the next few years? He seems to be able to have the capacity to do everything that they need him to do. It's just a matter of what are they going to do around him. So I'd be interesting to see what the wide receiver situation is going to be like for him.
Yeah. And look, I know we have a slide for him, but he threw for 451 yards in one of his in a senior season. 451 yards and 4 touchdowns. The guy can light it up. He can light it up. I mean, look, I'm going through his stat line of each week. It's like he's putting up ridiculous numbers each and every week, with the exception of one game in his senior season. This guy was just lighting it up. So we're going to get to see the Generals. Mike Riley happy with Ben Holmes. See, that makes sense though, because Riley's got that history of the drop back pass, you know? So Ben Holmes to Mike Riley and the Generals. It makes sense. On the clock, we have the Houston Gamblers. My Gamblers, but let's just listen to some music. Yes. I mean, how great is this song?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Can they please go back to the 80s songs?
I wish they would. The Super Bowl Shuffle was probably the single greatest show or song in NFL history. So
yeah, it was pretty amazing. I'm seeing a pick in. Is that true that Clayton Thorson, who comes in from Northwestern, is the pick by the Gamblers? Clayton Thorson. Wow. I don't think we had him projected that high. This should be interesting to see and I don't think he really fits, but he was an efficient college quarterback. But at Northwestern, you're not going to be, throwing up crazy offensive statistics. They're always a pretty good, a great defense. A lot of times with Pat Fitzgerald, that's his forte. Obviously, former linebacker for Northwestern. Fitzgerald played with the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Giants. Most recently the Giants. So what do you make of this pick with Kevin Sumlin and the Houston Gamblers?
I think it's going to be very interesting. Again, this was not a name that was high on a lot of people's boards, but again, these scouts see things that we don't, and they get a chance to talk to these guys that we don't. So maybe there was a fit that was seen in the scheme. We talked about scheme as far as early on. So maybe there was a fit that was seen, and I've seen a lot of his tweets too, as far as what he's excited to be a part of it. So, got a big arm. We see it right here, right? Got a little help from his receiver in that instance, but he's got an arm and he does not afraid to use it.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like Northwestern. Look at these clips. They're pretty fantastic stuff here, but Northwestern is not. I would not describe it as he was wide open there. I mean, I feel like anyone could have thrown that, but Northwestern's not a quarterback friendly team. They don't have. I guess Trevor Siemian would come to mind, but other than that, they're not known for their quarterbacks. They're known for hard defense and just kind of a slugfest. That's how they win games. But that almost means it's kind of an unknown. You know what I mean? Like Clayton Thorson, maybe he's better than what we saw at Northwestern because or Northwestern doesn't try to open it up often offensively. I'm looking at his stat line. His best year was in 2016. He threw for 22 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, over 3,000 yards. But the other years, 15 touchdowns, 12 interceptions the following year. And then his senior year, 17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. So not a crazy ratio there, as far as touchdown to interceptions, but we'll see. I think this one we might be scratching our head at, because especially with Sumlin's offense, when I picture Kevin Sumlin coach teams, I don't think of Clayton Thorson as a quarterback that really fits in his style, but hey, I've been wrong many times in this world. I don't know. What would you give this one if you're grading this one? I know it's a quick reaction, but quick turnaround here. If you had to give the letter grades right now, what would you give Clayton Thorson?
C+. But really, again, you saw it from the stats.
Yeah.
Plus you saw it from the film there too. A lot of times, he was throwing it up and the receivers kind of bailed him out on it. So yeah, we got another pick. Holy cow, man. These are coming in fast. We were worried that there was going to be too much of a lead time between picks.
Yeah, what is it? We got my guy Skip Holtz, right?
Yeah. Picking
Drafting
for
Alex McGo from FIU, the airport. And this is another one that I feel like, okay. This one makes a little bit more sense. He's been he's been basically in the NFL since 2018, off and on, journeyman. But Seattle Seahawks, Jacksonville Jaguars, Houston Texans, and the Seattle Seahawks yet again. But if you look, this guy did have some nice college stats. So maybe this will work out. Skip Holtz though doesn't traditionally fire the ball all over the field. Like I said, I heard him on a East Carolina radio show talking about, the game is changing in that way, and maybe I'm going to make those changes to my offense. So I'm really excited to see what the Birmingham Stallions do. But what do you think of this draft pick, Rod?
Again, this is one of those things where maybe they had more information than we did. This wasn't a name that we were necessarily tracking all that much. At least I wasn't. And you look at his stats, he's thrown for 2,700 yards twice in his career at FIU. So he hadn't crossed the 3,000 yard mark. Really hasn't even gone over 17 he got 21 touchdowns in 2015, but that was his high. So again, the numbers don't jump off the page at you, but again, it's just a matter of what are you looking for? Are you looking for somebody who you can mold into the type of quarterback you want to be? Or are you looking for somebody that has the just the capabilities of what you're looking for at the time that can at least start your franchise off. I mean, I don't know. The last couple of names, not to me. And look, I want every player to prove me wrong, to be honest with you. I'm not talking about this, that they're not good players. I just want everyone to prove me wrong, but franchise names to build around. So maybe he becomes that guy for them.
Yeah. And look, I'll tell you this, he's got a little bit of a leg up by him being in the NFL that long. I mean, essentially, 4 years he got to be a part of an NFL, team. And that, let alone the fact that his uncle is Kelly Goodburn, which was a Tecmo Super Bowl punter for the Kansas City Chiefs. All right. Played for the Washington Redskins as well, but Kelly Goodburn. So he's got lineage, a punter and a quarterback in that family. As we see what the Birmingham Stallions do. Next up on the clock is the Pittsburgh Maulers. I think this is one of the more interesting picks of the whole first round because we don't know anything. Kirby Wilson, what is his philosophy going to be from a head coach? Obviously, like I mentioned a couple minutes ago, he was a running backs coach for what seems like forever. I honestly, like if we had to go through all of them, I think the most interesting positions, if I had to forecast before any of these picks were made, I was very curious what Michigan would do, the Panthers. And then I think the team that I was most interested for the second one would be the Pittsburgh Maulers because I don't know what to expect. All right. I think we have a pick.
Sure do.
As I am refreshing the page, the pick seems to be in Kyle. Is this Laletta from Pitt? Wow. Pittsburgh quarterbacks. It's the year of the Pittsburgh quarterback. And it fits. He's staying home in Pittsburgh. See, they are playing to the sum a little bit, I think, right? I mean, Shay Patterson, Michigan. The other kid was from New York, and now you have Laletta to the Pittsburgh Maulers. We got the highlights rolling or coming up, but what do you make? This is one. I think this is. There we go. We got some highlights here of Kyle Laletta. I'm a bit surprised here.
Yeah,
I'm a bit surprised at this pick. Once again, he's a Pittsburgh guy, so maybe that helps. He went to high school in Pennsylvania, in Lionville, Pennsylvania. So, and this he's been a journeyman for a while with once again, in very similar fashion to the previous quarterback is like, New York Giants, Eagles, Falcons, Browns, Jaguars, Cleveland Browns. He's played for a lot of teams in a short amount of time in about 4 years. He has 5 passing attempts in the NFL, 0 completions. But hey, I don't know. What do you make of this one? This is one where at Pitt, trust me, I'm a guy that loves college football. He was not a known commodity at Pitt either. So he played at Richmond from 2013 to 2017 in the FCS. So interesting play there. What do you make of this pick?
His yardage is there. I mean, he threw for his last year there, 3,737 yards, 28 touchdowns. Not a bad stat line for a senior year. But again, it just didn't translate to the pros. You're right. He bounced around from practice squad to practice squad. A lot of these guys are camp arms, and that's really what it ends up being for a lot of these guys is they're there as a camp arm to just sort of warm everybody up. And then all of a sudden they don't make the final roster. And that's a lot of what he has been so far. But again, as a camp arm, you still get a lot of experience though. So it's not as if being a camp arm is completely bad because you do get to learn some pro style offenses. You do get to actually learn and grow as a quarterback. Unfortunately, you don't always make the pro roster, but you do learn a lot of stuff from these guys. So maybe what he can take, or he'll take what he learns and can go from there. So,
the Breakers select. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Kyle Slaughter, this is my guy, man. This is my guy. I remember I was doing stand up on a trip. Me and Sean Stack and the Money Green were doing some stand up in Northern California. We're on this trip driving, 10 hours or something. And Kyle Slaughter was playing a preseason game for the Vikings. I'm sorry, not the Rams. And he was stealing the show. And the announcers, we were listening to like local, NFL Network radio, and but there were Minneapolis announcers, and they're saying it's another one of these Slaughter Saturdays as he's coming back and leading the Vikings to victory. But Kyle Slaughter's a guy I remember at Northern Colorado because I'm a Colorado Buffaloes fan, and Northern Colorado played at Colorado and almost beat Colorado, and a lot of it was because of this kid Kyle Slaughter. I love this pick. the Breakers might be my team. Have you had a chance to watch some Slaughter Saturdays there, Rod?
We're about to watch some Slaughter Saturdays right now as he's throwing for those Vikings. Yeah, again, these are guys that lighted up in the preseason. You remember them for a little bit, and then all of a sudden you don't see him again. And I'm hoping that he gets a chance to show that he sticks on an actual professional team and can stay there. Again, I mean, these throws aren't necessarily all that difficult, but I mean, it's exciting to watch these guys get an opportunity to play at the next level, and especially guys that are like him, that have suited up for a bunch of different practice squads. He went from Denver to the Vikings, to the Cardinals, to the Lions, to the Bears, to the Raiders, to the Vikings again. So he's a well-traveled guy in only, 3 or 4 years. So hopefully this is the pro experience that actually sticks for him.
And you know what, man, I'm thinking, I don't know this to be fact. He was originally at Southern Miss, right? And he was there in 2012. Well, Fedora left Southern Miss as head coach to go to North Carolina in 2011. But I'm betting Larry Fedora was recruiting Kyle Slaughter, and I bet you this makes sense. I think this is a good pick. I'm going to go ahead and say this pick's going to be a lot better than some of the other picks that we've seen in this first round. I'm all over this one as my favorite pick in the first round. The Breakers, where Chase needs to come on and talk about that, because I mean, this is I think it's a steal. I'm going to go ahead and say this. This is a steal pick. All right. Yeah, I don't know.
We're gonna step away. We got it. The boss tells us we got to pay the bills, so we're gonna step away real quick. And when we come back, we're gonna have Chave and Chase back to talk about it after this. This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams, just like this one. Yes, sir. USFL Jim, XFL Jim, Chase back to talk some more. You guys, the first round is over. How are we feeling? Jim, you're already super.
Shay Patterson is the first pick. What are we? This is hilarious. This is crazy. I love it. I actually love the pick. I will exclusively refer to him from here on out for his entire USFL career as International Man of Mystery Shay Patterson. Dude's played in the United States. He's played in Canada. He's played in Japan. He's been everywhere. I like it.
I mean, you got to love a quarterback that's played in Japan. All right. I mean, and I'm not talking about one of these exhibition games going on in week 0 for college football. That is awesome. Now that was a curve though. That was yes, to me, almost the biggest curve. I still think, and I want to get to talk about, the New Orleans Breakers in a second, but I think one of the bigger curves also was the draft pick of Kyle Laletta. I know we want to talk about another quarterback, but Laletta, I just got to mention this. Laletta, as part of the New York Giants, October 30th, 2018, was arrested in Weehawken, New Jersey after being pulled over in his Jaguar on the way to Giants team practice. He was charged with eluding police, a third-degree crime. Gotta love this guy.
That's badass.
Reckless driving, resisting arrest, disregarding an officer's directions. This is like I might have a new favorite player. We got Rick Vaughn. From Major League as the new quarterback of what team was that he went to again? That was the Pittsburgh Maulers.
I'm sensing a theme with a lot of these quarterbacks, Laletta included. I'm sensing a theme of a lot of NFL practice squad experience. These guys have a lot of professional football experience. I know some of us, like me included, I was thinking some flashier college guys. But a lot of these guys have all that experience, and I think that's going to be a big thing for these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they want to bring in people who are professionals, who know how to be professionals, that are used to the environment. So I think there's definitely a trend. That's for sure.
I'm just hoping we get more guys with rap sheets. All right. Because I mean, come on. First off, are you making that great of money? I guess so, man. He was in the NFL for 1 year. He's driving a Jaguar. He probably had that thing leased, but doesn't matter. Kudos to him for saying fuck you. And I mean, that was an interesting pick, but I got to get to Chase's New Orleans Breakers slaughter Saturdays. Look, I'm telling you, if Stacking the Money Green was here, we'd be talking about this. This kid was electric as a quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. And I think I read a statement after they had cut him or something that they wanted to keep him because they really liked him in practice. I got a feeling they got the steal of the first round. What do you make of the pick, Chase? I
love it. I mean, just going back and looking at his stats from Northern Colorado, he is a efficient passer. He's completing about 62% of his passes. I even see that he had like 14 receptions his senior year. We talked about Larry Fedora. He likes somebody who can get out and run a little bit. I mean, if you're catching 14 passes your senior year as the starting quarterback, I have a feeling that's you. So I'm pumped. I'm ready to put the cardboard down and just go Breakers 2 electric boogaloo here because I love the pick.
Not to mention, though, he had Drew Brees announce him as his pick on Twitter. So if you got a guy like Drew Brees announcing you as the quarterback for your team,
no pressure. No pressure, though.
Yeah, no pressure at all, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love the slaughter pick, too. I think it's like a sneaky good pick at the end of the draft, too, where you're kind of under the radar, and then you get to immediately get your number one pick in the next round. Great pickup.
So now we have, though, the New Orleans Breakers back on the clock, guys. Remember, this is a snake-style draft. What do they do now? Do they go now? It's skill positions. You know, I mean, what are they going to be doing? Do they go for? I don't know. Do they go for a premier wideout? Do they go for C.J. Marble, the Coastal Carolina running back? What do you got the New Orleans Breakers doing? First pick in the second round, fellas. USFL Jim. I almost said XFL Jim. USFL Jim, I'd like you to go first.
I think if we're going the hierarchy of positions, they're probably going to go for a D end. They got to go for someone who's going to be powerful. They got to shore up the defense first off and foremost, and they get their pick of the litter.
Defense, though, man. Fedora is a guy. Go back to his Southern Miss days or his North Carolina days. Defense were not a main focus of that group, but yeah, we'll see. I mean,
he's proving he's a changed man.
Yeah. Chase, you're a Breakers fan. Where if it was up to you, where would you go?
I mean, I think if you're building an organization, then it makes sense, especially when you have the first pick in the second round, to maybe just go ahead and take the best defensive player that you have out there.
I'm an idiot. I forgot it was defensive end round 2. So my apologies.
We were trying to push you towards it. Yeah. That's
Thank you.
We're polite. We're a polite crew here in the garage.
Hey, yeah, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I was thinking running back. So my apologies. And so I guess he will go defensive end, huh?
Yeah.
How about that fucking analysis, huh?
Kayvon Walker. Kayvon Walker. There you go. I'm going to cough that out there.
Yeah, I'm going to throw out a Nebraska guy for my boy XFL Jim here. You got a slaughter. Now it's time for some Freedom Akamuladon from Nebraska.
I love him so much.
And you nailed the name. That would have took me 10 minutes to try to do that name. You know,
try saying it drunk. I drank with him one time.
Yeah, you're there in Nebraska. Tell me about this kid. Do you think he's
dude's a beast? He's been one of our better D linemen in the past 5 years. He was one of the shining spots during the Mike Riley era. One of the actual good things we could look at. The kid's got the moves. I think he's just got to work on his mental a little bit.
It's also worth noting if they definitely did this with quarterbacks, I have a feeling they're probably going to look this way with their DNs and edge rushers. Is he's bounced around off of the NFL quite a bit, so he's got that experience of being a professional.
Damn right.
You're picking up, and we are talking New Orleans Breakers. New Orleans Breakers. Breaker 1-2. Come in. Are we back? There we go. I mean, I feel like the connection kind of went out a little bit there, but here we go. We got the Breakers on the clock, and it is Davin Bellamy from the University of Georgia. Georgia Bulldog, Rod.
Davin Bellamy. He is going to be a beast for these guys. Again, it's just wow. Some of the, it's funny because when you look at some of these guys too, the names aren't household names, but they're going to become one. So we're going to learn a lot more about this guy as the league continues on. A good solid pick. Obviously somebody they wanted to build their defense around. You can see him in his picture already tackling somebody. So I think we're so good for the break.
I mean, this is a guy that if you're playing defense for the University of Georgia, I think you're qualified. All right. This is not one where we're reading from, Sonoma State. No disrespect to those from Sonoma State, but if you've been in with the Georgia Bulldogs, you've been pretty much recruited since you were probably 14 years old, 13 years old. So I think obviously this would be a pretty good pick then.
I agree. And I think that, again, when you're talking about really building around tough guys, you want to get those guys that have played in the SEC and the guys that have played, with the tougher schedules and know what it's like to play in big games, because that's what they're built for. The SEC alone is built for you playing on national television almost every single day against the toughest teams in the whole of college football.
Yeah. So the New Orleans Breakers go with a SEC. Look, there's a reason why the SEC gets the pub. Normally, they just have dominant offense and defensive lines. The Breakers quickly address that with a SEC guy from the University of Georgia. So now on the clock is the Pittsburgh Maulers, and once again, Kirby Wilson. He likes to run between the tackles. This is a guy. He's been a running back coach. I love that about him. But so I would assume this is a guy that appreciates offense and defensive line, right? Wouldn't you make that connection there, Rod?
I would think so too, but there's a lot of good edge rushers out there. And I think we've proven time and time again in the NFL that a good edge rusher definitely steps up your defense just a ton, right? It's the difference between being able to get to the quarterback and not. So if I'm looking at a good edge rusher, that's something what I think I'd go to. Here's some Bellamy highlights as we see him play in Georgia, right? Being in that SEC mold, quick, fast guy along the lines, licks some pretty big hits. Wow, that was a rough one going on there. So yeah, I mean, here's your future edge rusher there for the Breakers.
And I think we mentioned this a little bit on the pregame, is that there's a thin line, I think, between you're getting drafted as the first defensive player in the USFL and the last guy on an NFL roster. It's a very thin line. Well, like this kid's probably really good and he just needs an opportunity,
That's what they all do at this point. So really it's just a matter of who's going to give it to him and who wants it. But I mean, there's some edge rushers out there that I like. I mean, I like a Jeremiah Spicer, right? This guy's kind of been a name that's bounced around as well. Got some looks with the Chargers for a little bit, played with the Wildcats. I remember him there, and then had a spring league look at the Aviators. So, 6 foot, 240. I think he's definitely a good call for the next pick. Somebody I would want to see get a shot, or a guy like a Reggie Northup, right? This is another guy that has a name that's recognizable to so many people, playing with the Rams, the Vipers, the Apollos, the Alouettes. These are the kind of guys you want. So,
well, the pick is in, and it's Carlo Kemp from the University of Michigan. Carlo Kemp. Hey, I mean, they go for a guy like, I was bitter at this guy because he almost went to Colorado. He ended up going to University of Michigan. He spent some time, I believe, in the NFL. I think he was on the Green Bay Packers. So Carlo Kemp is a Pittsburgh Mauler. So, hey, it doesn't surprise me. Defensive tackle, run stopper. But yeah, what do you make of the pick?
I like it. I think as we see here, right, he played in Michigan, so obviously another guy who is used to playing on the big stage and was coached by an NFL coach, right? I mean, overall, So at least he knows what it means to play in front of an NFL style coach.
Yeah,
so
and his defensive coordinator was Don Brown. Don Brown was a very good defensive coordinator, I thought, and so I think it will fit professional football. A lot of the schemes and stuff they do, I like, and you look at what he did. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but he was also all Big Ten in 2019. He was a 4-year letterman. So this kid is well experienced, well versed, and obviously if you're playing in the Big Ten, I know I said that about the SEC, but still the Big Ten, you go up against Wisconsin, those hog mollies, those gigantic cheese eating guys, right? Just a huge offensive line. They produce, NFL offensive linemen left and right. You go up against Iowa, they produce NFL offensive linemen left and right, and Ohio State. So you're well versed in going up against top competition. I think it's a good pick for the Maulers. What do you think?
He had 9 tackles against Army. If you can get 9 tackles against Army in a game, you're living right, because the triple option's coming at you every which way but loose. So if you can figure out which guy actually is the right guy to tackle in an Army offense and get 9 of them, then you're good.
Yeah. I mean, that's I think it fits with the style of Pittsburgh too. I really do. So shout out to the Maulers. They're gonna do it like the Steelers did. They might have different colors. I know people were complaining about that, but hey, I think they're gonna have a good pick there. Birmingham Stallions were next on the clock, and they went.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah, they went with Aaron. This is where I butchered the pronunciation of the last name. How do I pronounce this last name?
Aaron Adoye.
Adoye, is that? I wasn't sure. It was like Christian Okoye in a way. This is a guy that was on the Birmingham Iron in 2019 in the AAF, so they are familiar with him. But this guy's played all over. First off, he's from Southeast Missouri State. If you didn't realize that is a institution where you play some football. They're in the FCS. Believe it or not, they've made the FCS playoffs a couple times. Then he went to play for the Salina Liberty in Salina, Kansas, indoor football team. Love it. The fact that he's a gamer. Then the Birmingham Iron, then the Baltimore Ravens. He was on their roster for 2 years. Then the Jets and the Packers. Played in 1 game in the NFL, but he was on the practice squad quite a bit. He's well versed. What do you make of the pick there, Rod?
Any guy that plays in Salina is a guy that I like. That is where some of my family lives. And again, indoor football, if you don't really understand indoor football, it is such a huge piece. And it's different from arena football too, where the actual defense matters in indoor football, right? It's not just a shoot 'em up, light 'em up league. There's actually needs to be defense that's played. So if you can play in the indoor game, especially as a defenseman, then I think you're pretty good for being able to suit up in the outdoor as well. And really, here's the thing too, with the indoor football league, not a lot of folks understand that, you got to have such a short memory, because
you got the highlights too. Yeah.
You're going to get lit up. So this is a spring league action for him. This was before the spring league went to actual team names. So you can tell that he got that experience back then. But not, again, you got to recognize the opportunities around you. Like, look, it looks good that he knows what's going on there. So yeah, I mean, again, opportunistic kind of a guy is really what you need, especially in a league where you're going to have quarterbacks that are going to be unstable in the system. They're going to throw a lot of errant passes, and you'll have an opportunity around the line of scrimmage to pick off a few balls.
Yeah. And so I think it's a decent draft pick there. Now you got the Houston Gamblers on the clock, which to me is a scary thought, because I was not fond of their first draft pick. I mean, maybe a bit of a stretch. I don't want to just come down on the guy, but I just didn't think he would be drafted, especially in the first round. So the Gamblers select Chris Odom from Houston. Chris Odom from Houston, going with an AAC guy. Chris Odom. I'm quickly grabbing some research on Odom, as he played in the CFL with the Calgary Stampeders of recent, and then prior to that he had some stops in the NFL and the AAF. So he's from Arkansas State. So Chase was here. He's a Razorback fan. I don't know how he is as far as a fan of the Arkansas State program, but the Red Wolves. But he played for the Atlanta Falcons. He played for the Green Bay Packers. Then he went to the AAF with the Salt Lake Stallions in 2019. Then he came back to the Atlanta Falcons and then the Washington Redskins and followed that with the Calgary Stampeders. This is a guy that was first team All Sun Belt in 2016. Originally hailing from Arlington, Texas. What do you make of this pick with Chris Odom?
Pretty good pick. He did play with the Stamps a couple of games last season. He got in 3 games with them. Played against Winnipeg twice, and that was the team that went on to win the Grey Cup. So he knows exactly what it's like to play championship teams. He did only total 5 total tackles in that league, but again, with the Stamps are a deep team. So for him to be able to play for a team like the Stampeders in the CFL, there are a lot of good things to say about that squad, and he learned from some very, very good defensive players in that CFL system. So he's coming from a good pedigree now. Again, he's one of those guys that has recently suited up. So, that's a matter of things.
And his father, Cliff Odom, I remember him as a linebacker for the Miami Dolphins, but he also played with the Colts and the Browns in the NFL. He had a 13-year NFL career. Gotta love that. He was in Tecmo Super Bowl as well. So got to give a shout out to the great Tecmo Super Bowl. That just sounds so good, man. All right. No, I think that's a good pick, though. I think that the Gamblers, questionable in the first round. Second round, I'm on board.
He did, by the way, too. We're getting a little note there that he did sack Kyle Allen twice. The Commanders, Kyle Allen.
Oh, there you go.
Next pick is in.
And it is Bryson Young. Bryson Young from Oregon with the draft pick for your New Jersey Generals. Bryson Young, what do you make of well, first off, if you're at Oregon, I'd say that's one of the Pac-12 schools that actually you can trust the defense. You could say, okay, their defense is somewhat decent. Now, Bryson Young, though, is a guy. This is a guy that, look, Mario Cristobal. I'm not a big fan of him as an overall head coach, but he did hire good defensive coordinators. Jim Leavitt, I'm a huge fan of. Andy Avalos, Boise State's head coach, used to coach at Oregon as well as the DC. He gets good defensive coordinators, and they know talent, and they produce good pros. So, does not surprise me here that Bryson Young is drafted and could really be a good pick when you look at it. I mean, this is a guy, he pretty much played his whole college career. All right. He was the number 154 recruit in the nation, 4-star product. So once again, just perhaps finding the right team. Bryson Young, what do you make of the pick, Rod?
56 total tackles in his last year as a Duck, an interception to boot in there. So yeah, definitely good. A good choice there. A Pac-12 guy. We're seeing these big programs being well represented in the first round. Although now we have another pick. Man, they are firing these things off. The NFL gives you at least like 5 or 6 seconds to talk about each guy. The USFL is like, hell no, we're going to do this and we're going to do it quick. So who is it? Cole, because it is the Philadelphia Stars drafting the gentleman that we were just talking about, me butchering his pronunciation, Freedom Aiken Laduin. I wanted to do that too because we knew it.
How do I pronounce that?
I don't know. We need to bring Jim back in.
I feel like when I start drinking whiskey, I can say these things flawlessly. But
there it is. Chase, how do you say it, Chase?
Is he here?
No, he's muted. Unmute yourself, Chase. Okay, there it is.
Akamulodon.
There it is.
Akamulodon.
It's like a fancy dinosaur.
Oh man, an Akamulodon. That is a pterodactyl right there. Look, this is a pick though that I think makes sense. This is a pick that makes sense. And you look at do we have some footage of him?
We do have some footage. We need to click through.
Because I mean these picks are going fast, man. I was just on the previous guy, and I'm all of a sudden jumping over here. But this is what I don't know. I mean, this is a guy that I guess XFL Jim said he drank with him. Said so. He's read my book there, right?
Wins for me.
Yeah, but the Philadelphia Stars, though, in a way, you could say they were kind of with getting a really good quarterback, maybe the best quarterback in the draft with the third pick, and then loading up with a defensive player that we kind of forecasted as one of the top defensive picks. Hey, Bart Andrus, didn't he win he won a championship in the World League, I believe, with, if memory serves me correct, I want to say the Amsterdam Admirals.
Amsterdam Admirals. What a fun blast from the past that is.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey, winning pedigree so far. It looks like Andrus is putting together himself a nice draft. So
not that he played with Nebraska. So again, that's a big thing that he played with Nebraska. So another big name school there that plays some big time football.
Yeah. And even though they haven't been, I know they've hit this rough patch, but they have a big time history. And this is a guy that played in the NFL for a bunch of teams too. So it wouldn't surprise me too.
Bengals. So that was pretty good.
And I want to say he was recruited by Bo Pelini because he didn't show up to Nebraska until 2015. So Bo Pelini, defensive guy, obviously with LSU. I know he had struggled at LSU recently, but his first stint at LSU was really good. Play with the Giants, play with the Bengals for a couple of years, the Tennessee Titans and the New York Jets. So this is a guy that I think the track record is pretty impressive. When you play for that many teams in the NFL, there's, like I said, it's a thin line, and I'm surprised if we saw him again back in the NFL. So I think it's a good pick.
Bandits are on the clock and they got their pick, my friend.
Oh man, this is getting hot.
Mekhi Brown out of Tennessee State is their pick. Defensive end.
Now this is surprising because we just know Jeff Fisher was doing some work with Tennessee State last year. Now he doesn't get him. Maybe he wanted him. Maybe he had his eye on him in the second round. But yeah, Mekhi Brown, Phil Steele had him as a All-American in the FCS ranks. Our friend of the program, Phil Steele. So former 4-star product. This is a guy that, he was a transfer. So, but Tennessee State, they're decent. Hey, Richard Dent went there. All right. You guys remember Richard Dent? He was a great defensive end for the Chicago Bears and Indianapolis Colts. So Mekhi Brown, there's some great pedigree there. There is some great pedigree there. So, I guess I'm okay with the pick. What do you think?
Well, I mean, you said it. He's a transfer student, so he was going to Alabama first. He didn't get a chance to really even play there at all. So, like most kids now, they want to go and they want to find a place where they can play. So he went to Tennessee State. He redshirted his junior year, and he finally got to play in 2019 in his redshirt senior year. He got 17 tackles in that one, 5 solo versus Jackson State. So again, it wasn't a huge career for him. So this is a player that I think they're kind of taking a chance on. Necessarily not as proven as the rest of these guys defensive end. So this could be a guy who they're trying to mature and bring up into their system and teach them how to play their style of football, Bandit style of football.
Well, you got to like the fact that he was recruited by Saban. Then, I mean, with Saban, you might not, maybe he couldn't see the field much, and maybe he's a late bloomer. We've seen this with players all the time, but also with Saban though, it's a guy that coached in the NFL. So he coached in a pro football league. So you kind of get an idea of what it will be like. So maybe he's ahead of the curve there. On the clock now is the Michigan Panthers, and Jeff Fisher will get his first chance to draft defense. With the first pick, he probably wasn't that excited. He's probably like, oh, okay, just take a quarterback. In the second round, he's like, okay, let's load up some defense. This is my position, boys. Let's go. All right. And the Panthers, still refreshing the page here, but who do you think the Panthers could grab? I'm sitting there, I'm reading our articles on SGP, and make sure you get that app, SGPN app. It's free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store, but perhaps maybe a Toby Johnson from Georgia. Do they go with a Walter Palmore from Missouri, who played with the Houston Roughnecks, who went undefeated in the XFL 2.0? I mean, do you have any names? Well, I'm sorry.
I said XFL champions, baby.
XFL champion. Look, when we had June Jones on the show, hey, he said undefeated champions. You got to crown them. All right. You got to crown them. To quote the great Dennis Green, we have a pick, and this one is Adewale. Wait, and this is this another what? Two of the same last names? Are they brothers?
Look at that.
What are the odds here?
Another Adoye.
Yeah, Adewale Adoye, which comes from Utah State. This is a guy. Well, first off, Utah State. You think Mountain West, you think mid-major. They've had some really good defenses in the past 10 years. They really have. I can remember the game they went down there to Auburn, and they really should have won that game. Auburn got 2 onside kicks in the final 3 minutes. So, hey, just because you see Utah State doesn't mean the guys. I mean, look, Bobby Wagner. Right, Utah State. He was all American Mountain West, or all Mountain West, I should say. This is a guy that he played what he started he played 3 out of those 4 years there. Started 2 of the 4. But this is a guy originally from St. Louis, Missouri, and this guy is just an athlete. He also played basketball as well. So interesting. I like this pick. What do you make of the pick?
I do. I like the fact that you had talked about it too. Fresno State had some really good defenses back. Boise State had some. So this is a conference that is known for defense. And if you can bring a guy in from a scrappy not Power 5 team, then I think you're good. He had 38 tackles. He was the first on his team back there at Utah State in 2018 with tackles. So, he had a sack, 4 tackles for loss. He can get it done, and he can get it done on the big stage. And I think that's exactly what they're looking for, what the Panthers are looking for, to be able to get it done for them. So I think that's a good pick.
And now the Panthers are back on the clock yet again. So we will see. Fisher loves that. The back-to-back. Hey, I get to get 2 of my guys. Who cares about the quarterback? You got any names? I mean, I'm cruising our sheets. I'm trying to see if there's any connection to Jeff Fisher. I know we're still in edge, but I see Miles Brown. He spent some time with the Tennessee Titans. Maybe Fisher would know, some guys still there in Tennessee. Played at Wofford. Maybe they go that direction. Obviously, there's like I alluded to. There's some players out there from the SEC. There's this guy that I can't even pronounce his name, but Kalani Vakamilelo from Oregon State, who played with the DC Defenders and also the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Aviators in the spring league. That would be one that kind of makes sense from an experience point of view. He started 31 games at Oregon State. I don't know. I think maybe they take a shot on him. We'll see. As Javier Edwards, that's one I'm very familiar with. He's a guy that went to Colorado and he was drafted by the Houston Texans. Also played with the Arizona Cardinals. That's a guy I was impressed with when he was at Colorado. So that would make a lot of sense. David Gilbert, perhaps from Miami with the Hurricanes. Miami defensive linemen for decades have been efficient in pro football. So maybe that will be the next pick. I'm refreshing the page every couple seconds here, seeing who the Panthers get as Jeff Fisher. I wonder, do they dial it back? Do they do a little 46 defense? Kayvon Walker is the pick from the University of Maryland. Interesting because, hey, University of Maryland, you might remember back in the day, they had Randy White, famous Dallas Cowboy defensive lineman. So maybe Kayvon Walker is the next one. What do you make of the pick? Kayvon Walker, University of Maryland, Big Ten. So, okay. Battle tested Big Ten East. I think you can argue right there with the SEC West, because you got to play Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan State. No matter what, that alone is something that is battle tested for sure. Now you look at this guy's career since going pro. He was with the Bears in 2018. He went to the Kansas City Chiefs 2019. He was with the New York Guardians in 2020. So we got an XFL experience, and he was the XFL sacks leader in 2020. Rod, and then he was with the Steelers after that. What do you make of the pick?
I remember him making noise with the Guardians. I remember him constantly being in the broadcast as far as big name Kayvon Walker coming in and sacking the quarterback. And of course, it was only 5 games, so it wasn't that necessarily hard to be the XFL sack leader, but the dude always was there. He was always around the quarterback. He was always making trouble and causing trouble. So,
hey, he says if you can crown the Roughnecks champions, he can crown his sack championship, sacks leader in the XFL. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good pick. for Jeff Fisher. So now on the clock, we bounce back to the Tampa Bay Bandits. And this is when you wonder because Todd Haley doesn't have a, he's an offensive minded guy. So you wonder, do they take a shot? I want to see my guy, Javier Edwards. Now, I don't know. I'm sitting there going through these sheets. There's Dominic Davis. I mean, there's a slew of talent out there.
We do have a pick though, so we don't have to speculate about it.
There we go.
It's
making my job easy. Who is it?
Michael Scott of the Zips, Akron University.
Yeah, Akron. Well, look, I can tell you this. I made a lot of money fading the Akron Zips in college football for a long time, but that does not mean that the guy's a bad player. All right. That does not mean sometimes there's diamonds in the rough. The MAC has a lot of players. Oklahoma State. I'm sorry, not Akron.
Oklahoma State.
There's many Michael Scotts out there. All right.
My bad. See, this is what happens when you start diving into these leagues, man.
Well, look, Oklahoma State, Jim Knowles had a good defense with them last year, but I'll be honest, prior to that, they're a defense that to me traditionally hasn't been a great defense. They're kind of up and down in over, I would say, over the past decade. Last year was their big jump up, and you see what happened. They almost made the college football playoffs. So this is a guy that graduated in 2019. He was a senior. He played in all 13 games. Had 9 tackles and 1.5 sacks. I mean, so the stat line's not crazy. He also played at Trinity Valley Community College. Now he did have some pretty decent numbers there on the JUCO ranks. He also, prior to that, was at SMU. Hey, there we go. All right, we got the draft is rolling. All right, it is rolling, and the Philadelphia Stars select Gus Cumberland. All right, Gus Cumberland. First off, not enough guys named Gus anymore, so I'm on board already. Shout out to the great Gus Frerotte, but Gus Cumberland from Oregon. And once again, this is my point with the Oregon Ducks is I trust the coaching over the years. Like I said, I was a skeptic on Mario Cristobal on many levels, but their defensive coaches have been legit. Even with Willie Taggart, their defensive coaches, I trust. So Gus Cumberland comes in. And by the way, he played tight end in high school too. Gotta love that. But yeah, so this is a guy that was with the New Orleans Saints for a little bit. Gus Cumberland. What do you make of the pick?
Cumberlander. Let's give the guy his credit. Gus Cumberlander. Was it 23 total tackles on this season? A couple of fumble recoveries. Again, just one of those guys, scrappy guys around the ball. I'm sure he'll find a way to fit into a system very well. So yeah, another Pac-12 kind of a person that we're starting to see now just emerge. These guys coming from the big programs. This is who they're after. We're seeing some small schools sprinkled in here and there, but by and large, I mean, we're seeing a lot of the bigger conferences represented here. So Gus Cumberlander, welcome to the USFL, my friend.
Yes, and now we have Colin Hill going to the Generals. Colin Hill, a former Texas Tech Red Raider. That is one that's interesting too, because I mean, you look at Texas Tech, they're definitely not known for their defense. And especially what he came to Texas Tech. Well, first off, he was a freshman at Notre Dame. So he was recruited by Notre Dame back in 2014, transfers to Texas Tech. But Texas Tech probably in that era was Cliff Kingsbury. They were not known for their defense. However, it stands out to me. If you get recruited by Notre Dame, that means you're doing something right. So that is the pick. And this is a guy who originally comes from just outside of San Antonio, Texas. So what can I say? Decent pick. I'm a little concerned because those Texas Tech teams with Cliff Kingsbury were giving up like 75 points a game. So a bit concerning there, but doesn't mean you're a bad player just because you're surrounded by potentially bad players. What do you make of the pick?
The stat that stands out to me the most is the pass defenders. He's got 8 over the course of his career. And really, again, these edge rushers, you can't really count on them for interceptions too much. And sacks are another big thing. But for me, if you're aware enough around the line of scrimmage to be able to put your hands up and block a pass, again, we talked about it with some of the earlier guys as far as being able to be opportunistic in a league like this where the quarterbacks are going to be absolutely just off their game at first. if you can either get to them and or create enough confusion around them to bat down a few passes at the line of scrimmage, I think you're a good addition, and I think this is something that he brings to the table as per his pass defense stats.
All right. Well, look, I'm sorry. While you were talking, good breakdown there, and I agree. But the Houston Gamblers selected, and they went with a veteran. Am I seeing this correctly? Ahmad Gooden. Oh, no, that's not a veteran. I once again pulled up the wrong page there. Ahmad Gooden. I was about to say, I was like, wait, this guy started in 2003? No, wrong guy. I was like, they drafted a 40-year-old. They drafted me basically. No, this is a guy from Samford, not Stanford. FCS player, but look, plays the outside linebacker. And let me tell you, Samford has had some decent teams before. He's played with the Denver Broncos in 2019. He played with the New York Jets as well at 19 and 20, then the Buffalo Bills. And then he played in the spring league in 2021. So, hey, this is a guy that is experienced. It makes sense. Spring league transition to the USFL makes sense. And honestly, like his college career is pretty impressive. 22 sacks, five pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, 5 fumble recoveries, and 46 games played, 273 tackles. What do you make of the pick there, Rod?
It's not surprising to see a lot of these spring league players go to this. Obviously, we know the pedigree of the USFL. So a lot of these guys that played in the spring league are going to get run in here. So for me, this is exactly why the spring league existed, right? You're trying to breed the next generation of player, and he's going to get that opportunity. A lot of college, not really all that much college experience. Obviously, we saw that he went to some practice rosters, the Broncos, the Jets, the Bills. So again, he most recently played, which if you're looking for experience, somebody that's been on the field before somebody that hasn't been on the field is somebody you're going to want to take. So I don't hate the pick. We'll definitely see how he does.
And I'm seeing the next pick is in Chauncey Haney to the Stallions, the Birmingham Stallions, not the Baltimore Stallions. Now this is a very interesting one, because this is a guy who played at North Greenville. If my North Greenville is a D2 college. So look, going to grab an obscure player doesn't mean you're a bad player. If you're playing at North, I mean, some of the best players in NFL history or in pro football history have came from smaller schools. Darrell Green was Texas A&I, Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley State. So this is a guy who was pretty damn efficient on the D2 level. What do you make? Obscure, sure, but doesn't mean bad player. This is a guy 245, 6'5", 245. Wow, and gets after the ball. What do you make of it?
Any guy who can get you 78 total tackles in a season, doesn't matter what division it's in. If you can get those kind of numbers, you are a very solid player. 16 tackles for loss. He had a pass defense, a couple of forced fumbles. Again, this is a guy that played 10 games and averaged 3 solo tackles a game around the line of scrimmage. That's pretty doggone good. Especially for edge rushers nowadays. So yeah, give that to me every day.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people had him projected on their board. He had been a commodity known on the D2 level. So not surprised to see his name called early in the USFL draft. Yeah, I mean, look, if you could play football, it doesn't matter. That was always a great thing. I remember Jerry Glanville said, as the Pittsburgh Maulers are on the clock, but he said they'll find you. We were talking to Jerry Glanville about when they found June Jones. He was a quarterback at Portland State. And he said, hey, yeah, as long as they got film, we'll find you. There's talent out there. We'll find you. And that's a perfect example of Chauncey Haney from North Greenville. Best wishes and congratulations to Chauncey Haney. All right. Well, the Maulers are on the clock. They went defensive tackle in the previous with the previous pick in the previous round. We shall see what they do here. I'm looking at her sheet and I still see there's a couple names out there that haven't been called according to and we had them rated pretty high. We'll see what happens. Remember, get the SGPN app. You can look at the same sheet that I'm looking at or go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com. And yeah, I mean, this is one Maulers to me. I just think they're going to be a run first team. And just the fact I've alluded to this all day, I feel like, or really all ever since I've known Kirby Wilson went there, By the way, the pick is in. It is Nasir Player. Nasir Player. This is a guy, SoCon player again. East Tennessee State Buccaneer, and we just saw them in the FCS playoffs a season ago. Now he wasn't on that team, but in 2019 he was a Buccaneer, and he was first off he was on Phil Steele's All-America team for the FCS. That is a high praise. That is a high praise. So that is impressive right there. 6'5", 241 pounds. This guy gets after it. He gets after the ball. So 10 tackles for loss his senior year, 45 tackles overall, 24 solo, led the team with tackles, 4.5 sacks as well. So this guy can play. He's number 45 on the film here. If you look at it, I know it's not the best quality. We're working on getting an SGPN blimp that can go over every game because, yes, the goalpost is in the fucking way, but yeah, I mean, this guy, honestly, if you look at his stats, he's been pretty darn efficient in his 43 game career at East Tennessee State with the Buccaneers. He also won SoCon Defensive Player of the Week before. This is I think it's probably going to be a good pick. So
looks like he's got a quick step off the ball. Like that's really when you initially watch that, you watch his path to the quarterback, to the ball carrier. And for me, what I see right there from that film is just, he doesn't have the dance around. He's not waiting for the play to develop. He's diagnosing the play and actually getting after it as soon as the ball is snapped. So there's not a lot of thought process in it. He's just see ball, hit ball. So I like that in a player.
Yeah. I mean, look, and FCS, like I said, FCS, there's a lot of FCS schools. East Tennessee State keeps a good program. So the FCS, you have, if you're a good program in the FCS, you're probably like in the 60, 70, 80 range in the FBS. So clearly he's talented. Next up, the pick is Henri St. Amour to the New Orleans Breakers. This is a guy comes over from Georgia Tech. Do I got to mention how many great defensive players came out of Georgia Tech? A lot. All right. On the defensive line, you can go, and there's a slew of them too. Marco Coleman is the one that sticks out because they won a national championship. Yes, Georgia Tech won a national championship. It was 1990, but it happened. What do you make of the pick? We got Jim and Chase are going to join us on this one. Obviously, we're talking New Orleans Breakers. So, guys, first off, what do you make of the pick to the New Orleans Breakers? And I guess I'll ask Chase first because he's the Breaker fan. Are you happy with St. Amour?
Oh,
do we got audio?
Chase, yeah, unmute him.
All right, so I'm here. All right, I don't think you could have picked a better play.
Yeah.
I don't think we were talking a little bit behind the scenes. I don't think you could have picked a player with a better name to fit with the New Orleans vibe. He's got that French Quarter vibe to him. Love it. I also, we were talking about these teams have a type. They're going for the edge rushers, the quick guys, not the big beefy defensive linemen for the most part. They're going for like the guys who are around the 6'6", 250 to 275 range. Love it. I think he's a pretty good pick. I think Henri St. Amour is one of these guys that might have like flown under the radar.
Well, yeah. and he led Georgia Tech in sacks back in 2018 as a senior. And I think that, so he was a Paul Johnson recruit. So he was going up against the triple option a lot in college, which, I don't know how much we'll see it in the USFL, but in general, the numbers the numbers speak for itself as far as him, on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, I can look at certain games where he really hit a monster game against North Carolina. That's against Larry Fedora. That's probably why he drafted him. I'm looking at the numbers right now. 9 tackles, 3 quarterback hurries, and a game-winning interception against North Carolina. Larry Fedora is sitting there like, oh shit, let me draft this guy. I think pretty good draft pick. What do you guys make of the whole round overall, though?
I thought there's a couple of really guys sprinkled in there. I thought Ahmad Gooden was a good sneak. I think he's one of those guys that, due to injury in college, kind of flew under the radar of a lot of people. Because he looked really promising when he was playing, and then bad injury happened, knocks down his draft stock, and then all of a sudden he's under everybody's radar.
Yeah, I think Chris Odom's just a sneaky good pick. Sneaky good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris
I mean, this
Odom's
is a guy.
yes.
Pick.
NFL pedigree. NFL pedigree. You can't go wrong with that. As his father, remember.
Definitely seems like they got a type for these edge rushers. Everyone's about anywhere from 6'3" to 6'6", about 250 to about 260 with long wingspans.
I definitely love the arms on a lot of these guys. I love the speed. Chauncey Haney is another good pick, I think, to the Stallions. He's been under the radar. I think what these guys are doing, what we're seeing from just this in general, we're seeing a lot of these guys that people don't know the names of too much, and I can't believe I'm blanking on the name. The player for the New York Guardians who got picked.
It was man, I'm drawing a blank on it right now. I have name overhaul, but he was just taken.
Exactly. Yeah. These names are just going so fast. It's insane.
I know who you're referring to.
But he was the most dominant defensive player on the most dominant defensive line in the XFL. I always got to rep that.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I think it's a good pick. We're gonna see. I'm curious. Like Toby Johnson still hasn't been taken from. He played at Georgia, played in the NFL with a number of teams, played with the Guardians. We'll see what happens there. But anyway, guys, we got to get to an ad here. We got to get paid, but you better believe we have you covered for all 35 rounds on the USFL Gambling Podcast. So, with no further ado.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams, just like this one. Colby.
All right. Yes.
Colby. We've already been through 3 rounds, dude. 3 rounds. What the heck?
Are you excited? Because the pick is already in. I can't even talk about how much I'm excited about this because the Breakers are back on the clock and they have already submitted their pick. It is James Folston Jr., not to be confused with senior, James Folston Jr. And this guy played at Pitt. And let me tell you something. Pitt is to me one of the secret places to me where if you go play defense for Pitt, I'm paying attention. All right. I am paying attention. They have had a long pedigree of great defensive players, especially on the defensive line. You could go through, obviously Aaron Donald is from Pitt. Sean Gilbert is from Pitt. Tony Saragusa is from Pitt. I could go on and on and on about, how many great defensive players, especially on the defensive line that the Pittsburgh Panthers put out. So here we are, the Breakers get James Folston Jr. And I'm actually familiar with James Folston because I remember him, Pat Narduzzi. Say what you want about his, coaching in game. He's a guy that is going to have a physical defense. So I love this pick. I think this pick is going to end up working out. You look at some of the games, some of the performances he's had in his college career. I'm on board. Great pick. He's originally from Florida. So great pick. And I think it's going to work out with him in the New Orleans Breakers. What do you think of the pick?
Love that he played with the Dallas Renegades. That, my friend, is an XFL tie-in that I am happy to make. And I remember seeing him a couple of times on the field. So yeah, again, another one of these guys that's got spring league type actual experience that's going to make a name for himself, hopefully in the USFL. Really good college stats to back it. I mean, not really great, but again, stuff that he can build on for the future of the USFL for sure.
They beat Clemson in college. All right. So that's all you need to know. At Clemson, they went there, they got the win. Look, like I said, Narduzzi, we can question his in-game coaching, but defensively, the guy knows what he's doing about developing talent too. So next up, the Pittsburgh Maulers. I don't know what that sound was, but the Pittsburgh Maulers drafted Eric Asua. Am I butchering that name?
Oh, you're good. Asua.
Is that Asua? He is from Western Michigan. This is a guy 240 pounds, originally from Silver Spring, Maryland, 6'2", 240. Hey, I mean, look, the MAC, you look and say, okay, I don't know. The MAC traditionally not a defensive powerhouse conference, but sometimes you can find some good players. Look at this. Look at the slides here as we got some action and some TSL up. There you go, getting after it. Yeah, getting after it. He's got speed. You can tell right there. And look, this is a guy that started pretty much his whole college career. That alone with TSL experience, pretty damn impressive. And coming from the DMV area, where's Patty C when you need him? Because pretty impressive as far as his resume as a guy. Anytime you find a guy, I don't care where you're playing, but you started almost your whole college career, that means you were doing something right, because he was playing. It's still D1 football, and to me that's impressive. And obviously he made an impact in the spring league as well. What do you make of the pick?
Well, I liked him in the spring league. That Alpha's defense was actually a pretty good defense, and it was one of the more formidable ones of the spring league. And I do remember his name being called off a few times there too, watching the Alphas play. And he always had a way to get around into the football, and just that Alpha's defense was so good that they really made a name for themselves. And obviously hearing him on there, wow, somebody's driving by.
Yeah, I mean, now the Stallions have since drafted Seth Thomas, and I can tell you, I like this pick because I watch a lot of FCS football, right? Northern Iowa has kept, I know Kurt Warner, Dedrick Ward, David Johnson, all from Northern Iowa, but they keep a really good defense. I am always impressed with their defense. Their head coach used to play defense for them. And they always have a good defense. So Seth Thomas, every time you watch them play like Iowa State or Iowa, they give them a run for the money every year. And a lot of it is due to that defense keeps these FBS teams in check when they play them. And you look at what he did in his college career. So without even diving in his career, I'm impressed because if you played at Northern Iowa on the defensive side of the ball, you get my attention, much like Pitt in very similar fashion. So this is a guy who started 3 years, redshirted his first year. But after that started the rest of his career at Northern Iowa. I'm on board. I think this guy can play. I think he seems to he was an athlete too, played a bunch of different sports in high school. So sign me up for this pick. What do you think of Seth Thomas to the Stallions?
2.5 sacks on the year. Again, not outstandingly jump out numbers, but look, if you can get to the quarterback at least once, you're still doing all right. But season high 6 tackles, 1 sack against Iowa State. Didn't get any interceptions, but whatever. And as we have a note in our backstage, he is heir to the Wendy's hamburger fortune. Thanks, Chase.
Damn.
Is that true, Chase? Is that really true?
Winning me over.
I want a hamburger then, if that's the case.
Winning me over with the junior bacon cheeseburger. That is not sourced, but I think I'm going to go ahead and believe it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and believe it. This guy, definitely had something to do. What at Wendy's? Remember, they have the square burgers, right? They don't cut corners.
No, they do not.
They don't cut corners, man. Seth Thomas, though, I think that's a good pick. And now we have, the picks are just coming in, man. It's like I can't even load up the sheet fast enough. But we have Draquan Brown to the Houston Gamblers. Let's have some fun with this. Central Oklahoma. Hey,
That's what they
Central
play.
Oklahoma. That might have been Dennis Rodman's college. I can't remember. It might have been Southeast Oklahoma. I can't recall. But he also played at Independence Community College, so I think we know that one. In Kansas, originally from Chicago, Illinois. This is one where I'll be honest. I dive into football as hard as I can, but I have not watched too many Central Oklahoma games. All right. Not if they're out there, send me the tape. I'll watch them. But hey, so getting an unknown commodity. Remember Larry Allen, Nate Newton. I mean, we can go on and on. I just mentioned David Johnson. You get these guys that are from small schools, and sometimes they can hit a home run for you. So the Draquan Brown is a gambler. All right. So, and also it says, we got another pick in. Boom. Malik Hamner to the Generals. We can barely talk about these. This is Malik Hamner is going to the New Jersey Generals. This is a guy that, I think he actually played some in the NFL with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So he went to Jackson State as well. And boy, are they becoming a commodity in the college football world. This guy, I mean, Jackson State, do I need to mention that Jackie Slater and Walter Payton went there? And Deion Sanders coaches there. I mean, don't question the pedigree at Jackson State. And this guy, all conference second team, 2-time MVP. Wow. That's getting it done there. What do you make of the pick?
I like it. I like that he gets a chance to show off what he's done. Again, he was in the Jaguars mini camp. He got invited there. So again, a guy that's caught a lot of scouts' eyes, but it just hasn't been able to showcase it on the gigantic field yet. So, he had a little injury that kind of maybe set his career back a little bit, but he's 100% healed now and he's ready to go. So, like it said, he caught the CFL's eye too, as well as the NFL. So the people up north were looking at him as well. But yeah, so again, if it wasn't for the injury that got caught.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but picks are coming in, man. I don't mean to cut you off. Philadelphia Stars have selected Carol Phillips. Carol Phillips is a guy. Hey, he's got NFL experience. He went to the University of Illinois, originally from West Little River, Florida, outside of Miami there. And look, if you look at and see what you got here, this is a guy that can play. He spent a decent amount of time in the NFL. 2017, he was with the Jacksonville Jaguars. 2018, the Indianapolis Colts. 2019, the Washington Redskins. Then the Atlanta Falcons, and then he was with the Generals in the spring league. This is a pick that makes sense. He's experienced. This guy's been he's been a player for a while now. So I actually think this is a great pick at linebacker there for the Philadelphia Stars and Bart Andrus. So I'm excited. I'm excited about this one. And look, Bart Andrus, I think quietly right now, having one of the better drafts. Gamblers, I saw the chat talking about the Gamblers name. Yes, fantastic name. I got the Gamblers helmet there. We love the Houston Gamblers. However, I don't know about some of the draft picks. I think there's some question marks. I've been wrong before. The Philadelphia Stars, I think, are putting together one of the best draft classes in the new USFL. So what's up, Rod? I know we had some technical difficulty, but Carol Phillips is now a Philadelphia Star. And this is a guy that's played on 4 different NFL teams, well experienced. He was also on the Generals in the spring league. So I think it's a pretty good pick for the Stars.
Well, he knows how to play championship football because the Generals were the TSL league champions. So if you're gonna draft somebody, if you're gonna pick somebody for your team, how about somebody that's won a championship recently? And that's exactly what he's done with the Generals. So give me all the Carol Phillips if I'm picking.
Yeah, and I think Bart Andrus is putting together a pretty decent draft class so far. I know at the end we're gonna be able to sit down and we'll be able to see pick by pick, team by team, but so far I've been impressed with the drafting of the Philadelphia Stars. So yeah, look, I think what do we got next? We got I believe the Bandits are next on the clock, followed by the Michigan Panthers. So the Bandits, I mean, Todd Haley, I feel like I don't have the whole draft in front of me for the Bandits, but feel like it's been all right. They got Tamu with the second pick. I think that was a blessing in disguise for them because I think they were probably shocked that he wasn't going number 1. Bandits on the clock. And what do you make of Todd Haley and what's going on down there with Bandit Ball? Wait, I got something for us. Let's cue up the Bandit Ball theme.
We come from down in Gator Country. We are the pride of Tampa Bay. We play football and we're called the Bandits. And we think our brand of ball is here to stay. Bandit ball.
Gotta be tough, gotta be rough. Bandit ball.
Bandit ball.
Right, all the way. Bandit ball. Come on.
Gotta be tough, gotta hang rough. Bandit Ball. Yes, you are rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast, Parts Gambling Podcast Network. That gets me amped. Jerry Reed, may he rest in power, giving us that one back with Burt Reynolds, and Bandit Ball was a thing with Spurrier. Who knew? Who knew that they'd be back?
Come for the picks, stay for the amazing old USFL music.
Yes, for the soundtrack. All right, the USFL jukebox over here. The pick is in. It is Adam Schuler, who I believe I know as a Florida Gator. Look, if you're once again cue in the take on the SEC, they always play. They're always strong on the offensive defensive line. But originally, he was at West Virginia, which with Dana Holgorsen, I believe. Yeah, Dana Holgorsen recruited him. He played solid at West Virginia. If you go back and look at some of the big time performances, he had a 2-sack game against Kansas State. K-State's a good program year in, year out. Had 7 tackles against Virginia Tech in the opener. Remember that opener was in Landover, Maryland at FedEx Field. That was that's big time performance right there. I don't care, whatever you're doing that against efficient, like very efficient teams like Virginia Tech and Kansas State, blue collar teams getting it done. And then when he transfers over to Florida, this guy killed it. And he's also book smart, got on the honor roll at Florida. Holy shit. I feel like that is that alone right there. Now that's at Florida. Maybe they curse his rule. I don't know. But hey, the guy can play and got a sack in the Peach Bowl against Michigan, getting it done. Adam Schuler originally from Longwood. What do you make of the pick?
Almost 70 total tackles in his time at Florida. Not bad. 6 tackles for a loss and lost 28 yards. 3.5 sacks though. That's what I like about that. 3.5 sacks there. It's not easy to get a lot of sacks in college. It's not easy to get a large sack total in college. And so if you can get yourself 3, 4, 5 sacks in a season, I'm okay with that. Because again, we just don't see that dominant sometimes of a performance defensively in these offensive style leagues and in college football altogether.
Yeah. And to me, I mean, playing at Florida, I know you're in the SEC East and you're not in the West, but Panthers are on the clock. But the SEC still has dominant. Like Kentucky puts out great defensive linebackers. Like they're always stout. Even sometimes Vanderbilt will have some players make the NFL on that D line. SEC offensive defensive lines have always been, a calling card of that conference and really a testament to the schools and the style of football they play there. So we have the Panthers on the clock, and I know Jeff Fisher, he's probably not going to lunch until they got to pick offensive players. Here he is getting another defensive player. We're waiting for the pick, but the Panthers still I think one of the shocking stories of the USFL draft with the Shay Patterson pick. I think you sit back and say, I mean, were they just going for a local name for ticket sales? I don't know. I mean, I like Shay Patterson. If they can get Shay Patterson to play like he played at Ole Miss, he could tear this league up. Now, if it's Shay Patterson I saw with Jim Harbaugh, I'm concerned. But Jeff Fisher is not an offensive guy, so it matters who is he giving the keys of the offense to. I don't know, but that's I think the biggest. I think it's the biggest storyline in the draft so far is what the Michigan Panthers did with the first pick. What do you think?
I think those picks are going to be looming large, but Colby, I don't think we've seen the most important pick of the draft yet. I mean, to be honest with you, again, I love all the quarterback drafts. I really do. But a lot of what you build is built on, can you protect that quarterback, or can you open up the holes for the running backs, or can you stop the other quarterback from getting? So I still don't think we've seen the most important picks of these drafts yet. We've got good building blocks going so far, but I have a feeling that, especially when we talk about spring football and how just the talent pool is deep in this, because you're again not talking about NFL players where it's kind of a big drop off between the most elite and then the other guys around it. Like, these guys are all evenly matched in a sense, because they all have that same sort of talent level that gets them to be in these types of leagues. And a lot of them, yes, can catapult into big stardom in the NFL. But by and large, if we're going to talk about a team and a league that actually has staying power, we want guys to sort of be in that same bubble. So yeah, again, I know we've seen some good picks, but I don't think we've seen the best of it yet.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I'm still waiting for that shocker. I mean, I guess we got a little bit of a shocker with Shay Patterson at 1, but I'm still waiting to see, one of these wild cards drafted. Perhaps we will. I think we have a guest coming up, but first we're waiting for the Michigan Panthers on the clock. Jeff Fisher.
By the way, this is the longest time. This is the longest time we've had between picks. Oh, and there we go.
This is what he does. It's Jeff Fisher. He leads the clock. All right. He's not an offensive guy. He's going to milk that clock, and the pick is in, and it is Chase Demore. Chase Demore from Central Washington. Don't look now. That's John Kitna's alma mater. Central Washington, D2 school. Hey, like I said, there's gems, there's diamonds in the rough. This is a guy that, well, first off, they're pretty good. They're always ranked on the D2 level. But yeah, I'm pulling up stats. I'm trying to find stats on this, on Chase Demore.
Not very many, to be honest with you, Colby. This is a guy that didn't get a lot of run, too much. He had 11 total tackles in his 2 years, 5 tackles for loss for 34 yards. Not a deep pool of numbers to pull from. So this is going to be one of those developmental guys that we're going to see.
He got 1 sack against Simon Fraser, which is a Canadian university, if memory serves me correct. Yeah, this is one where I think it's a mystery play, where this is one where you play the music and just say, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. So this is, hey. Well,
I don't get the brain man cold, but
because I don't know what to assess from just what he had 2.5 sacks in his career. I'm seeing. So no, 3 sacks total, 11 tackles. I'm sure they're not counting great stats on the D2 level, but here we are. We got a guest joining us. Give it up for Jeremy to talk New Jersey General football. How you doing, Jeremy?
Oh, I'm doing, USFL draft. I'm pretty amped. How about you guys?
I mean, New Jersey Generals, they I don't know. I mean, Mike Riley goes with his traditional passer. What's your overall evaluation of the first draft for the New Jersey Generals in quite some time?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think Ben Holmes is a good pick there at, what were they, 4?
Yeah,
I think that's pretty good. I thought he would have went a little bit higher. I think Shay Patterson pushed a couple guys back, but I like it. I think he fits Mike Riley's style. Like you said, he's going to be that drop back passer, as well as he has some rushing upside. So I like it. I think he's going to be a good fit to start and mold around that offense there.
Yeah. And I mean, aside from your Generals, has there been what was the most shocking pick to you so far? Is that the elephant in the room with Shay Patterson, or is there one that caught your eye even more so?
I'd probably say, yeah. I really didn't think Shay Patterson would be the top guy. Let alone, I mean, it was great that they kept all these players kind of hidden, so it made it hard to kind of be like, oh, who is it going to be? I think Clayton Thorson was kind of a big one too. He went a little bit higher, I think, than I would have thought. But outside of those, I feel like once you get outside the quarterbacks, it didn't get too surprising. I think a lot of those edge guys can all play, so I think it just came down to what each team liked the best about them.
Do you like the squad? That's what I want to know. Do you like the squad so far? and really refresh us as to who they actually picked, because that's the tough one to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, so their defensive line is Bryson Young. I really like him out of Oregon. I'm a Oregon fan, we'll say. But yeah, 6'5", 245, playing an edge. You got Nolan Hill out of Texas Tech, 6'2", 245, who had 112 tackles at Texas Tech. So, I mean, he gets around and moves around. And then Malik Hamner, who you guys had just mentioned from Jackson State, coming off an injury, but was pretty productive down there as well in a smaller school. So I like it. I think the edge is going to be pretty quick. They're all over 6 foot, all over 240. So they're all pretty big defensive ends.
But how does it feel to see your rivals, the Philadelphia Stars, load up? Man, I like the Stars draft. I'm just going to go ahead and say those are your arch rivals, right?
Yeah, I would have to say. So I don't know. I mean, they've had a pretty good draft. It's a little nerve wracking, but I think they'll be fine. Let's let it play out, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and by the way, I agree. The Clayton Thorson pick, to me, still a bit of a head scratcher, but hey, maybe it works out. I appreciate you for hopping on there, Jeremy, and please come back and join us, talk some New Jersey General football, man.
Yes.
Please do. All right, we got to go. We got to cut to a break, and we'll be back on the USFL Gambling Podcast.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and pay games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams, just like this one.
And we're back on the USFL Gambling Podcast. Live reaction to the USFL Draft. Yes, it is happening. Yes, we got you covered. My name is Colby Swinging Database Dant, aka Pick Dundee, and I am joined with co-host of the podcast, Rod Villagomez. How you doing, Rod? Well, I know you've been here all night with us. I'm not just saying, hey, how you doing, man? Like you're just coming on the show, but how are you holding up is the question.
We are 2 hours into this live draft, and I literally feel as if we've been here forever because the picks are flying in, but it feels like it's gone by quickly because I'm with you. So it's just a paradoxical situation. I don't know what's going on. We got offensive tackles that are about to go off the board. And Colby, it's just, if you would have told me stepping into this that the action would happen this fast and this furious, I don't know that I would have believed you.
Yeah. I mean, it's like rattling. It's like, oh, I just loaded up one player, boom, next one. And I see that the Breakers got Nigel Chavez. I don't know if, from Norfolk State, if that's the case, but I know offensive tackles are coming on with the next round here. This has been chaos. I mean, it's great, but it's definitely been fast paced. All right. This is basically, the NFL draft on steroids. So I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it. I'm excited to bring you the rest of the draft, or for both of us to bring you the rest of the draft. But here we go. The Stallions.
Did we get a trade? Is this what happened?
I'm trying to figure this out right now as I'm refreshing their page. Once again, bear with us. We were refreshing the page, so they're skipping picks later. What does that mean? Skipping picks later?
That is pretty wild.
So is that a trade? I see the Birmingham Stallions welcome Jonathan Newsom from Ball State. You pull up the thing. First off, Ball State, decent school in the MAC. This is a pick where, first off, we're trying to understand how and what happened there. Was it a trade or not? But regardless, this is a guy who's has been experienced. All right, this guy, came into the NFL in 2014 as a 5th round pick by the Indianapolis Colts. Then he goes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Gotta love that. And then the Ottawa Redblacks, and then the BC Lions. So he's been a part of a couple different leagues. And this is a guy who had 7.5 sacks in the NFL. All right. 7.5 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, 47 tackles. So the guy can play. All MAC first team back in 2013. What do you make of the pick for the Stallions and the mystery pick in a way, the one we're trying to understand? What do you make of the pick?
I love Jonathan Newsom. I honestly love him because, again, he was a red black. I remember watching him play, and I'm a big fan of anybody that has ever put the red and the black on and put this stylized R on their chest. So I love that pick. I love Jonathan Newsom as a player, as a just a guy overall. So give it to me. Plus, he won the game for us in one of the games that we were playing. Yeah, so I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, and we're just trying to understand the what exactly happened. But regardless, hey, Stallions loading up. Nigel Chavez, also from Norfolk State, went to the Breakers. So
here's
those
footage for us. That's the one I love to see. Look at that.
Yeah, getting after it right there. There we go. Oh man, is that him on the return there too?
Yes, sir. Jonathan Newsom on the return taking the Alouettes to town.
I'm telling you, I think this is probably a good pick. Or do we have a clear-cut answer on what exactly happened there, as far as how this, how they got the pick there?
So apparently they're passing on a future round, and that's what they're doing. So they're actually going to play or pick a later one, but they picked Newsom for it. So it says compensatory pick. Welcome to Birmingham, Jonathan Newsom. They've added another pass rusher. So yeah, they get to do that. They get to skip a pick, I guess.
So our first craziness is happening here.
Well, I don't get brain, man.
That's the Birmingham Stallions. I had to cue in the Lou Holtz because that's his son Skip Holtz, wheeling and dealing. 10 picks in the 4th round. I like it. Things are getting spicy with the USFL draft, and we have the offensive lineman on deck. So that's going to be now pick wise. This goes back to the snake, right? This goes back to, I'm just trying to understand it. So if they forfeited 2 of their other picks, does that affect this next round? I don't know, but
apparently they're skipping it. So that's what we're doing.
But the Maulers. So the Maulers are on the clock, and they got Chidi Okiki, right?
We'll take
how do
that.
I pronounce that one? How do I pronounce this? Look,
Okiki.
Give me a whiskey. He is from Tennessee State as well. Tennessee State putting an impact on this draft. Now, I would have assumed the Michigan Panthers would be drafting all these guys from Tennessee State because of Jeff Fisher's connection there, working with them last year. However, that's not the case. We have a draft pick though, and look, this is a guy who played for the Buccaneers. All right, play for the Buccaneers, play with Tennessee State. Spent a little bit of time in the NFL there. So hey, what do you make of the pick? First offensive lineman off the board.
First offensive lineman. When we start talking about these offensive linemen, there's not like a whole ton of stats that we can go off of. This isn't one of those situations where we can point to a stat and say, oh yeah, this is good. He didn't allow this many, especially when we're digging this deep into the thing. So, he was one of 6 Tigers to start all 9 games, helped lead the offensive unit to 105 yard per game increase. So, he makes teams better. So we're okay with that. And if you're going to pick somebody to protect your quarterback, and that's the first guy that you're going to pick, you have high hopes for him.
Yeah. I mean, he's gigantic, and he was Phil Steele, all OVC first team. That's Ohio Valley Conference. All right. So that was the Maulers. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of out of order here. So Stallions on the clock. How did the Maulers? Okay. I'm just a little confused there. Stallions are on the clock. Here we go. And what was the Stallions? Hey, I mean, they just got their defensive guys load up. Perhaps they make 2 picks in this round. Skip Holtz doing it. And then we have after that the Houston Gamblers on the clock again. So Birmingham Stallions, who will they pick?
The snake took a turn. The snake took a turn and then it changed direction. It was too fast for everybody. They were like, "Oh, hold on there." So
the snake, that was a Ken Stabler snake right there, because I didn't know what the hell was happening, but
it zigged when we thought it was going to zag.
Yes, definitely zigged. We thought it was going to zag, but hey, we are here for it. This is the fun of a live draft, all the change, all the chaos. The war rooms are going insane, including the SGPN war room, trying to figure things out. You're rocking with the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Remember to subscribe and tell a friend and get that SGPN app. All of our great content. Rod hosts a NASCAR gambling podcast.
I sure do.
We just had the Daytona.
Than that.
Yeah. And we just had we just had the Daytona 500. Make sure you subscribe to that. Also, he hosts the Fantasy Football Podcast on Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Subscribe to both of those. He does a ton of work all over. Really impressive resume he's got there. So here we go. I'm seeing Darius Harper. Darius Harper is the pick. And we'll take a look at Darius Harper, who I believe is a Cincinnati Bearcat.
Sure is.
Cincinnati Bearcat spent some time with I'm just going to go ahead and say the San Diego Chargers, because they haven't earned the LA yet. But yeah, I mean, look, this is a guy 6'6", 300 pounds, 24 years of age. When you look at his career, first off, you're part of a winning program in college. I know Cincinnati, group of 5, but hey, they have talent and they've put a lot of pros in the league. So Darius Harper, what do you make of the pick?
I like it. He was tabbed as a semifinalist for the Joe Moore Award, so that's good. And then averaged an ACC best 5.6 yards per carry, so you know he can open up the run game for you, which is exactly what you want to happen. So yeah, and then the running backs ran for 212.4 yards per game on the ground. So yeah, this is going to be a good pick for them if they want to open up that run game.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the picks coming in. Gamblers grab Brandon Hittner. Now, first off, anybody with the name Hittner needs to be playing football. I like it. The Rams had him most recently. He tried out for the Indianapolis Colts back on September 14th. And he's been a part of several teams. Like I said, the Los Angeles Rams, the New York Jets, and the Buffalo Bills. So this is a guy that's well versed. He's been playing for a few years now. I like the pick. It makes sense to me as a guy that's been on practice squads. Like I said, an incredibly thin line between the practice squad or the reserve and playing in whether it's the USFL or the CFL or the XFL. So I think it's a great pick, and I think it's a guy that will have an impact immediately for the Houston Gamblers. What do you make of that pick?
Well, he was the CAA Commissioner's Academic Award smart guy. So started all 11 games of his career, his senior year at Villanova. So again, a Villanova kid, which, you know, that's a good football program if ever there could be one. So yeah, I mean, I like the pick too. Didn't look like there was that much of a reach here. So yeah, thank you, Brandon Hittner. Welcome to the league.
Yeah, go Gamblers. Okay, next up, we got the New Orleans Breakers on the clock as we go through the offensive linemen. You know, a lot of times people forget how important the offensive line are. They don't get the shine they should get, but I am seeing Paul Adams is drafted. Paul Adams from Missouri. He is going to be a breaker, I believe, right? A breaker. Paul Allen, not the Paul Adams. I'm sorry, not Paul Allen, the rich Microsoft guy. But yeah, this is Paul Adams, and hey, well, you're playing once again. Q SEC conversation. You're starting in the SEC. This is a guy that grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. But this is a guy that played a lot. So he's a team captain. You gotta like to see that back in 2018 with the Missouri Tigers. With Barry Odom as the head coach, and look, this team they gave up the what is this? They gave up the fewest sacks per game during the regular season. That is impressive. All right. And if he's your team captain, he's a big part of that reason. All right. I can tell you that right there. Fewest tackles for loss allowed, and 11th in the nation in fewest sacks allowed. 11th in the nation. That is impressive. And he's been starting since 2016. I mean, 3 years of starting in the SEC in college football. That's a guy that is pretty damn good. And he even played in 3 games as a freshman in 2015. So I think it's just off that alone, I'm sold on Paul Adams being a good pick for the Breakers. Next up, I want your take on it, but the draft is moving along. Keith Williams is going to the Panthers. Keith Williams. I feel like there's a lot of Keith Williams out there. But what do you? Here we are. The Panthers. Jeff Fisher. He's offensive line. I know what I want. I'm not going to drain the clock here. He's from Nebraska, and wait, if I'm counting this correctly,
okay, Colorado State.
Yeah, okay. It's not, like I said. There's a lot of Keith Williams out there. I almost gave you a guy that was drafted in 2011, but no, this is a Colorado State Ram. And look, I can tell you this: Colorado State, they ran the hell out of the ball in 2020. So he started 3 games for them. He did miss this. Remember, it was only a 4-game season due to COVID. 2019, he got some starts, but really, he's kind of an inexperienced player because he played a reserve role in 2 games in 2018. He got a couple starts in 2019, and then he started the first three of the 4 games for their season in 2020. So inexperienced as all can be. Did play in 10 games at Independence Community College once again. Originally from Baltimore, Maryland. This is one of those ones where I can't assess too much from this. He had 17 offers though for D1 college football. So what do you make of this draft pick?
Again, what inexperienced. These are guys that I think are just going to mold, right? I mean, these aren't offensive line guys are important. And I guess they saw something in him that they know that they can sort of shape into what they need out of him. So yeah. And look, I gotta just move along because of we got a guy who's just I feel like John Gruden. We're talking about a guy here, Joss. No, Garrett McGinn is now a New Jersey General. He is a East Carolina Pirate graduate, so that this has to be played.
Because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina. You don't come to East Carolina. You don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it.
Now, write it. What a draft pick by the New Jersey Generals. And I'll also cue up this. We do believe in the Pirates in the spirit of ECU. Yes, I did go there. So, I mean, hey, all right. It's a great pick. He's going to win MVP first year. First offensive lineman to win MVP in the USFL. Give it to we got Nick. We got Nick coming in here. Is this NC Nick coming in here?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Well, when my Pirates are getting drafted, good things are happening. I got a feeling the best player just came off the board. The best player in the whole draft, Garrett McGinn, just came off the board. But what's your
wrong? Incorrect. The best player on the board came off the board with the second pick, and that is to my Bandits. Bandit ball with Jordan Ta'amau. I mean, can you get a steal with the second pick in the draft? Because he should have went first.
Yeah, he really should have. And the Bandits overall. Hey, I know you're a Bandit ball guy, and I'm going to play that song for a second there, but I think they've been having a sneaky good draft. I think with that, with getting Tamu, or however you pronounce that name, I think we saw what he could do with the St. Louis Battlehawks. But overall, I mean, you were shocked with the Shay Patterson pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all kind of expecting Jordan Ta'amu to be the first pick overall, just due to his success, in the XFL, the fact that he's been on a lot of training camps or NFL rosters. So the fact that he falls down to us with the second pick, and look, Todd Haley has done good things with offenses led by good quarterbacks, whether it be Big Ben, whether it be Kurt Warner in Arizona when they went to the Super Bowl. So I think this is a great fit. I think this offense is going to be lights out. And then to build up the defensive line with those three guys. Did you know McKee Brown is the guy that got tossed from the national championship game against Georgia when he tried to fight his own assistant coach?
Oh, well, hey, that's something that I like. I love some fire in a guy.
Exactly.
Maybe the assistant coach sent a text to his girlfriend the night before. You never know.
Yeah, especially, in a pass rusher, you want some feistiness. Now you just got to reel it in a little bit. And, he's a few years older now, but I like, the fact that he played for Alabama before transferring to Tennessee State. I mean, 6'5", 250. And then, Michael Scott from The Office, 6'5", 245. He played at a couple different colleges, so he's used to adversity. He's had to, earn it wherever he's been. And then the last guy, Adam Schuler from Florida, the transfer from West Virginia. I mean, he's just an undersized interior defensive lineman, who's from everything I've been reading, he's just, tenacious, a tireless worker, kind of that, bring your lunch pail type guy that, I'm going to root for. So I am thrilled with the draft so far. I think the league is on notice.
Yes. And they got their pick coming up, offensive lineman, maybe they go for a Sean Brown from Mississippi Valley State. I don't know. You got any names? I mean, look, there's a lot of names out there that, based on our board, there's still, good offensive linemen out there. So, and it seems we've had picks just rolling, man. So Nick, I'll let you roll. And, cause we got to get to some of these picks. We had, appreciate you hopping on. Everyone give NC Nick a follow on Twitter at NC_NICK. He is a co-host of the College Football and College Basketball Experience. Okay. Since we were gone, I'm sorry, Rod, we're just going 100 miles an hour. This is like the NASCAR, right? This is I feel like Earnhardt Jr. here.
You are. You should just put a 3 on you or 8.
Blake Allen Camper goes to the Stars. He sounds like a guy that definitely could sing you a country song. He is a guy from South Carolina, 3-star recruit. Hey, but once again, this guy's 6'8", 311. Got it done there. Then we have Tyler Catalina, and this is him on the screen now going the pick after. So, I mean, just to the Tampa Bay Bandits. There you go, Nick. You got your boy there. In Tyler Catalina. Look, I've been to Catalina Island out here in LA, and yeah, they're efficient there. No, Tyler Catalina. I'm pulling it up as we speak, guys. We are behind the 8 ball, but I appreciate you rocking with us. As we try to forecast, what teams we like, what picks we like. Tyler Catalina played in the CFL most recently this past year with the Ottawa Red Blacks, and he had been there for a couple of years.
Unfortunately, he didn't get to play in 2020 because he the whole COVID situation eked out that season, so he didn't get to play. And then he didn't end up playing with them. He did resign in February, but never really got a whole lot of run on it either. So.
Well, I mean, overall, he's experienced. He played for the Washington Redskins for 3 years, the Minnesota Vikings and the Carolina Panthers. Now, that's experience. He's from Rhode Island via Georgia. All right. He was at Georgia, SEC, offensive lineman. And then he transferred to Rhode Island where he started all conference player in the CAA. I think it's a pretty good pick considering. So Tyler,
he did play well for the Red Blacks. I mean, that, like I said, he didn't get a lot of run, but he did play enough. He appeared in 6 games for him. That was a rough season though for the Red Blacks as they were rebuilding. So he got a lot of experience in adversity because that was a very rough go for it. He had 3 different quarterbacks that he was trying to guard, a running back stable that was not necessarily the most elite in the CFL. So if he knows anything about rebuild years and startup years, this is the guy that knows.
There we go. And look, we got more picks coming. It's coming in hot. And we got USFL Jim and the Wolf of Oaklawn Chase on deck to come back and talk about this beautiful, beautiful USFL draft that we got going. But first, we got to get to a word from our sponsors on the USFL Gambling Podcast.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams just like this one.
All right, buddy. Thanks. And we're back on the USFL Gambling Podcast as we count down every pick in 35 rounds. Who would do that? Us. That's why you subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast. Get the SGPN app. We got a ton of great articles out there. I mean, every single position in the USFL pretty much covered. So go get the app because look, you can pair it up and see, who's out there, who's not. What are you doing, folks? Hop on in. This is the USFL Gambling Podcast. My name is Colby Swinging Database Dan, and I am joined by Rod Villa Gomez. Shout out to Rod. Me and Rod have been just jamming out picks here as this draft just continues to roll at a fast pace. We got Jim and Chase here though, Rod, and we look USFL Jim. USFL Jim, and then the Wolf of Oaklawn. And look, if you need horse racing tips, the Wolf of Oaklawn is your guy. All right. How you guys doing? I know it's hot. You guys have been putting in lots of work with us.
We got to cool off here, man. My thumb is actually getting sore from all the refreshing I'm doing. It's hard to keep up.
100%, man. Each pick, I'm like, whoa, I was talking. I got, what about me, guys? My ego's in the way, guys. Me, what about me? No, I got to talk about some guy. The picks were coming in hot. What do you make of the O lineman? Now we get another round of offensive linemen going here, actually the next couple rounds. But the Tampa Bay Bandits are going to be back on the clock. Is there any names that you're surprised, maybe they didn't call this guy or, maybe, there's some talent out there they didn't see? Jim?
There's a couple guys I'm on the lookout for. Avery Genesee is one that I'm looking out for. He was a stud for the Houston Roughnecks. I'm wondering where his name's been. And then Steven Gonzalez too. He might be worked a little bit better as a guard, but I'm looking for names like that.
I'm not necessarily looking for names as much as I'm looking for that once again seems to be a theme, which is I think you're going to see a lot more SEC players come off the boards that either went in as 3-4 star players and didn't get the playing time and transferred out, or just stayed the entire time for that vaunted SEC education. So I think that I think you're going to see a lot of good old Southern beef the rest of these rounds.
Got an pick in, as a matter of fact.
I was about to say, just as we're talking about this, we got another pick, Corbin Kaufusi.
And he's from BYU. He's a guy that grew up in Provo, Utah. So he left BYU in 2019, which means he was 39 years old then. I don't know how old he is now, but look, he was he didn't get drafted, went undrafted, got with the New Orleans Saints, then went to the New York Jets, then the San Francisco 49ers. So he's been a part of a practice squad for the past 3 years. I think it's a pretty good pick considering. I mean, look, he was also drafted by the St. Louis Battlehawks, but he didn't sign with the league because he was in the NFL. He was like, hey, I like the Battlehawks, but let me make a little more coin. I'm 38 years old. I'm entering the pretty old now. Might as well pick up some more coin in the NFL. And now here he is in the USFL. Corbin Kaufusi, converted defensive end. I mean, you got to love that. You want me to play defense, coach? You want to play offense? I'll play special. You want me to kick the damn ball? I'll kick the ball. All right. Give him a job. He'll do it. And that's what we've seen. What do you guys think of the pick by the Tampa Bay Bandits?
Get these big Samoan boys in here, baby. Love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I think they're, going to be taking size. As you said, probably very old coming out of BYU. So you're going to get a little bit of experience, just life experience in general. He's going to know how to be an adult. I like that pick.
Also, those BYU players play dirty, and I always like that for these kinds of leagues.
Me too. I mean, look, yeah, I like that in any style of football. But these Samoan guys, whew, man, let me tell you, that ruined my career. I played a pick. I'm talking about just my natural football playing career. Played a pickup game here in LA on a Thanksgiving Thursday when I was about 28 years old. My body's still sore. It's still sore from me trying to tackle a gigantic Samoan guy who just ran me over. I pretty much got just kind of like a construction jack going into the asphalt. That was my face going through the ground. But picks are happening, guys, and I need to stop talking about myself. We appreciate you hopping on. We want you to come back and talk more picks with the USFL Gambling Podcast. But the Philadelphia Stars went out and they got Michael Rodriguez the third.
There we go.
Look, I mean, this is one. I'm trying to quickly get it up on the screen. Is the third. I don't know. Internet is going a little slow here. I believe from La Tech, Louisiana Tech.
Yep.
Was in this. Yeah, was in
those Southern boys.
Yeah, look, and he's got dyed hair. I mean, normally you don't see the offensive lineman with the brown beard, but the blonde hair. But hey,
those guys are dangerous. Those guys are like you're at a party and they have a knife on them. Dangerous.
I could think about Hulk Hogan, also dyed hair, different colored beard.
There's a few. Sugar Ray.
Looks like we also got another one in right now too. Calvin Ashley.
Hey guys, look, we got to get the picks going. Thanks for joining in.
We'll be on standby. Don't worry.
Yeah, the Wolf of Oakland, Chase, and USFL Jim. Appreciate you guys, and I'm sure we'll see you back in a little bit here. Michael Rodriguez was the pick from LaPorte, Texas, or LaPorte. I don't know how to pronounce this shit. I'm just an idiot, but I do know football. And Michael Rodriguez is a guy that's going to help out this team. So, what do you make of the pick? And we got picks coming in. So, what do you make though? La Tech was, Skip Holtz ran a run first team there. So. Perhaps Bart Andrus gonna run the ball more than we think with the Philadelphia Stars, Rod.
Well, I'm a big fan of non-big time programs, and so anybody that comes from one of those small La Tech, because La Tech used to actually be part of the WAC back in the day.
Yes.
I've watched some La Tech football as well, but we have another pick, man. Just keep coming in.
Yeah, and Calvin Ashley. This is a guy, and this is a really interesting picture rolling in here. He's gone to the New Jersey Generals. Calvin Ashley's one that was a bit of a mystery in a way, because this is a guy that was at Auburn, 5-star recruit. Then things weren't working out. He only got one start with the Tigers. Then he goes to FAU, Florida Atlantic, and then things weren't working out there. Coaching changes. He goes to Florida A&M, where he would start 7 games in 2019. He opted out of 2020 because of the COVID scenario. He ends up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then randomly just leaves the team. No explanation on what happened there, but the guy's a 5-star. All right, you don't always get that, in these other leagues. So pretty impressive stuff there. 5-star. I mean, then we have Teton Saltez. To the Michigan Panthers. Is that Teton or is that Teton?
I'd say Teton.
Saltez. This is a guy, a Mountain West player. I know you like that, Rod. He is a New Mexico Lobo, and this guy I grew up on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. And this guy played with the New York Jets in 2021, and he actually he received offers from Texas Tech and Iowa State, but went to New Mexico. So interesting there. Won the Werfel Trophy in 2020. Interesting pick here by the Michigan Panthers. I know Jeff Fisher must have had an eye on him. So what do you make of the pick?
Well, he turned down San Diego State too, which means he must have really wanted to play in New Mexico, because all those programs that he turned down were some pretty big time programs in the in college football. I mean, San Diego State, we've seen what they did last time. So
yeah. I mean, look, they keep a winning program there. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good pick, man. I really do, and we'll see how it works out with Jeff Fisher. I love Jeff Fisher. He gets a bad rap. The guy just believes in defense and running the damn ball. All right, I know that went out. I know it went out with football, but it's coming back. All right, zig when they zag. Back to that. Next up on we got Donnell Green drafted by the Breakers. That just happened right now. Donnell Green to the New Orleans Breakers. I'm excited. These Breaker uniforms are just the flyest things. This is a guy, I believe he is spent some time in the NFL with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was with Minnesota, the Golden Gophers. So this is a guy, hey, he's gigantic, 6'5", 335. Minnesota was running the ball. That's been PJ Fleck's MO since he's been in Minneapolis, has been heavy run, conservative passing attack. So yeah. And look, we're going to have some awesome interviews going on with some players coming up soon. Talk about their reactions. I'm sure that will be just awesome. As we so stick around. We will have some awesome interviews here, interviewing some players in the USFL now. So yes, here we go. What do you make? What do you make of the pick? Donnell Green to the Breakers.
Again, I like it. I got to see Minnesota a couple times as they played the Army and Fresno State over the last few years. So more importantly, Fresno State is who they ended up playing. So yeah, I mean, Minnesota's had a good team. And so if you're going to bring somebody in from a good team, I like that pick. Again, when you had time with the Jacksonville Jaguars, a cup of tea at the very least, we're good. So, although we need to bring in Justin Mark, my friend, we gotta get Justin in here to talk some Maulers.
Let's do it, Justin Mark. We got Pittsburgh Mauler talk. What's not to like about that?
I love it already. The more XFL talk, the better.
USFL, buddy.
USFL.
All right.
We're 2 hours and 46 minutes into this. Every league is on play right now. Yes, USFL.
And I'm one that
XFLs too.
I'm one that thinks it can work. I think we can do XFL, USFL, NFL, college football, FCS, college football, CFL. I look, football. Sign me up. What is up, Justin Mark? How you doing, brother?
This is going crazy, isn't it, guys? It's so fast.
I swear, man. I thought cocaine was crazy. This is way worse. I'm joking, but look, Pittsburgh Maulers. What do you think so far?
Yeah. So I was looking over all the guys that we drafted. Kyle Laletta, of course. Take away what you saw in the NFL with all his struggles and go back to his college days. He was a team leader, used his eyes to move the linebackers and to shift them. He's got experience under center. He's got experience in shotgun. All his teammates thought he was a team leader. Carlo Kemp, when I read on him, 4-year letterman, everybody looked at him as a leader on the defense. Nasir Player, he was a 4-time All-Southern Conference at East Tennessee State. He is also a leader. Eric Asau, he was a leader. I mean, keep reading these guys. They've all been called out as being leaders on their team. And it looks like that's really what they're going after in Pittsburgh. Guys that can step up. They've been there. They've led other guys and kind of get that experience in there to lead the team.
Yeah, Carlo Kemp. I thought when I watched some of that film that they had, I thought, man, this guy, he could be a dynamic defensive player for the Maulers. So, now, do you want with Kirby Wilson? Do you want this identity to be run first, defense smash? If you're in Pittsburgh, I feel like you gotta have great linebacker play, great defense, great defensive play overall. What do you want to see for the Maulers come April 16th?
Yeah, I mean, I think that model works for Pittsburgh in general, so I think you might as well go with it. And obviously, Kirby Wilson being a running back guy, I think that's exactly what he should follow. They got the tackle, Chidi Okiki, didn't play until he came here from Nigeria in 2013, but he's a big guy. He was a 5-star prospect who signed with LSU and ended up transferring out. He's got a lot of untapped potential, and I think that he's a guy that they can start to build around that run first offense.
There we go. There we go. Look, it's Pittsburgh. It's a blue collar city. I want to see blue collar football, and I think they got the right guy, Kirby Wilson, there to get it done. And look, I appreciate you hopping on, talking Pittsburgh Mauler football with us. Shout out to the city of Pittsburgh. I feel like every person in the city of Pittsburgh, if you were to get in a bar fight, I mean, you just get destroyed. Every person in Pittsburgh could build you a house. That's what I feel like. All right. But I appreciate you hopping on. Pittsburgh Mauler football is back in the Iron City. Excited for April 16th, and really excited to see this Mauler team. I think they're one of the most unknown teams in the USFL, as far as like, we don't know, what Kirby Wilson will do. We haven't seen him as a head coach. So interesting stuff going on there. I appreciate you for hopping on, Justin.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right. Now players are being drafted left and right. That was awesome, though. Awesome to talk to these guys that are fans of the teams. It is really cool. Great breakdown too. Avery Genesee is now a Houston Gambler. Avery Genesee, a guy played for the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So once again, experienced player out of Texas A&M. And to me, once again, I mean, cue up the talk of the SEC thing. He's played on a number of teams. This guy he's pretty much been a part of every single franchise in NFL history, even the Baltimore Colts, because you look at this and you're just like, holy shit, look at this. Okay. April 7th. Look at this. Jacksonville, 3 different times, then Cleveland, Denver, then Tennessee. So he has bounced around. He's had, a lot of opportunities, and I think he's a proven veteran that can be an impact player day one with the USFL and the Houston Gamblers. What do you make of the pick, Rod?
Also a former champion XFL Houston Roughneck. See, there's my XFL.
There you go.
So yeah, he definitely knows how to play football in an unbeaten situation. And I think that goes a long way into being able to translate that to a new bunch. Cause again, he had to do it with a whole new group of players alongside of him. And he'll get to do it again with a whole new set of players alongside of him. So hopefully he'll replicate that Roughneck success on the Gamblers, Houston. So, Houston.
Yeah. And then I saw that O'Shea Dugas, I'm probably butchering that. If so, my apologies. He is a Birmingham Stallion. And this one makes sense. Skip Holtz coached at Louisiana Tech. And he coached Dugas at Louisiana Tech. So that one makes sense for him to go there. And he also spent some time with the Cincinnati Bengals. So, hey, he was there for a couple of years with the Bengals. So I think that draft pick makes sense. Another one is happening. They're every second is a brand new player. Isaiah Battle to the Maulers, the Pittsburgh Maulers. We just talked about this identity. Pittsburgh, run the ball, Rocky Blyer, Franco Harris, Mike Rozier with the Pittsburgh Maulers the first time. Well, that's why they went out and got themselves Isaiah Battle. This guy has played first off, he was with the St. Louis and LA Rams for a couple of years, then the Kansas City Chiefs, then the Seattle Seahawks and Carolina Panthers. Then he went to the Seattle Dragons in the XFL, and they were starting to turn a corner before COVID hit. So, guy played at Clemson, won some national championships. What's not to like there with Isaiah Battle? What do you think of the pick, Rod?
I like that they went with experience in this instant, where they brought in somebody that is old, and I say old, but I love you to death. You're still young to me, but an older guy, a more experienced guy, and somebody who has the NFL pedigree behind him and has taken snaps in the bigger leagues, because there are going to be a lot of young guys that have never taken a snap under center in the NFL, and he's going to have to teach them. He's going to have to show them what that type of mentality is to bring the professionalism into that offensive line. And I really like that pick. I like the experience. I like the just the guy that's going to be there to say, look, kid, this is what we did in the NFL. Even if I didn't stay very, very long and didn't have a gigantic career, I still played in the big show. So this is what it takes to be a player of that caliber. So, and again, another Clemson guy, another big named program guy. So he not only played in the NFL, but he played in a gigantic program in Clemson too. So guys got experience in spades. And I think that's going to go a long way in really just helping this whole unit out.
Yeah, and look, we got Michael Rodriguez, I believe, is here. I don't mean to ruin the Isaiah Battle talk because I think it's a good pick, and we can get back to that later. But Michael Rodriguez, I believe we have him in the house. This is awesome, a Philadelphia Star, Michael Rodriguez. How you doing, Michael? Congratulations.
What's going on, gentlemen? I appreciate it.
How did it feel, man? I mean, like this is a brand new league, but we've got a rich history, and you know, they're tweeting out the, picks left and right, and boom, your name's on there. I'm sure you knew right before that, but for us, it was like boom, boom, boom. Congratulations. And what are you looking forward to in the USFL?
Man, just getting to play ball with all the guys with the same dream. I think we all just want to get out there again and play.
And you went to Louisiana Tech, where Skip Holtz was your coach, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
How is that going to be? Yeah, but how's that gonna be playing against perhaps your favorite coach or your former coach? I'm sorry, not favorite. I meant to say former.
Well, one thing's for certain, I can't hold back. So whatever he sends, I'm gonna have to hold it down for whoever he sends.
Yeah. Now the Philadelphia Stars have a rich history in the USFL. Are you aware of any? I know it was a long time ago, man, but are you aware that this is a team? This is a team that is to me like the blue blood of the USFL. Jim Mora used to coach there. Were you familiar with any of the history of the Philadelphia Stars prior to today?
No, I'm not very familiar at all. To be honest with you.
All right. Well, look, we got to get familiar, man, because I feel like more championships are on the horizon with you blocking there, man.
For sure. Looking forward to setting the new standard for the Philadelphia Stars.
There we go, man. Congrats. And we really are excited to watch you here on SGPN, man. And Rod, you got anything you want to add in?
Yeah. What do you think of the whole draft process in and of itself? Like, how wild has this been for you? I know how wild it's been for us, but it's got to be pretty wild for you too.
Well, it being brand new, it was just like, man, who is on this board and who is going to get picked before me? Who am I going against? So it was really nerve-wracking. I had no clue what was going on into it, but I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm really excited to get started.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to watching you on the field, and we look forward to rooting for you and your career in the USFL.
All right. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate y'all having me.
Anytime, brother. Congratulations, man. This guy's an athlete too. He lettered in football and basketball in high school. I'm already excited to see what he can do for the Philadelphia Stars. Best wishes, Michael. And yeah, I think you got a bright future, brother.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take care. Thank you. You are listening to the USFL Gambling Podcast as we break down the USFL draft pick by pick, 35 rounds. Me, Rod Villagomez. Yes, we're doing it the long haul. I once watched 3 RoboCops in one day. This is much more difficult. Yeah, I don't know don't ask what I was doing watching 3 RoboCops in one day. That was one of the dumbest decisions of my life. But here we are with the draft continuing as the Michigan Panthers. How is this working here with the Michigan Panthers with that pick?
No. See, now you're reading the backstage stuff. We're bringing on the Michigan passer or Michigan Panthers edge rusher here behind baseball. We've got a special guest coming in to the studio. Well, not your studio, but our studio to talk a little bit too. See, we're not just talking about it. We're bringing the folks in. This is the kind of stuff you're not getting anywhere else. We're bringing live players in to our draft coverage. So this is why you need to tell everybody else that's watching anything else to come over here. Watch this stuff.
Yeah, heck yeah. And look, I mean, this is pretty awesome. So we got and I must, if I butcher your name, my apology. All right, please don't hurt me here. Adewale, how do I pronounce your last name, sir?
It's a Adeoye, but the first name is right on point, Adewale, and it's just a Adeoye.
Hey, well, thank you. Because look, I was going to butcher that, and that's just because I can't even get my own name right, man. But how you doing? Congratulations on being a Michigan Panther. How do you feel right now?
Man, I'm really stoked. Still got the jitterbugs. I'm just in total excitement to be playing for a coach as Jeff Fisher as himself, and him to believe in me. That means a lot to me. So I'm very excited, and I'm ready to win, and I'm ready to do what we're supposed to do and play some good football.
There you go, man. And Michigan Panthers. I'm curious. Did you know they were one of the more, big time franchises back in the first USFL?
Actually, I didn't. I didn't really know about them until we just started talking recently. So I gotta do a little bit more of my research.
I got you. Hey, what do you think of those uniforms, though, man? That helmet looking pretty fly, right?
Vintage. I think they're the best ones in the league personally. So it's good to be playing for a team that has a really good color, unique uniform case.
There we go. Well, look, I'm excited to see you on the field. Rod, you got anything you want to contribute here?
Well, okay. First of all, I'm gonna like you, even though you played against my Fresno State Bulldogs. So we'll be okay there. I know, but I'll go for you. I like you. But really, how excited are you to actually be able to play and play at this level and know that this league is as hyped as it is, and you get to be a part of the first season that it's back?
Man, it's a historic time for me to be playing in this league that was so big back in the day, and I'm one of the first dudes, and I'm the first one of the first guys they picked up. So it's a very exciting feeling for me. I'm ready to do some things, make some plays, so we can bring some real good energy back to this spring football league.
I agree. You're going to be a Jeopardy question before it's all said and done, my friend.
I can see that.
and a champion with the Michigan Panthers. All right. I can see that coming.
Definitely.
Well,
I think we will have a really good team. I like the picks. I think we're going to do some real good things.
Now, is there any shaping up?
Say that again.
You like the way your team's shaping up right now?
Oh yeah, I really like the quarterback. I really like them just watching him in college at Michigan and Ole Miss. I think he's a really good quarterback. One of the other defensive ends I played in another league with, so I know about him. And I think I like our O-line, so I like what we're looking at. I think we're building a real good championship caliber team.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Now, is there any relation to Aaron? You guys have the same last name, and I was just wondering, both draft picks in this draft already. Is there any relation there?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Okay. Wasn't sure. I was like, it was within like a certain amount of picks too. And I was like, wait, what are the odds? What are the odds that this last name would be called twice that fast? But hey, that's awesome. Well, congratulations to your family. Where's home for you, man?
Home for me is St. Louis, Missouri. It was some kind of confusions in the draft. Like, I played football. My big brother played football, but our names look so similar that they thought we were the same person. So we had so I was getting called from the personnels and the coaches like, "Hey, Aaron." I'm like, "No, this is Adewale." Or my brother would call like, "Hey, Adewale." He like, "No, this is Aaron." So it's kind of funny, but at the same time, it's good because we're doing something that's going to be really good for our family and for this league. So it's good.
Are you great. Like a brother swap? I mean, it's like the Freaky Friday thing where you're gonna just swap with your brother and play.
I mean, I wish we could do that, but the only thing with that, me and my brother's like 6'6" and I'm like 6'4", so it's kind of a big height difference.
I was about to say, we got a Hollywood movie we could do right now. You know what I mean? You answer the phone when he's drafted, you show up, "Hey, coach, good to see you." And they're like, "Man, I thought we scouted this guy differently. What's going on?" But hey, I'm excited, man. I'll tell you this, man. It's awesome. And how great is that, man? That's a great American story right there. But both of you guys playing in the same league. Congratulations. I really, I can't, wish you more. I hope that this season works out. I hope the USFL works out, and I hope moving forward you can play in the NFL and other leagues and just kill it, man. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. I really do appreciate y'all time and energy, and I'm glad to be here. And yeah, we about to have some really good football. So get your popcorn ready.
There we go. Go Panthers. Please come back and join us sometime, man.
I'll be honored. Thank you for having me.
Anytime, brother. Take care, man. You guys are rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast. That was awesome. Brothers drafted, man. They got the Bash Brothers. You don't need McGuire and Canseco anymore. You got the brothers going at it. I wonder when they are going to play each other. But we've had picks going on at the same point. Charles Baldwin is drafted by the Pittsburgh Maulers. Charles Baldwin, I'm quickly pulling him up. But what a great story, though, man. Hey, anyone out there working for a newspaper, you should probably cover that story. Two brothers drafted in the same draft. That's fantastic, man. What a great.
Cole, we got folks that are covering right now. We can have them write it right as we go. So if you're a writer for the SGPN, crank that one out right now.
There we go, man. The picks were coming in so hot, man. I was like, I don't want to give myself that responsibility. You know what I mean? With me, I was like, man, these picks are just happening. Charles Baldwin did get picked, former Alabama Crimson Tide offensive lineman, I believe. That he went to the Pittsburgh Maulers. Justice Powers also has been drafted by the Birmingham Stallions. These picks, man, they're happening. The Justice Powers, he is from. Wait, is that correct? I don't think. I think I have the wrong guy at the moment here. Because that would be a wide receiver. I don't know. Can someone tell me what university Justice Powers went to? Because I am drawing a blank.
Looks
UAB.
Blazers,
okay.
Yep.
Okay. There's multiple Justice Powers. Wow. Yeah. So shout out to Welcome to UAB here. Justice Powers is drafted 6'3", 295 from Cedar Hill, Texas. He is a Birmingham Stallion. We got Mike Moore coming on. Also, Mike Moore. Shout out to Mike Moore. How you doing, Mike?
Good. How are you guys?
Man, USFL draft. 35 rounds.
Right.
What's not to like?
Yeah, it's been fun.
So the Stallions are your team, right? Correct?
That's correct. Yep.
I'm a Skip Holtz guy, man. I East Carolina guy. He used to coach for, or he actually brought our program back after a Florida defensive coordinator, John Thompson, kind of brought us down. But what do you make so far of your draft?
No, I think it's gone really well. Obviously in 2016, Skip Holtz was Conference USA Coach of the Year. He's an offensive guy. That year he had 44 points a game, which was second in FBS. So, as far as the quarterback pick goes with Alex McGo, I think he knows what's best for his offense. I know he won an athletic guy. And McGo can run the read option. He's got a big arm. And I know also Coach Holtz likes to pass on first down. And McGo's a guy that can sling it in there for some screens, or some quick slants. So I thought that was a good pick. And then on the D line, he got a bunch of monsters. Aaron Adoyi, the brother of who we just had on. He's 6'6". He actually played college basketball for 4 years. Only played football for his 5th year of eligibility. And then also the O lineman they picked, Darius Harper. He's 6'7". He played college basketball at Miami of Ohio before transferring to Cincinnati to play football. So he's got a few athletes. And really the whole draft has been a pretty similar approach for the Stallions. They're looking for just raw athletes. 5 of their first 6 picks were guys over 6'5". So I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, and they used the extra pick. I'm not sure what they're deeming that pick, but to get Jonathan Newsom, add some depth to the defensive line, forfeiting a pick later in the draft, from what I understand. Skip Holtz loading up on the defensive line, and I'll tell you this: when he was at East Carolina, that was his calling card. Linval Joseph, still in the NFL. Last time I checked, he was one of his great defensive linemen. And that ECU's defensive line, I can tell that's what Holtz wants to do to set the tone for his football teams. Run the ball, don't turn it over, and hard-nosed football and a great defensive line. So perhaps you got something going there with the Stallions. I appreciate you hopping on and talking Stallion football, Mike Moore. Promise us you'll come back.
I will. Thanks, guys.
There we go, man. Take care, brother. Picks are happening. John Yarborough is a Houston gambler. John Yarborough, any relation to, wasn't there an Eric Yarborough back in the day? There was also a receiver from Wyoming. I want to say it was Ryan Yarborough. But I'm I love how I quickly Googled that and I got John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh. No, I went Yarborough. All right.
He played with the Ticats, so I like that. The Hamilton Tiger Cats of the CFL.
Okay. Well, there we go. I mean, going to the Hamilton Tiger Cats. This is CFL. You're playing at a high level of football, and to be able to do that, I'm actually struggling to find a page on them right now. But, yeah, to be playing at that level, what do you think of the pick?
Like it. I mean, again, there's the guys that you're trying to get to guard your quarterback and to open up some run lanes. And look, if there's nothing that a CFL lineman has to do, is that's protect his quarterback, because you only got 3 downs to play. So if you take a sack on one of those downs, or if you can't get a good gain on the ground, that it's not necessarily a good thing. So.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, man. We see now the Breakers get Marquise Lucas. This is one that I had circled, man. And if you guys read our USFL offensive line article about the top offensive lineman, I thought this is, and once again, a good pick, Bora, because this kid from West Virginia, he's originally from Miami, Florida, but went to West Virginia. And so Dana Holgerson recruit, but you look at what he's done in his career. He's a pretty darn good player. He played with the Buffalo Bills in 2016, then the Minnesota Vikings, then the Atlanta Falcons and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then he went to the AAF with the Orlando Apollos, and then the Tampa Bay Vipers with my guy Glenn, friend of the program, in 2020 with the XFL. This is a pick that I think will work out. He's experienced. He's still only 28 years old. You got to like Marquise Lucas. What do you make of this pick there, Rod?
I love the experience. We talked a lot about it when we were talking earlier in the round about bringing in guys with heavy experience and being able to talk to these new guys about what it's like to play professional football. So I think every squad so far that I've looked at that we've seen has one of these guys, right? This is the one they're going after, some of these experienced guys, because it feels like the younger guys coming off the board first. Right. And some of these experienced guys are still sitting there. And so it's like, well, if I can bring in a guy with some seasoning to him and I can bring him in a later round, like a round later, then I'll definitely take that. So definitely not a bad pick at all, especially a guy with CFL experience like we talked about.
Yeah, you got to like that, man. Congrats to Marquise Lucas. Joshua Dunlap just got drafted by the Panthers. This is a guy that I believe, is this I'm trying to pull up, am I misspelling Dunlap perhaps? UTSA, he's a road runner. So I mean, look, they built that program down there. That was nothing a few years ago. So shout out to Jonathan Dunlap coming in from UTSA in the Conference USA. And if you look at what he did, first off, 6'7", 315 pounds, originally from Indiana. He played community college in Kansas as well. 2019 all conference USA selection. So, and I believe that was Frank Wilson that probably recruited him. He's now at LSU. He was the head coach at McNeese, left for LSU and Brian Kelly this year. So this is a guy that's been starting really, I feel like since 2017, from 2017 to 2019, started in the Conference USA. Give it up for Josh Dunlap going to the Panthers. What do you think about that pick there, Rod?
You start all 12 games for your team. You're obviously good enough to stay on the field, and that's what you want out of these guys. You want them to be able to stay on the field for you, play hard for you, and continue to go week in and week out. They help the Road Runners turn out 284 yards in a game against UIW, which is a big deal. That's a massive number to put up against a team. It doesn't matter. So yeah.
Yeah. And now we got Terry Poole drafted to the New Jersey Generals. That's your team. And I'm curious, he went to San Diego State, shout out to the Mountain West, but he's from Seaside, California. Isn't that up by you somewhere?
That's not up by me. That's more closer to you guys than it is by me.
Geez, I've only been here 20 years. I still don't know which way north and south are.
Yeah, no, you're good.
He was a 4th round pick by the Seattle Seahawks. So, I mean, look, this is a guy, he's been around, he's battle tested, played with the Seahawks, Dolphins, Texans, and the San Diego Fleet. You got to love that. And the Houston Roughnecks, undefeated season champion right there. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Toronto Argonauts. So, yeah, you got to like this. I mean, the guy was a stud at San Diego State. That's a good get for your Generals there.
Oh, especially because Winnipeg won the championship. So he played for a championship team, or at least was on the championship team as far as like name only. But yeah, I mean, if you're getting looked at by the championship team of a league, that means that you bring something to the table. So, and the fact that he has played for all of these teams and Seahawks, Dolphins, Texans, Fleet, right? The Roughnecks, he was on a championship team in the Roughnecks, Bombers and Argos. So yeah, I mean, that's a guy that's got a lot of spring league history for sure.
And that 2015 and 16 Seahawks teams, I don't think they won the Super Bowl, but they were playoff teams. So he's been around winning culture. San Diego State with Rocky Long and Brady Hoke, they were winning there too with the Aztecs. So nice pick for the Generals there. As Mike Riley continues to build his empire in New Jersey. And yeah, okay. I think we got USFL Jim and the Wolf of Oaklawn. The Wolf of Oaklawn knows his college football, knows his USFL football, but he'll also give you who's going to win the seventh race at I don't know, name a racetrack, the Golden Gate Park. He's got you covered. How you guys doing? And look, this draft continues to roll. Any shocking things you've seen in the past couple picks, or what are you making, USFL Jim?
We were talking about it behind the scenes a little bit. I'm pretty happy with how every team's shaping up. I think the snake draft is proving to be really, really effective. That all these teams, I'm not really seeing any strong, any weakness in any of these teams. I'm seeing a lot of good parity here. I'm thinking this is becoming a real big success. Also, I blinked and it's been like 3.5 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't, we have players who all have kind of pro experience. I'm ready for that. Just like shot out of left field. That is, maybe like a player who left school just a little bit early. I mean, the USFL is allowing players to come out a year earlier than the NFL, I believe. Like, is there someone who's actually going to make that jump? Might not see it tonight, might see it tomorrow. I'm real excited to get to the DBs next round because I've got one I'm hoping I hear his name get called.
Yeah, I'd like to see just that random. Wouldn't it be great if like someone drafted like Josh McCown?
Yeah, Bryce Young. Makes that leap.
Yeah. I want to see in the original USFL they drafted Greg Landry, who was like a 15-year NFL vet. I want to see them take a shot on a guy that's been in the league for a long time that just won't give up the dream. Dream.
I have that guy, Colby. He'll play anytime, anywhere, any football. I want Josh Johnson.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. That would be amazing. Now, wasn't he on the Ravens last I saw? No,
he was on the Ravens, but he was I think he started the year on a completely different team. He'll play. Josh Johnson is the type of football player that will play anytime, anywhere in any league. He's played on every level of football.
Yeah, he's throw this out there. My boy GB16, George Blanda 16.
Yes.
Making a triumphant return.
Let's do it. Let's do it, man. They're like the Bart Andrus of playing. Bart Andrus is like that of coaching. These junkies that just, I love it. I love it, man. So, I wonder too. I mean, there was all speculation. Could Antonio Brown go to the USFL? Maybe tomorrow gets wild. We'll see. But we did just get a pick of Jacob Paul Burton to the Philadelphia Stars. He's out of Baylor. Jacob Paul Burton, great name. And this is a guy that you played offensive line at Baylor. Baylor's been just a winning culture lately. I mean, they've been coach proof. They went from Bryles to Matt Rule. They had an interim coach, Jim Grobe, in the middle there that had a winning season with them. Then they go to what's his name now? The DC from the LSU, Dave Aranda. This place has been coach proof. It's winning culture. And it's been remarkable that Baylor's been able to do that. So there we go. He was at UCLA for 4 years, then grad transferred to Baylor. Hey, I mean, look, so he's from our neck of the woods. We're recording not far from the Rose Bowl. So he was one of the 14 people that would go to those games. There we go. I mean, I think it's a good pick because the guy's experience. He's played in the Pac-12, played in the Big 12, and I could totally see it working out with the Philadelphia Stars and playing in the Pac-12 and the Big 12. You kind of get used to passing the football, so he's probably a pass blocking offensive lineman.
Well, I'll say this: he's 6'6", 312. I mean, good Lord, the guy is huge. So
he's a boost.
He's a beast. He's going to be a big guy to stand in front of the guys trying to to rush into him for sure.
That's the type of guy that if he's at the bar and he goes to try to take your girlfriend, you let him.
I mean, at that size, it's like he's almost got a little bit more beef on him for like a Pac-12/Big 12 offensive tackle for those schools that want to go fast and run up and down the field. Like he's still a pretty big boy.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And we've also had another draft pick, Jawan Bashel Beatty to Tampa. Now, this is a guy that comes over from the University of Michigan. I wonder if Jim Harbaugh perhaps slept in his bunk bed with him. But look, this guy, 4-year letterman, all Big Ten, played in 33 games in the Big Ten. And once again, I make this point with the SEC, but I really feel like the Big Ten East, not the Big Ten West, but more so the East, you're going up against elite defensive linemen.
Yes.
Whether it's Penn State, whether it's Michigan State, whether it's Ohio State, you're battle tested. So what do you make of the pick, guys? Jawan Bashel Beatty to the Tampa Bay Bandits.
I like the pick. He's got the XFL experience too. I always love seeing my XFL legends getting the come up. He played for the Roughnecks. Love that winning mentality. And then Rod likes it. He got a little red black in him too.
I mean, 6'5", 330. Like that's who you want watching your quarterback's blindside. You want that guy that's probably got long arms, can has a lot of bulk behind him. I think a pretty good pick.
I think a pretty good pick too. And now we're going to transition to the coming up. We're going to switch to cornerbacks. Cornerbacks will be taken in 2022. Cornerback might be more important than any other position on the field. I know they say quarterback, but man, the cornerbacks. We got a comp pick coming. So for which team? Do we know which team is getting the comp pick here? Matthew Snow, not Jim Snow. Matthew Snow. To the Birmingham Stallions. The Stallions don't care about picks. They're saying, hey, we're just going to go after who we like. Who cares about our picks later in the draft? Very Mike Ditka with the New Orleans Saints like. But okay. So Matthew Snow.
They're really going hard on the linemen on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I kind of dig it, man. And as a guy that watched a ton of Skip Holtz football, that is his MO though. They don't pass the ball. They're not a finesse team. They are a team that will break you down on the line of scrimmage. So we'll see how that works. And Matthew Snow, I'm trying to grab some information on him at the moment.
He was in 9 games. He made 9 starts, and he actually helped Pace College get 3,700 total yards of offense, 22 passing touchdowns, 20 rushing touchdowns. Ooh. So guy can do his job. Plus, he was actually named into the academic honor roll both semesters that he was there in 2019. So he's a smart kid too.
I like this mentality of kind of just grabbing the interior picks, because these kinds of leagues, you're going to have your pick of wide receivers just because it's such a wide field of players that are going to be making the USFL in the receiver position and your skills position. I think you just go heavy on the linemen.
Yeah, it's where you can really make a difference and separate yourself. I mean, if we think of some of the best college football programs out there, they're usually built from the O-line and D-line out. So good strategy.
Pace College, private school in New York City. Whoa! Shout out to the Wu-Tang Clan. Look, I mean, Matthew Snow. Who knew New York City did college football? That's what you gotta love. All right. All right, guys. Well, look, the draft continues to roll on. You're always awesome when you hop on. I hope you join us in a bit to talk more of that. Well, basically anything, but that New Orleans Breaker football and that Michigan Panther football. We're excited. We're rocking with the USFL. We have another comp pick. We have another comp pick coming in.
Comp pick. Let's go.
Tell me it's Birmingham again. If it's Birmingham again, I'm just going to just go ahead and say that they're my favorite team. Oh, Joshua Taylor. Okay, Joshua Taylor to the Michigan Panthers. Jeff Fisher loading up on the offensive line. That makes sense. Buddy Ryan taught him a thing or two, and he is a Joshua Taylor from Mississippi Valley State. I talked about him earlier with NC Nick on the show. They call him an NFL draft diamond. Yeah, Mississippi Valley State. Oh, he couldn't be successful. No one's been successful there. Wrong. Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time, arguably, is from Mississippi Valley State. So Josh Taylor, maybe he can start kicking ass in the USFL, work his way up to the NFL. And I got a feeling perhaps it might with the Michigan Panthers. Rod, what do you make of the pick?
Love it. Love that he was in the FCS Bowl, right? I mean, again, these guys don't get a chance to play in a lot of extracurricular games outside of their regular season. So the fact that he was able to be selected for that means that he's, again, good at his job. So I like this pick. I like the youth of it all. This guy just barely got out of college, and now he gets a chance to play professional football that again, doesn't necessarily have to be the NFL. So he still gets to play pro football. That's the goal for these guys coming in, is to continue to play professional football or to continue to play football, and he's going to get his shot.
Amen. Continue to play the game that they love. All right. Well, that concludes round 7. Whew. Now a word from our sponsors.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and pay games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams just like this one.
And we're back on the USFL game and all 35 rounds of the USFL draft. I mean, it's like a dream. And I've been really excited. I'm here with Rod Villagomez. We both love spring football. We both believe football year round, and we are both loving the fact that we get to break down 35 rounds of the USFL draft with you guys on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Remember to get that app, SGPN app. All right. Well, look, we got you. You want to talk some Houston Gambler football? Because we got our guy Nick Familiant. I hope I'm not butchering that name. Coming in to talk some Houston Gamblers. How you doing, Nick?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey, anytime we get to talk spring football, I know me and Rod, I mean, look, this is like a dream come true, man. So Houston Gamblers, though, have been kind of one of the, I got the helmet right here. Let me bounce out of this. I got the helmet right here. And this is a team that I loved growing up. And I don't know about the first pick. What do you make? Are you more sold on the Clayton Thorson pick than myself?
It was a little surprising. I was just like in the same boat with you guys. I was surprised that he went first. Maybe they know something we don't know. But yeah, it was a surprising one for sure.
Well, sometimes you get these quarterbacks that aren't allowed to really flourish, and I feel like Northwestern, is an offense that it's kind of conservative. So maybe Clayton Thorson's a player, and in the right system, he can really flourish. We've seen this before. I remember Russell Wilson was at Wisconsin, guys. Wisconsin wasn't known for passing the ball. Now, sure, he was a transfer from NC State, but maybe that's the case with Clayton Thorson. How do you feel about the draft overall, though? They got Chris Odom in the second, long lineage of football.
Yeah, I'm liking their picks. I like Odom. He's a hard hitter. He's got a good amount of experience. He was on the Sun Belt first team back in 2016. And Yarbrough, shout out to Justin, who was on here earlier, gave me a couple stats. He actually was invited to play in the FCS National Bowl in 2018. He was the lineman MVP, and he started 11 games at 3 different positions on the offensive line. So having him on the team is big. He's going to be a versatile player. Then you add in Gooden and Hittner, and they got a good lineup.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Thorson works out, I would say that the Gamblers could be a team to watch out for. because I think some of the other draft picks, they might have got some key pieces there. We'll see how Thorson works out. Any other things of note that you think, or is there, who's the rival going to be? Is it going to be the New Orleans Breakers?
Yeah, I'm hoping. I think that'll be a good little rivalry going on. But yeah, I think the Gamblers are going to have a good shot at this. I think they have a quick team. They're all pretty athletic for their positions. I think they're going to be hard hitting. They're going to get some turnovers, force some turnovers on defense. I think they're going to be good. I agree with you. If Thorson comes out as like a shocking pick and can perform in this system, I think they'll be pretty good.
There you go. Well, Nick, I appreciate you joining us. Come back and talk Houston Gambler football with us. And I just gotta cue this song up one more time. I mean, what a classic. I'll say this: they're making Top Gun 2 apparently, and they keep like pushing the date because of COVID. That's their song. If they just do that song, all right. With some type of airplane up in the sky or jet, I'm sure it will be a smash hit because they will get my money. Nick, thank you so much. Go Gamblers. And look, we got to get back to it. We got cornerbacks on deck. The Bandits are on the clock. I'm here with Rod Villagomez. Rod, I mean, look, we're finally at cornerbacks. I think you can make a case cornerbacks are the most important position in 2022.
I mean, at this point, they're starting to get that way, and there's a lot of big names actually on this list, and not the least of which is what I'm looking at right now, JoJo Tillery, who actually had a little bit of experience with the Titans. Just a second, and in fact, he actually has picked off Clayton Thorson. So in an NFL preseason game, so JoJo Tillery has a pick of Clayton Thorson already in his pocket. I'm sure he's wanting to get another one here with the USFL this time around.
Yeah, I mean, come on, right there. You got to get him, especially when the New Orleans Breakers come around. See if he's on the clock. There's a lot of names out there. JoJo Tillery from Wofford. You mentioned Khalil Williams, Houston Cougar. Could
Cam Pruitt.
Yeah, and once again, you can look at all of this stuff on the SGPN app, all of our articles, all of our podcasts, and we got this is my guy too. This is my guy, I believe. I'm just gonna double check. I believe he's a Colorado Buffalo, a transfer, I believe, from Mississippi, Delbrick Abrams, and I loved him at Colorado. I thought he was fantastic.
So Delbrick actually was with Colorado, and again, really good guy. He's not on the list that we had yet, but we're definitely gonna. Sorry, we know Colby's muted. Unfortunately, the something happened over on that end that Colby is now muted. Unfortunately, I think he was just talking too long. That's what it was, Colby. You had 3 hours and 31 minutes of talking, and the gods have seen fit to toss you off. All right. So yeah, anyways, Delbrick played at Colorado, was really good in that role. He actually, as we pull up the stats here, he played in 20 games and he started 18 at Colorado, had 89 total tackles, including 2 for a loss and 4 for no gain. 15 passes broken up, 9 third down stops, 4 quarterback pressures, and 1 forced fumbled. So really, again, just a litany of stats there for him that we are. Colby, are you back?
I don't know where he's at, but we got plenty of other players going on.
Yeah,
I can't hear him.
That's all right, XFLJ. We do got plenty of players going on. It has just been happening fast and furious. But what do you know about Delbrick Adams, and what do you think this role is going to be now for him on the Bandits?
Like Colby was saying, I know him from his time on Colorado. The guy was a lockdown corner. He's physical. He's mean. And I think that's the kind of guys you want in this sort of league. You want the physical cornerbacks. And I think this is just my personal opinion, but I think these spring leagues are going to let the physicality happen a little bit more. You saw it with the AAF. You saw it a little bit with the XFL. The player safety first and foremost, but I think they're going to let plays kind of like stand off. I think they're going to try and avoid as many long pauses and reviews as possible. And I like players like, I'm blanking on every name. There we go. Delrick. I wanted to say Derek, but it's Delrick. There's so many names going on.
There really is. And another one just popped up, and we got Channing Stribling to the Stars. Again, another one of these guys that has a lot of experience on practice rosters. His bio reads from the Cleveland Browns, the Colts, the Niners, the Colts again, the Chargers. He was with the Memphis Express, with the Tiger Cats, with the Seattle Dragons, back to the Tiger Cats again. So a lot of extended, and I remember seeing him, his name pop up on a few CFL feeds with the Tiger Cats. So definitely one that's bounced back and forth. As we take a look at him here, as far as what he brings to the table.
I mean, Michigan cornerback, what more do you need to say? These Michigan defenses the last 7+ years have been fantastic, especially in the backfield. They're great. And as you were mentioning, his time on the Tiger Cats was phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the Tiger Cats are known, their defensive unit has been strong over the last few years, and it's really just kept them in games, and they've been known for it. I mean, yeah, obviously their offense is really what lights the lamp with Dane and Jeremiah Masoli over there. But, when you look at the Tiger Cats defense, it's always been a huge. It was
solid.
Yeah, it was definitely a solid. This is a name that we all know very well, right? Somebody that we followed through various leagues all over the place. Devontae Bosby is going to
Baby Bosby.
Baby Bosby. So fill us in on this one, because again, we know these names by watching the USFL and the XFL. So what stands out to you about Bosby other than the obvious that we know?
I mean, the guys, just like I said with the last cornerback, the guys that play in these leagues, they're generally going to be a little bit bigger, a little bit more physical. I like the way he uses his hands, just to kind of really, he toes the line with what is and what isn't pass interference, and I really respect that in a player when you can get away with that as often as he does. I just love seeing that. And AAF legends, XFL legends, these guys have experience. We're seeing that with a lot of these guys off the board, is experience is becoming a big factor. They're really going for guys that either have a lot of time on these NFL practice squads or have played in the AAF, CFL, XFL, or a combination of all three.
Well, I mean, look, he played with San Antonio, right? The Commanders were a very stout defense. I have his XFL, I have his AAF card in my collection. I do enjoy knowing that. But again, those Commanders, they actually had a good defensive team going on.
That was also a Mike Riley team, wasn't it?
It was a Mike Riley team. There you go.
You got the Mike Riley connection right there.
So you know that we had that going on.
If Colby's back in, I'll tag him out. This is like some WWE stuff. I don't know if I can hear him or not. Let's see.
Colby is still not. No, that's fine. But yeah, I definitely like this pick. Again, this is a veteran pick, somebody that's been on the field over the last couple of years, knows how to lead a defense.
And he's this coach has coached him before.
Exactly. And but you see that a lot, not only in that, but the XFL, not the XFL, but the CFL as well, where a lot of these coaches will bring in players that they've done before. So I definitely don't hate this at all. But now we've got another pick, Tino Ellis. Going to the Panthers.
I like it. He's from Maryland.
He's from Maryland. Fill us in a little bit more on what to expect out of Tino.
What I'm hoping for is, since we're seeing a lot of these Maryland guys go off the board, I'm hoping for their sake that April is the September of the spring, so that you get that September Maryland push. That's kind of what you want. You want the September Maryland. You don't want the rest of the year Maryland. The guy's good though. It's hard to being on these Big Ten teams, especially in the East, that are kind of the bottom feeders like Maryland. It's hard to stand out, but the guy's solid. You see him when they obviously they beat Texas twice. That's not on accident.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're just looking at the film right here, as far as his ball awareness and being able to pick guys off, and obviously his pursuit to the ball. These big games, and he's playing Texas right now as we speak. So you see it in his play, how just ferocious he is to the ball, not afraid to get mixed in there to pass up a ball or to break up a pass. So definitely a good pick. Tino Ellis, now a Michigan Panther.
More NFL experience too. He was on the Dolphins for a little bit.
Yep, had a cup of coffee with the Dolphins. So when these guys start looking around at the NFL, which teams brought them in? Because obviously Miami's defense, okay, right? I mean they're not the greatest, but they were good enough to warrant a look. So
hey, that defensive backfield was really good. It has been for the last few years.
Yeah. So again, we're not really gonna knock that. So all right, we got another pick. Adonis Alexander,
Shout out Kramer.
Breakers. Shout out Kramer.
Virginia Tech legend right here. Adonis Alexander. What a name, by the way. What a great name. Anyone named Adonis is just mwah. That's chef's kiss right there.
I love it. He spent some time with the Redskins, the Rams, the Niners as a future reservist, and then as the Saints most recently, again, another practice squad guy. And then, just sort of didn't have a chance to stick. He was with the Rams practice squad in 2019, which was obviously we know where the Rams are at now. So again, just a guy that never necessarily got his chance to shine. So maybe the Vautech guy will latch on here.
You've heard it from interviews from a lot of these players that played in the XFL, that played on practice squads. It's not that big of a leap to be like a practice squad guy to being a travel guy. It's a huge leap financially, and it's a huge leap for your career. But skill-wise, those guys are right there. These guys just sometimes, like, maybe they have an injury from college that they're getting over, or maybe they just have some sort of issue that they're trying to get over that's keeping them hidden or under the radar, and they just never get that boost. The USFL could be perfect for that.
Sometimes the difference between making the team and not is one bad game, one bad practice, one bad showing. It's not, we always seem to think that if they don't make the team that they're horrible players. But really, again, it could just be at one bad day at camp, and now you aren't in the NFL. But I mean, Colby and I have said this time and time again, right? These spring leagues, these leagues that are not the NFL exist because the hunger for us to watch more football is there. And so when guys like Adonis Alexander get a chance to suit up for the New Orleans Breakers, we're there for it because we want to watch more football. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to watch guys continue to play the game they love, because we love watching that game.
Darn it, I love watching it so much. I'm like actually shaking because this is the happiness I felt when the XFL draft was going on. I've been giddy for the last 4 hours just hyping this up, and I can't stop the shakes. It's so exciting. Spring football is here, and my dream, your guys' dream, our dream as a collective of year-round football is alive.
It is alive, and it's alive in Brazil too. Hello to Brazil. I'm noticing in the chat we've got a Brazilian listener, so hello over there in Brazil. Happy to be able to keep you posted on all of this USFL draft action here on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Another pick is in, Jim. We're looking at Jamar Summers.
UConn grad. I like this pick.
To the Gamblers.
I
think a little about Jamar Summers.
This is another kind of thing where you're getting these guys that are playing on a team like UConn, super under the radar. Even as bad as UConn has been, you're going to get good players that go to these schools. Like you saw it with Akron, you're going to see it with UConn right here. The guy he's like a pick machine. He's just good at getting the ball. Maybe you're going to get a situation where he's going for more interceptions than not, but that's still flashy, and I love that. I'm here for it.
Yeah,
if
flashy.
You can't tell, I like the flashy.
You do like the flashy. You are all about that flash. Chase, welcome back. Jamar Summers, what do you think?
I like it. I feel like cornerbacks with ball skills are hard to come by because if they have them, they tend to be playing in the NFL. I think this is a real great diamond in the rough pick for the Gamblers. Hopefully he won't be gambling too much on defense. You see what I did there? Everyone get it? Yeah.
Okay, get Chase out of here now. Get him
take me out. I'll kick my own ass.
What I do like though is that again he's got that AAF. I do have his AAF card. I know that for a fact. And then the New York Guardians. I saw him too because he was on the Iron, so really good player on the Iron, and then he translated to the New York Guardians. Colby, are you back, my friend?
Do we have sound?
Hey, we got sound.
I'm not sure what happened. All I know is I'm deep in the internet. How you folks doing? I appreciate you guys holding it down.
That's what I'm here for. That's why you call the garage.
I swear, that's what I'm saying, man. The second team is probably better than the first team. So what I miss? Players are getting drafted. I know players are getting drafted everywhere. I was crossing wires over here like I was, part of the bomb squad. But what did I miss? I see Brian Allen to the Stallions. Have we covered that one yet?
No, you got here just in time for Brian Allen's. I'm going to leave you guys to it. The experts are back.
Oh whatever.
Man. Just coming in hot with that one. I'm going to tell my mom that. Maybe she'll make me cookies this year. Brian Allen, former Los Angeles Ram, right? No, right? Or is that's not the same Brian Allen, right?
It looks like
no. Brian Allen, former Cleveland Brown. He was on Cleveland Browns this past year, 2020 to 2021. This guy's played at a lot of schools, or a lot of teams. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Seattle Seahawks, the Buffalo Bills, the San Francisco 49ers, the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Cleveland Browns. Originally from Utah. What do you make of the pick?
I like it. I like it a lot. Again, you bring in those big guys that can get to the quarterback. That's what you're looking for in this round, right? That you're looking for the top guys that can get there.
Yeah, and obviously the cornerback position is so big. I missed a bunch of these guys. Delrick Adams, I'm a huge fan of from his days at Colorado. Some of these other guys too. Tino Ellis, I like that pick. Pittsburgh Maulers on the clock. What are we doing here, folks? I think this is one where what the pick is in. Is that what I'm seeing? The pick is in for the Maulers. How do I say this guy's name?
Ajeen Harris.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was going to be like an H. Okay. Ajeen Harris to the Maulers. Ajeen Harris to the Maulers. Let's see what we got. Ajeen Harris is played at what? He was at USC? Yeah. Okay. So look, I mean, USC in practice, this is why I think it benefits in a way. In practice, they were running the air raid. So I think that is a leg up for the USFL because I think it's going to be a lot of, judging by the coaches they brought in, Andrus, Fedora, some of the other names, even Mike Riley, pass-happy offenses. So I think Harris will fit in well in the new football league. What do you make of the pick?
I love it, but I think we have somebody that's waiting backstage that's even more excited about a pick, and I think Nick wants to talk to us about the Bandits pick.
Hey, there we go. You guys thought you were going to get rid of me, just off one segment?
Well, I was sitting there. I was having technical problems. I thought about consuming a shot of whiskey, but I decided let me fix this thing up. And boom, here we are back on the USFL. Bandit ball's here to stay, Nick.
You damn right it is. And I love it. So hold on. So right off the bat here, we might have the best quarterback in the league, and we might have the best DB in the league. With the first pick in the cornerback round, we took Delrick Abrams from Colorado. This guy was on the Falcons 2020 preseason roster. He made it to he made it up to the final cuts, then got signed to the practice squad. Then he was elevated to the active roster for about half the season. Last year, he was on the Rams practice squad. This guy is probably the best cornerback in the league. So what is there not to like?
Well, when you go to Colorado, normally, first off, I'm not even joking. I mean, I'm a Colorado fan, so I do want to plug them. But at the same time, they have a ton of great defensive backs that make the league. A lot of that was because Jim Leavitt, who then went to Oregon, and you saw Oregon have a lot of defensive players here, but specifically defensive back. Abrams, thrived in his system. And I think he's going to be that's a home run get for the Bandits. And I think you might be doing all right with Todd Haley. I know we were questionable on hey, could he coach on it? We've only seen him coach at a pro level and just a tiny bit of high school. But I gotta say I'm impressed with the draft thus far for Todd Haley.
Rod, going back to I'm sorry, Rod. Go ahead, Rod. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm good. No, I'm listening to you, man. You're excited about this.
You're talking enough, right? Any break is appreciated. So, I mean, like Todd Haley, as a head coach, we saw him coach for 3 or 4 years at KC. Things never really, they made the playoffs one time, lost in the wild card, but Matt Castle was the quarterback. He needs a decent quarterback for his offense to run, and he just didn't have it in Matt Castle. So I think he has it here, and I'm loving all the rest of the draft picks, especially Juwan Bushell-Beatty, the offensive lineman from Michigan. I didn't know there was another Juwan at Michigan after the incident this past weekend.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, I do think the Bandits are putting together one of the best rosters. I'm quickly glancing through each round right now, and I think it's one of the best rosters out there. So you got that going.
You mentioned it. You mentioned that cornerback might be the most important position. So if it's quarterback or cornerback, I think we got you covered on both ends. We might have, one of the best in each position. So I'm loving the draft so far. Bandit ball is back. Man, I'm pumped for the season. I know it's still, 6-7 weeks away or so, but it's been a good draft so far for the Bandits, and let's do this, man.
He's got the USFL hat on. The only thing what you need to get is the USL visor, like Steve Spurrier back in the original Bandit ball when he was kicking that visor and throwing that visor all around Tampa, Florida. Yes, Terrell Bonds has just been drafted to the Pittsburgh Maulers. I'll let you run, NC Nick. I know you wanted to talk Bandit ball. Appreciate you hopping in here, and
anytime.
Yeah, there we go. NC Nick, the college football experience, the college basketball experience. Subscribe, check it out. He's always kicking ass. DFS, writing great articles over on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Next up, we have, like I said, Terrell Bonds to the Pittsburgh Maulers, and that is one where he's a Tennessee. As every player from Tennessee State.
I was gonna say, this seems like it's been the 6th Tennessee State player that we've gotten in here. The guy has Memphis Express experience. He's got experience. Most recently, he's been in the Dolphins practice room. And if I'm looking for a good defensive back, cornerback, I want a player from the Dolphins. They have a great cornerback room.
Yeah, and he was part of the Memphis Express where he did block a punt for a touchdown. So he's been a star already in some of the spring football leagues. And I mean, anyone that's had experience in the NFL, especially the Baltimore Ravens too. You made a good point with the Dolphins. The Ravens, we saw it. Mcdonald was there, or Mike McDonald, I'm sorry. They just keep a pretty stout defense most years. I know maybe last year wasn't that perfect example, but I think it was pretty good. Okay, Derek Jones was drafted by, we got Tay Hayes to the Stallions and Derek Jones to the Breakers. So
don't even forget, you skipped over Will Likely to the Gamblers.
Oh man, it's flying in here. It is flying in here. Will Likely is a guy, Maryland Terrapin. So that one, this guy played for the New England Patriots. He played defensive back for Belichick, which is one of the positions he knows best. He also played for the DC Defenders and USFL Jim.
XFL legend.
Yes.
XFL legend.
Exactly. And the Defenders had a great defense in that short season that we had before COVID hit. He also played in the spring league for the Jousters. I think it's a pretty good pick there. So,
I think so too. Also, just like Tennessee State, I feel like this is the 8th Maryland player that we've seen.
Yeah, for some reason, maybe they're plugged in somehow. But then we have Derek Jones to the Breakers.
I like this pick quite a bit. He was a 3-star wide receiver at Ole Miss. Made the position change in college. Bounced around the NFL, and then was in the XFL with the Seattle Dragons. I like these position change players, especially giving them a little bit more chance to develop. I like this. I'm hoping that there's one more Dragon that shows up for the DBs, which is my boy Santos Ramirez. But love this pick for the Breakers.
Yeah, and the Breakers continue to have, I think, a low-key great draft going. I feel like I'm saying that for every team. That's not the case. I don't think the Houston Gamblers are having a great draft. The jury's still out on the Michigan Panthers, but I
think if we look back, this snake draft, I think we're going to look back and see that I can't see too many things upset. Maybe you could obviously knock the Shay Patterson pick if you're not big on him, but I've been warming up.
Yeah, and maybe the Clayton Thorson pick. I'm not sure. We'll see how that shakes out. Clearly they had their reasons, and I'd love to hear them as we near kick April 16th in the USFL in Birmingham, Alabama. But yeah, I think Derek Jones to the Breakers is a good pick. We got the Michigan Panthers on the clock, and hey, I mean, you're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast, and these are a couple. The second team is fantastic. Shout out to XFL Jim. He's on Twitter at XFL Jim, and I call him USFL Jim. and my guy Chase the Wolf of Oaklawn. You can follow him on Twitter at of Oaklawn. Trust me, I mean it's a must thing. Subscribe. They do a podcast together. They do a show together. You got to check it out. Here we go on the clock. Michigan Panthers. Rod Villagomez back. Rod, we're in the thick of this. Round 9. Corners are going. We just had a couple of draft picks. I think the Breakers had another good draft pick. I kind of like what the New Orleans Breakers are doing. Maybe those uniforms are just swaying me. But here we are, 9 rounds in. What are you thinking so far, man? What do you make of 9 rounds in, or 8.5 rounds, or no, 9.5 rounds in?
I'm loving the mix of veterans and young rookies. I'm seeing it across the board, where we talked about it just before, where, there's a lot of young talent, but there's also on these teams, it's spread around. Feels like the veteran presences are all spread around and spread evenly through these teams. So they're able to really just teach the young guys how to play. And I like seeing that. I like seeing what this league is doing. I love what XFL Gym 2 said as far as the snake format. The snake format is, I think, it's new, right? We've never really seen this in pro. It appeals to the fantasy football player in me, but I'm loving the way that it's working, and the strategic way that it's working out. 8 teams, you don't have to wait too long for your pick, which is good. Like we talked about on your show, where you don't have to wait a very long time to pick your next guy, but you're still seeing some strategy play out as we have another pick rolling in.
Jamison Houston is drafted by I almost said the Michigan Panthers. Yeah, it was the Carolina Panthers that ripped off the Michigan Panthers. Just so you history buffs know, that is not. I see so many people saying, "Oh, the Michigan Panthers ripped the Carolina." No, that's not true. The Carolina Panthers ripped off the Michigan Panthers. But here we are, Jamison Houston. I love the drink Jameson, and hey, I've had fun in Houston before, so there we go. He is a corner from Baylor coming in, and this is a guy that he's been on 4 NFL teams: the Cleveland Browns, Carolina Panthers, Philadelphia Eagles, and Jacksonville Jaguars, all within 2 years. He's well traveled. All right, he's collecting those frequent flyer miles, I hope. But we'll see how he does in the USFL, because I obviously you must be like, these are the past 2 years, 4 teams. You must be decently good to be on those things. And the smallest mistake can get you cut from one of those teams. Maybe you missed a block, certain things. So I think he's an NFL caliber corner. So I think it's a good pick overall for the Michigan Panthers.
Yes, he does. He got 19 total tackles in the league and an interception. So definitely not that bad if he can make it out there.
Yeah, in 2 seasons too. I mean, come on, that's pretty quality right there.
He does have NFL snaps. That's the thing too. Like, he has NFL snaps with the Bills, so that goes a long way with what he can bring to the team as well.
Yeah. I mean, I just think you look, and I know you covered this article with defensive backs. Is there anyone right now that you're saying, man, I'm surprised they haven't been taken yet?
I'm still surprised JoJo Tillery's not taken off the board yet. That's really who I'm looking at. But now we actually have highlights from old Trey Elson.
There we go. Look at him. Nice. Oh, what is that? Hey, the game is on. What is he doing?
Nice little okey doke right there. I'll take that. That's a little nice hands.
Oh, man.
Money on the spot, put himself in a good position to actually get the ball there. Yeah. I mean, I like what I see. Good positioning. He was able to read the quarterback there. So, yeah, I mean, he looks like a good, solid all-around player. And we talked about Ole Miss being a good school to pull from. So, yeah, these guys definitely are going to work for this league.
Yeah, I mean, just a slew. I feel like a lot of Ole Miss players now coming in there. Trey Alston. That's a pick. Look, this guy is been around. He's been on basically every team you can think of. All right, ready? New Orleans Saints, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Cleveland Browns, Buffalo Bills, Philadelphia Eagles, Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles, New Orleans Saints, Houston Roughnecks, Calgary Stampeders. Holy hell. This guy, obviously you're doing something right to be staying around playing professional football. You know, this guy came out of college in 2016, so he is a veteran. I think that's a good pick for the Generals. Marcus Lewis has now gone. Marcus Lewis to the Philadelphia Stars. is this yet another Maryland player? I mean,
another Maryland player.
What is happening here? I'm a guy that, I grew up not far from the University of Maryland. My mother went to the University of Maryland, and hey, they didn't have a rich football history for a long time, but the USFL is making it relevant. Here we go. I mean, this is a guy, he was a transfer from Florida State. All right. Coming over, former 4-star recruit. Now, he is the second best player ever ranked in the Washington, D.C. area when he was coming out of high school. So the talent is certainly there, originally from. So that's why he transferred to Maryland. Most likely is he wanted to go home. Marcus Lewis, newest member of the Philadelphia Stars. And I think, you're seeing right there what he brings to the table. This is a guy. And once again, you're going up against Maryland's been terrible. All right. We can't hide from that. They've been terrible. But the fact is you're going up against Ohio State. You're going up against Penn State. You're going up against Michigan and Michigan State. And those guys, even with Michigan or Michigan State running somewhat conservative offenses, they have good wideouts. So battle-tested, certainly, Marcus Lewis. Congrats to him and the Philadelphia Stars for getting who they wanted. Tampa Bay Bandits, last team on the clock in the 9th round. Bandit ball is here to stay. What are we doing here? Devontae Davis from Texas. That is one I am familiar with because, hey, Texas, this is a guy that I think was a pretty darn good player. As I Google him, I get the, he was a former wideout. I'm sorry, the Wikipedia page pulled up a UNLV player named Devontae Davis. Devontae Davis, started out as a wide receiver, switched over. This is a guy 6'2", 205 from Booker T. Washington High School in Miami, Florida. So there's a pretty good pick here, especially dual threat. He played wide receiver, played corner. You run into some problems, throw him out there on the field at wide receiver.
That's what it really boils down to. A lot of these DBs say they can play wide receiver and vice versa. So this is a guy that actually backed it up and can do it as well. You look at his season over 2019, he had 42 tackles and a fumble recovery, forced fumble, an interception in there too. So, he's got the skills to be able to do it, and he's going to do a la Duron Carter of the CFL, as much as I don't like to say his name, and make that switch from wide receiver to DB and do it in a professional league. So he'll get a chance to show if he can actually do it at the professional level, because he hasn't yet. So we'll see.
And that concludes round 9 then, with Devontae Davis being the last player drafted in round 9. I wonder if we're going to find out maybe there's some extra picks. Cornerback position, so valuable in football in 2022. We will see. But if nothing changes, then it hops into round 10 and the Bandits are back on the clock, followed by the Philadelphia Stars and the New Jersey Generals. It's interesting because the snake draft, the Bandits never had the first pick. So it gets crazy because of other teams forfeited picks. So I don't even know the Bandits were prepared to have 2 straight picks going into the 9th and 10th round.
Well, I mean, it's like in a dynasty, it's like, I'm going to trade you a pick. And then all of a sudden, are you ready? But they were, because this is a modified snake. So it goes 1, 2, back, and then back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, I'm the idiot here. I am the idiot. Shout out to Dick Skurtzberger. What's that? What's that, Rod?
I said, we got 4 hours into this, man.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Richard Gertzberger, aka Dick Gertzberger. Shout out to DGen Nation. Anyone joining us on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network and the USFL Gambling Podcast. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. And Richard Gertzberger says, I would love to see a return of the Denver Gold and the Memphis Showboats, Rod.
Yeah, Denver Gold, bring them back.
Man, my Memphis Showboats are my top one. Denver Gold would be great. I know the first USFL championship, I believe, was in Mile High, but Memphis Showboats, that logo, Reggie White, just that's one. Like, if you told me you got to bring back, a couple franchises from the OG, I want to say Denver Gold might be in that mix if I had to do like 3 or 4. But I think Showboats, Gunslingers got to be my top 2 if I had to bring in 2 more. Maybe the Washington Federals, because with the Commanders there, I don't know. I can't get on board. What about you? You got any old school? What would be your first pick for a team? Would it be the Orlando Renegade? Would it be the Oakland? I think the Oakland Invaders would be your team, right?
Oakland Invaders. I would love to see Oakland Invaders come back, because not only would I be able to be over at those games, but I guarantee you I would try to work in some capacity for that team at, wherever I could fit in. I would want to work for it's not too far away from me to be able to cover them. I'm already covering the Bay Area Panthers, who were formerly the Oakland Panthers of the Indoor Football League. So it's not that much of a stretch for me to try to do that.
So you hear that, folks? So get out there, follow Rod Villagomez on Twitter at RJ Villagomez. That's VILLAGOMEZ. He's the host of the Fantasy Football Podcast. He's covering teams that some of you folks probably never heard of, but trust me, the guy knows his football. He's also the host of the NASCAR Gambling Podcast. Guy does it all. Writes great content over at sportsgamblingpodcast.com. So get that SGPN app. And once again, you're rocking with myself. Let me plug myself. My name is Colby Swinging Database Dan, a.k.a. Pick Dundee. I am the host of the College Football Experience, the College Basketball Experience. We talk college football and college basketball year-round there. And the USFL Gambling Podcast, where me and Rod will give you a bunch of different episodes as, the season gets closer and closer and closer. Like I said, this is a dream come true, and here we are, Tampa Bay Bandits, round 10. They're on the clock. We'll see who they get. Football.
I will say, Colby, that the Stars just put a tweet out announcing Brian Scott as their official quarterback. He's already in his Philadelphia Stars garb and ready to go. So that's pretty cool to see. I love to see that guy succeed.
That's great, man. And like I said, Occidental College right here. I could walk there right now. I'm excited. I'm excited for that because look, sometimes you got these guys that get the big time recruit. This is what's so great about sports in general. You get these guys with these big time recruits, and no disrespect to them, they've probably earned it in their own way in high school. But then you get a player that works for it, that you never heard of, that went to the Occidental College. You know what I mean? Where no one's that's not getting put on ESPN2, believe it or not. All right. Shout out to him for pursuing his dream. And I'm sure today is a big day for him. And hopefully he can continue to pursue his dream in the right day. It's the grunt work, man. The people that's what's so great about, to me, the old USFL, CFL, XFL. You're seeing the guys that, how great is it to see PJ Walker or some of these guys where they've been following their dream. They've been told, no, you can't do it. And then they get an opportunity and look what they can do with it. I'm sorry. Picks are happening. Kristen Campbell to the Tampa Bay Bandits. This is a Penn State Nittany Lion. And where is Ryan Real Money Kramer when you need him? Because I believe this guy might have spent some time with Brent Pry, the new head coach of Virginia Tech. Penn State, obviously, they produce good defensive players. They're a blue blood. This guy played on the Saskatchewan Roughriders a season ago. Prior to that, he was with the San Francisco 49ers, then the New Orleans Saints and the Arizona Cardinals. Was a 6th-round pick originally from Phoenix City, Alabama. So goes to Penn State over staying in state perhaps. But, hey, the guy can play. What do you make of the pick, Rod?
I like it a lot. Again, you talk about these guys that are on these practice squads, Cardinals, Saints, and Niners. That's all good. And then, again, the Rough Riders, man, that is a defensive-minded team if ever there was. When I know that their offense gets a lot of the newspaper tape, but Saskatchewan is always known to be heavy hitters and to have a very, very aggressive defense. So for him to even be able to spend any time amongst that squad, I think that's good experience.
I agree. And then we have another pick going on. Mazzy Wilkins to the Philadelphia Stars. Mazzy's got quite the resume too. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 2 years out of South Florida University. He actually grew up in Tampa, so he stayed at home for college. Went undrafted, played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then he played for the Alphas in the Spring Football League, then the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and then Arizona Cardinals and Baltimore Ravens. All of that occurred. Check out this guy's past year of his life. Spring ball, the Alphas, 2021. Then he goes to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Then he goes to the Arizona Cardinals and then the Baltimore Ravens. So the guy has been busy getting around, but it's a big day for him as he continues to pursue his professional football career. Shout out to Manziel Wilkins, who is now a member of the Philadelphia Stars. Hey, look at this tape. I mean, the guy can play. The guy can play. Putting the horns up. Look at him here. Oh, I mean, might have got away with the PI there, but hey,
got away with a little bit.
Yeah,
but you ain't cheating.
If they didn't call it, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. He picks her, or it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and 3 tackles in his NFL career, man. This is a great story, man. Look at this. I mean, he's a guy who played great in college. 110 tackles, 22 passes defended, 3 interceptions, 1 fumble recovery, 47 games played, 22 started. And I think it's a solid pick. I mean, considering the experience to be playing in the NFL really for the past couple of years, kudos to him. And yeah, right now it seems like, okay, I'm not in the NFL. Well, guess what? Keep plugging away, man. And now you're going to be in the USFL, and you never know what type of opportunities can create itself. Shout out to Manziel Wilkins and Philadelphia Stars, right? Philadelphia Stars. Now we got David Rivers. David Rivers drafted
Youngstown State.
Wow, the Penguins. The Penguins. This is one. I mean, Youngstown State's got. Do I need to mention Ron Jaworski's from Youngstown State? Don't sleep on the Penguins. Look, this guy was on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers a season ago. This guy's been everywhere. All right, he is the epitome of a journeyman, but that does not mean he is a bad player. This guy can get it done. He was a Green Bay Packer back in 2017, then a New York Jet, then a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, then a Miami Dolphin, then a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, then a Miami Dolphin, then a New York Guardian, and then a St. Louis Battlehawk before settling with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And when he was at Youngstown State, they went to the FCS championship game. So, hey, I think a very well experienced player here. I mean, he should be able to fit right into picking up new schemes and new plans, because this guy's pretty much to David Rivers, the newest member of the New Jersey Generals. How do you feel about that? You're a Generals fan, Rod.
I am, and I like the fact that he spent at least one game with the eventual Grey Cup winning Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He got in there in the week 2 against the Argos. So didn't make a tackle, but I mean, he was on that squad. He practiced with that team and was, that team went on to win the Grey Cup. So hopefully he learned something in his time in the organization, even if it was brief. But you don't play with champions and not learn a thing or two about how to be one.
Yeah, exactly. Since then, we've had Dominique Martin. Dominique Martin drafted to the Michigan Panthers. Dominique Martin,
Tarleton State guy.
Yeah, and Tarleton. I mean, considering what they've had, this is a D2 program that came up to the FCS just recently. I've been seriously impressed with the amount of talent. Now, I know they had great success on the D2 level, but clearly making their impact on the USFL in year 1. And I'm looking at Dominic Martins from Lancaster, Texas. This is a guy that also played wide receiver. This is a guy who played both. So maybe with the short rosters, maybe they're looking for some guys that can do, wide receiver and corner, perhaps.
I mean, that could be an angle that we're not looking at yet. And really, again, when you sign these guys as something and they turn out to be better at whatever other position they are, then it's kind of like you lucked into a gold mine. Like you drafted a wide receiver in a round where you were supposed to draft a defensive back, because there's the draft that's going to happen in March 10th that's going to really fill out the rest of this roster. So they still got about a week or 2 to actually assess what they have. So if they've got a guy that can do both, I mean, how valuable is that?
Yeah, exactly. And I do think maybe we didn't emphasize that enough or didn't talk about that enough with the short rosters to grab some players. I mean, you get, the injury bug or, who knows what happens. You all of a sudden are depleted. You're picking up strangers from the street. You might as well get a guy that in practice can kind of do both things. So,
well, and he had 452 yards as a receiver in 2015, but then he comes back in 2016 with 5 interceptions on the season. So that's good 2-way play right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I also see that the Breakers got Manny Patterson. I can tell you this. Manny Patterson played with the Houston Texans, and he's from Maine. Now, Maine, I took a strong liking to the University of Maine and the FCS, the Black Bears. At the time he was there, they're not as good as what they were, but they were really good. He was all CAA first team. The Maine Black Bears were a tough team that were fun to watch, in my opinion, back when he was in college. So I do like this draft pick, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this works out. This Maine team was pretty good. They had a few players that made the NFL on that team. This guy had 29 stops, 1.5 for loss, and 5 pass breakups in the short 2019 campaign. Started 44 games over his career. You know, this guy is battle tested. He was also with the Washington Redskins at one point. Spent time with the Chiefs. Pretty much a lot of different teams, but I do think it is a good get for the New Orleans Breakers. The Breakers, I think, are honestly, if I was grading drafts right now blindly without analyzing each team's, the ones that stand out to me right now: Stars, Breakers, and I think I would go with the Stallions. What about you?
My list is Generals, and then the more. No, I like what Philadelphia's got going on. I'm a big softie for Brian Scott. I won't even shame it. It's fine. I like what they're doing. I like what they're building around him, and I think it's definitely going to be a good thing going over there in Philly. I won't change my team, but I'll still root for them a little bit.
Allegedly says he's not going to change his team. We'll see when the season starts. Things happen. I've known many people to say, "Oh, I love this team," but then it switches teams, and then
it's easy to see a tide turn.
Shout out to George W. for giving us that line. How about this? I'll give you the whole thing.
I think tide turning. As I remember, I was raised in the desert, but tides kind of turn. It's easy to see a tide turn.
Did I say those words? Did I say those words? That's the best part. He's like, did I just say that? We had Howard Wilson just get drafted to the Houston Gamblers.
Speaking of Texans.
Yeah, he gets to stay home. Houston Cougar. That's like hitting the lottery a little bit there. Just staying home. This is a guy, he's from DeSoto High School in Texas, which is LaVishka Chenault went there. It's just that is a ton of good football happens at DeSoto High School in Texas. This guy started 13 games in 2016 with the Houston Cougars. That was actually when they were really good too. If you remember, they were ranked 13th nationally, had a great season, and if memory serves me correct, I believe they beat Florida State in the Sugar Bowl, either 15 or 16, one of those years. But yeah, I mean, he's played a lot of football. He was with the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, he's a guy that I think is a wise pick, and I think he can play. And he's had a bunch of different stops. But he got hit with the injury bug a little bit. Broke his kneecap. Had a ACL tear. I mean, he's been injured, but when healthy, the guy can play, and maybe things can work out for him. Bad luck happens. Maybe Howard Wilson get back on the good side of luck and get it going with the Gamblers. What do you make of the pick?
When you fracture a patella, it's never a fun. Never a fun thing. So yeah, unfortunately his time with the Browns couldn't pan out. He did get to try out with the Bears. Unfortunately that didn't stick either, but the fact that he got asked back again, that's a good sign, right? I mean, that's a sign that they want him to continue to play, and maybe the USFL is just that break that he needs to get back into it.
Yeah, exactly. This is what interesting here. Brian Mills to the Stallions, and he's at a North Carolina Central, which is the rival to our guy Terrell Furman, North Carolina A&T. But this guy, I remember him getting hyped. Now, I got to watch him in the 2020 season, and I remember him getting hype as a sleeper in the draft. He played with the Seattle Seahawks some. This is a guy that was all FCS first team by Phil Steele. So I'm excited to see how this guy will work out. You look at what he did in college. He's pretty good. By the way, he's from Palmdale, California, so making the trip all the way out east for college, and then yeah, I mean, it's a guy that hey, I mean, like I said, the FCS produces a lot of decent talent. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up working out. He played for the Vikings. He got some burn in the NFL, played with the Browns practice squad. So shout out to Brian Mills on being the newest Birmingham Stallion. What do you make of this pick?
5 interceptions in his 2019 season, 22 tackles for a defensive back. 22 tackles is not bad.
Yeah.
That means that you've been tested quite a bit back there and that he's proven that he can do it. But I like that 5 interceptions. But more than that, I like the 13 passes defended. Again, that shows that he's able to mix it up and that he's not afraid to get in to a receiver's face, his hands, whatever it's going to take to break up that pass. Because, in this day of age of getting called by just barely breathing on a receiver, then you got to be able to get physical. And 13 pass defendants and 5 interceptions means he's a physical corner.
Yeah, and I think that'll work out. Man, the picks are flying here. Another Tarleton State. What are you doing over there? Whatever you're doing, keep doing it because all your players are going to play professional football. And we have Prince Robinson, great name, to the Pittsburgh Maulers. And this is a guy via Trinity Valley Community College. And Tarleton State, as Wolf of Oaklawn says, they're the Alabama of the USFL. Hey, this guy can play. He was all first team in 2018. He was at Trinity Community College prior to that, but he's a kick returner, punt returner, kind of can do it all. Hey, I get it. The competition wasn't great when he was at Tarleton. They were D2, but yeah, I think it's worth the risk here because the guy does it all. He can do kick return, punt return, and obviously a good defensive back. So I think it could work out. Am I saying this for everybody? Pretty much.
I think so. But look, the guy had 7 total touchdowns in his career. So, yeah. That means that he can actually be a producer on the other, with the scoring points for you. And any defensive guy scoring points for you is somebody you want on your team. He had 3 career interception for a touchdown in 2019. 2018, he had 1. So a punt return for a touchdown, kick return for a touchdown. So the dude can actually score some points. So, yeah.
There we go. And that concludes round 10. We got round 11 and 12 coming up today. Coming up next, Pittsburgh Maulers on the clock. But first, a word from our sponsors.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and pay games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams just like this one. We are the USFL Gambling Podcast. I am Radivia Gomez. Our other host, Colby Dant, stepped out for just a second, but we are just excited to have one of the newest Michigan Panthers on the show. Let us welcome in Joshua Taylor. Joshua,
hey, how you doing?
Good, sir. Congratulations on being
thank
a
you.
Panther.
I appreciate it.
How do you feel?
I feel fired up. I was just on the phone with Jeff Fisher, man. That was so surprising. But yeah, I'm ready to work. I'm about to go head to the gym too. So
I mean, this morning you were eating breakfast, you were probably drinking some orange juice. Tonight you're talking with Jeff Fisher. This is going to be a surreal moment for you.
Yeah, most definitely. It's great.
So talk about what what your journey was to even get here in the first place, and really, what does it mean for you to be now part of this USFL experiment that's happening right now?
It means a lot, actually. Like, that means, like, being on the phone with him, like, he took a chance on me. Like, he moved up in the draft to take another tackle, which was me. And, like, receiving that phone call, like, talking with my agent and everything, truly a blessing.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to thank, like, my college coaches, like Mississippi Valley State and St. Francis, just for molding me who I am. And my little league football team as well, Overbrook Monarchs, like, everybody that helped me get to this point.
Go ahead, Chase.
I've got a two-part question for you. One, are you looking forward to protecting Shay Patterson? Two, how does it feel playing for one of the best mustaches ever?
I'm ready to protect anyone starting. I know he was the first pick in the draft, and I know he's going to do great for us. So I'm ready to protect him, basically get in his head, pick his brain and everything like that, just to learn from everyone. Because you can learn from everyone around you. So just to see how he, like, models himself around. So I'm ready to just learn and just get in tune with everything.
How are you liking the way your team's shaping up so far? I know you've been keeping up with your teammates. What are you thinking of them so far?
Good. I even got some DMs from some players. So, like, it's nice to just, you part of the team, you're noticed and stuff like that. This is stuff I've been wishing on, like, my whole life. So it's truly a blessing.
When do you guys get going? What's it going to be like for you when you finally get to go over there and meet everybody face to face?
It's going to be great. You looking probably mid-March and stuff like that. They're going to be giving more details as we go. So, like, other than that, right now, it's just time to even lock in more. I know at the start of basically Monday, I had my my actual combine. So I get to be in front of some scouts to even perform. So now that I have my name out there even more, I have more eyes on me. So I just go out there and just compete, try my hardest and all that, and do what I came to do.
We know that all our eyes are going to be on you as you start the USFL season. And again, you get to block for the #1 pick in the draft.
Yes, sir.
So, we're excited to watch you, Joshua, and we thank you for joining us. Again, Joshua Taylor, he is a brand new Michigan Panther, and we look forward to him.
Thank you for the opportunity, y'all. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We roll on with the draft. Chase, we have 2 rounds left, and we got another pick that just popped up. Jalen McLean, Sap to the Maulers. Wow. Big names coming through the roll. So a couple more. What are you thinking for Jalen McLean, Sap?
I mean, I believe he's a Marshall product. I think he's got a little bit of NFL experience to him. Bounced around to a few practice squads. I mean, I think that this is the smallest cornerback that I feel like I've seen drafted so far. 5'10", 183. It seems like the USFL is really stocked up on these 6'1", 6 foot, 180, 190 pound, D-backs. But this seems to be maybe the first, real speedster pick of the USFL draft.
I love it personally, guys. I'm jumping back in here, but to me, that's what makes football so great is you can have them. Like, I remember Mark McMillan. John Madden just passed away. He would always put Mark McMillan, an old Philadelphia Eagles corner from Alabama that was undersized and told that he couldn't play the game forever. We saw it with Darrell Green. Jalen McLean, Sap. I love stories like this where you have an undersized guy. This is what makes football so great. Is it's like Welsh Welker in the NFL or something like that. Doug Flutie. This is why the sport is the best sport on the planet. The fact you can see anybody, you play the game tough, you got a shot.
Yeah.
And
as an undersized guy that was cut in 7th grade, I really,
yeah,
this is one for us little guys.
That's what I'm talking about. And now look at you, you're recording from a bedroom.
Yeah. I got posters. I got a plant, everything.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I look at that bedroom and fuck this studio, man. Like, if I could hop in that, I mean, like, that's a nice palm tree. You have a palm tree you're working with back there?
Yeah, check it out. Business, pleasure. Business, pleasure.
I'm joking.
It's like the mullet of this.
Shout out to my guy, the Wolf of Oakland. I'm busting your balls, brother. You're doing great. All right. You're undersized in 7th grade. And look at you now. You're a proud owner of a palm tree. You're doing right in my book, brother. All right.
Undersized in 7th grade, oversized at 36. Look at how we graduate.
All right. Since then, we've had a slew of picks. Jerry Cantave to the Gamblers. We also had Jalen Embry to the Breakers and Jalen Burrell to the Panthers. We gotta just hurry up and hit these picks here. I'm quickly pulling up these guys, but anyone catching your name there? I mean, I guess Jerry Cantave or Contave. How do you think I'm butchering that? Contave?
I think
could it be that? Contave?
Yeah. But we missed Lorenzo Burns though too. Lorenzo Burns going to the Gamblers.
Oh man,
out of Arizona.
My apologies, Lorenzo Burns. Yeah. And in the Pac-12, trust me, you see some high-octane offenses. That means he played against a run and shoot or air raid philosophies, whether it was USC, whether it was Washington State. So that right there tells me a pretty decent pick. Now, the Jerry Contave pick, am I getting this correct that he went to the University of Jewel?
Yes. It's a very obscure. It's Jewel University, Jewel Athletics. Yeah,
guys, I dig deep with college football. Anyone, you can ask anyone that I've ever known. I will go D2, watch D2 games, even D3 playoffs. Jewel University is a brand new as far as what I know. But shout out to them for having a football team. I already love this kid, Rod. I already love this kid. He's going from Jewel. He says, "Give me my shot. I don't care where I played at." All right, and here we go. Then we got Jalen Burrell from New Mexico State. That might have been independent, but hey, they can play ball.
Sure can.
And New Mexico State, you got to remember, we have an ongoing joke with the Sports Gambling Podcast that New Mexico State is part of the SEC because the SEC schedules New Mexico State like 20 times a year. I'm being sarcastic, but they do play them a lot. Like Alabama and Florida and Kentucky, I feel like play New Mexico State every year. So they're a new team. Oklahoma and Texas are joining the SEC, but perhaps New Mexico State already joined. But with doing so, you get experience playing against top competition, and perhaps that's what Jalen Burrell is getting, and that might be a good pick for the Michigan Panthers. Jawan Neal to the New Jersey Generals. There's your boy. There's your team. Hey, this guy and this guy played with the Commanders, I believe, or played with the whatever you want to call them, the football team, the whatever it was. But this is a guy, and I believe, if I'm doing the correct, this guy played at Shepherd. Now, this one I am familiar with. Shepherd had a great story in D2 football this past year that's in West Virginia. And this guy played pretty big. He's from Shadyside, Maryland as well.
Yep. Not a lot of stats for him, though. Wasn't very active during his time there, but again, a lot to build on, a lot to go on. 29 total tackles in his 2018 season. He had one fumble recovery, one interception. So, 2 passes defended. Not a big program. So not looking for gigantic numbers out of him, but this is something to grow on, something for him to work on when he gets into the professional level.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just feel like, man, you've came up. I mean, they made the FCS playoffs last year. All right, that's enough for me to say. I mean, I had some friends that I went to high school with that played at Shepherd. So, hey, kudos to them. Jawan Neal. What do we have here? We have the next pick in the draft was Brady. How do I pronounce that name? Civil? Is that Slive? I don't know.
I would say Silve.
Yeah, Silve. Yeah, that's right. And he was for the XFL. Yeah, and he had a big moment for the there you go, right there on the screen.
That was it.
Pick 6 against the Seattle Dragons. I remember that play. I was watching that live. That XFL was a lot of fun. That's a good pick then. He's experienced in these spring leagues, and I think that's one that could work out. Obviously, he had an effect on the DC Defenders. They had a good defense, and perhaps he was a big part of that. What do you think of that pick?
I mean, I've got his card, his Birmingham Iron card. I'm all right with that. I like it. It's a guy I can cheer for, a guy I've seen play, a guy I've seen succeed. We obviously saw him with the pick 6. So, yeah, I mean, again, this was one of those veteran picks that we talked about earlier, that you need a lot of these guys that are veterans again. So,
I mean, he played at Alabama. All right. You're good. All right.
No, I mean, right then and there, right?
Yeah. You're a good football player. All right. He deserves to be in this league. Now we got the Bandits. Bandit ball. Richard Causey to the it might be Casey still. To the Tampa Bay Bandits and Richard Casey, I think it is, right? I'm pretty sure. UCF. That's a pick that UCF plays in the AAC. You have SMU air raid, Houston air raid. Is this the same? So you are gonna get even UCF in practice with Josh Heupel, and even the Scott Frost thing. They would sling that rock all over the field. So I would imagine he's very well versed in guarding top wide receivers. Oh, do I need to mention the Bills Chiefs playoff game? What's his name? The receiver that had the big day for the Bills from UCF. Gabriel Davis, I believe. That is one right there that he was probably going up against in practice. So you got to like that pick there.
Absolutely.
So the Bandits continue to have a sneaky NC Nick. Maybe he chose the right team there with old Bandit ball. All right, maybe they will be taking home the USFL championship. I'm really hoping that the USFL sticks to that awesome trophy. I really believe they had the best trophy in all of sports. That it had the helmet on the end of it. It kind of looked like the St. Louis Arch in a way, but like had the helmet of the USFL. There was a kick-ass trophy. I hope they stay true to that. We got round 12 coming. And we got quarterbacks. Uh-oh.
Is this where Luis Perez goes?
Is this where Johnny Football makes his return?
I'm going to go ahead and just stop.
Look, I get it. You don't want to go gimmick. What about Tebow? Give me Tebow. Tebow is 1-1 as a career starter in NFL playoff games. All right. Do I need to tell you? What about, give me something exciting though. Give me like a veteran. I know we talked Josh Johnson earlier, and I think that's one that I like. Josh Johnson. Saw him live with the LA Wildcats with USFL Jim and Patty C. But I want to see some of these guys that just, give me one player that's just been in the NFL for like 20 years or 10 years at the quarterback spot that's just not going to go out on his dream. The Paul Blake, should I say, necessary roughness shout out there to Scott Bakula. By the way, Ike Brown to the Breakers. Ike Brown. And here we go, folks. I love how you pull up Ike Brown, and first you get like an old baseball player for the Detroit.
You're all about it then.
Yes. Ike Brown. Maybe that's his father. Wouldn't that be great if that was his father?
Here's our slide for him.
There we go. And he played for what, FIU?
FIU.
Yeah. There's a lot of Ike Browns, by the way. I keep going down this alley of I ended up with a guy from Central Michigan. That's not the right Ike Brown, but you got the slide right there.
Yep, played with the Bills a little bit, played with the Raiders a little bit. So definitely has some experience in practice squads like we're looking. 6'0", 185 pounds. Definitely can keep up with the receivers in the height and the weight category. He's going to be physical enough to do it. So.
If I remember correctly, he was married to Tina Turner for a brief amount of time.
That's true. And very, very lucky to be he did that pre-social media. Very, very lucky that things might have got crazy for old Ike. But look, what do we think of this pick, guys? We're about to have the quarterbacks go at second round of quarterbacks. What do we make of this? Do we see a Josh Johnson? Do we see? I want them to get someone random. I want them to get like Mark Sanchez.
I saw Ryan Mallett's name popped out there.
That's my guy. That's who I want. The big irresponsible Ryan Mallett. I've got a name here for you. Lavander Bird Williams from Chicago Central High. What he did with Goldie Hawn's offense after replacing Woody Harrelson as a starting quarterback cannot be ignored.
That is a shout out to the movie Wildcats. And if anyone out there hasn't seen that, please do your history there. That is that was the original Woody Harrelson's, or no, was Woody Harrelson in that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Woody Harrelson and Snipes. That was the first one they ever did together.
Yeah.
So before you rob the money train, you watch Wildcats and then White Man Can't Jump. All right.
You know who I want to see? I'll tell you. I'll throw a name out there. Just to chase Chris Streveler. Chris Streveler was a guy that played for the Blue Bombers, just a huge success over there as far as personality-wise anyways. Now he's with the Cardinals, but he's a gimmick player with Arizona. I want to see him actually get his own team and play more than just short yardage football for the CFL. Like, I think the guy has the talent enough to play a starting quarterback role for a team. So give me a guy like Chris Streveler. That's maybe the brand of guy. He's too good to be a backup for the Cardinals in gimmicky situations, and just his talent's going to waste, in my opinion.
I had a dream, but that dream got shattered when he got accepted to the Toronto Argonauts, of Swag Kelly making his triumphant return.
Chad Kelly.
I got a name for you. It's off the radar a little bit. Liberty Football, before Malik Willis, it was a quarterback, and Hugh Freeze had him. So he's been in a Hugh Freeze offense. His name is Buckshot Calvert. Buckshot. Come on, this guy put up good numbers. He's out there. I saw him, being thrown around as a name that potentially could happen, for the USFL. Give me Buckshot Calvert. Let's have some fun.
Based off the nickname, you got to think that his, not a high completion percentage. He's probably going to be scattering it around all over the place.
Very true. But hey, there's many ways to win a football game. If I could quote the great Jerry Burns, the former Minnesota Vikings head coach. And hey, sometimes you just know how to win. All right. So we have our boy Stone Labanowitz from Southern Illinois.
That's what I'd love to see.
Who Jeff Fisher contacted, and it seems like Stone's content with his life now in Miami, Florida. But that is one that in my opinion, was just a gamer. He was a gamer. Now you look at him from a physical side of it, you say, this guy's probably not that good. Oh no, he could play, and he has great FCS wins. But we gotta right now. Breakers are on the clock, but before that, let's cut to our sponsors here on the Sports Gambling Podcast.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams, just like this one.
We're back on the USFL Gambling Podcast, breaking down all 35 rounds. Appreciate each and every one of you tuning in, checking us out. And look, I love the IPVanish commercial because it always reminds me of, I need to sometimes... I watch a lot of old football, and I feel like if my wife was to find out how much old football I watch, she might be concerned about our future. So I use IPVanish when dialing up some Army Navy 1966. Yeah. So, depending on whatever you got to use it for, use that IPVanish, Rod. All right.
My browser history of all the old WFL games.
Exactly, brother. I mean, it's so funny. At times she would think like she'd peer into my computer and stuff. And she'd be like, well, I think maybe, what are you doing there? Are you trying to talk to another girl? No, I'm trying to watch BYU play football in 1978, sweetheart. This is Mark Wilson. All right. And I'm curious. I never saw this game, so I want to see this. Yes, you're talking to me, Pick Dundee. Hey, any football game ever on film, I will be covering. So I have a deep love, and I think we have a deep love, Rod, for the USFL. Josh Love, that's my boy. That's my boy. Is that your boy too for the San Jose State Spartans?
No, I'm not a big fan of San Jose State, but that's a big. But we skipped one though because we got all excited about Zach Love, but Zach Smith to the Breakers of Tulsa.
Well, yeah. Well, Zach Smith is one. You know, I think Zach Smith is a pretty decent quarterback. If he can learn to cut, like my analysis of him when he was a quarterback in college was if he could just limit the turnovers. If he could limit the turnovers, I thought he had a decent future. And then obviously, you know, the Josh Love pick, I'm a big fan of because Josh Love at San Jose State, he's the one that like was the catalyst for resurrecting that football program. So we got the Birmingham Stallions on the clock. Is there one that you like more? Zach Smith was good too at Tulsa.
No, Zach Smith was good, but I mean, look, the whole I'm more familiar with Josh Love because I'm a Fresno State fan, so I know that getting beat by Josh Love was not something that I enjoyed when they did it. So yeah, I mean, really, the guy is a great quarterback, and I think when you watch when you watch San Jose State football now versus a couple of years ago, you definitely see the turnaround because I remember that. When you saw San Jose State on the schedule, that was one that you could circle and just say, okay, this is the win. But then a couple of years ago, you just couldn't do that anymore because Josh Love took over and did Josh Love things for the team. He almost threw for 4,000 yards in 2019 with 22 touchdowns. So the guy has an arm and he can definitely lead his team.
Yeah, and Zach Smith was one that was a transfer from Baylor to Tulsa. And, you know, if he, like I said, 13 touchdowns, 10 interceptions his final season. And I really thought there was flashes to me of a pretty darn good QB. But once again, if he could just the consistency. So if maybe he's matured as a thrower and as a person, and maybe that can, you know, be this could be the catalyst, you know, the thing that brings him back to life as a pro football player. Zach Smith. And Josh Love, obviously, I'm a big fan of that pick too. Now we have Jamar Davis Smith to the Stallions, and that one, if you're wondering who that is, well, check this out. He was at Louisiana Tech. Guess who the head coach of Louisiana Tech was when he was there? It was Skip Holtz. He's the Baltimore Stallions head coach. Gotta love him bringing home his boy. I love it when you see this happen. Even when Spurrier did it with the Washington Redskins when he brought in Werfel and stuff and it didn't work out. I like it. You know, this is a guy that was an efficient quarterback in the Conference USA. Jamar Smith, he's 6'1", 220 pounds. And he's coming home. He's going to be probably running, I would assume. I know Skip Holtz talked about running a high-powered offense. Well, no disrespect to Jamar Smith, but when he was at Louisiana Tech, it wasn't a high-powered offense. It was kind of he was a very decent quarterback for them, but maybe they're going to do more of that with the Birmingham Stallions. What do you think of that pick there?
So he was actually signed on to the Tiger Cats for a quick second, but I mean that it's hard to break into the Ticats when you had Dane Evans and Jeremiah Masoli on that team. There's no way you were going to stick. So even to be considered to be in that quarterback room is definitely good. And he even beat out guys that were actually CFL names like David Watford and Hayden Moore, who announced his retirement. But, you know, to be able to beat out even a guy like David Watford, because Watford is one of those names in the CFL that's recognized as the perennial kind of backup short yardage guy. But to beat him out, you know, you're in some good company to try to play at least even third string to a very talented quarterback room in Hamilton.
Yeah, I just like the fact he's coming home, man. You know what I mean? Like this is a guy who's pretty much raised him in a way. You've been at La Tech that long. I think it's a great story for the Birmingham Stallions and a great story in general. We have Kenji Bahar to the Houston Gamblers. Now I'm very familiar with Kenji Bahar because Monmouth is kind of a really good football program. The Hawks. This kid can play, and he can play so much that he was a Baltimore Raven just a year ago. Originally out of Towson, Maryland. I like this one. I actually think, call me crazy, but in the first round, they selected Clayton Thorson. I think we might have a little bit of a battle going on with Kenji Bahar and Clayton Thorson.
This might actually be your first quarterback controversy in this. This very well could be that first quarterback controversy.
I like this kid, and let me tell you something. When you play in the CAA, especially when he did, I know it's the ever-changing sport of college football. Teams are leaving conferences left and right, but you played against James Madison, which had a really good defense. You played against Delaware, which had a really good defense with Danny Rocco. You played against the Maine Black Bears. We just had a couple players from Maine drafted earlier tonight. So and Villanova, you play against some good teams. I think Monmouth could be. I'm sorry, Monmouth. Kenji Bahar could be a pick that works out for the Houston Gamblers. They're starting to impress me now. The Gambler helmet. Where are we at here? Let's go back. The Gambler helmet. It's coming back.
Okay, yeah, but I'm cheering on this next pick that just came up the board, man. Bring it.
Oh, your boys, DeAndre Johnson to the Generals, the New Jersey Generals. Do I smell another quarterback controversy?
Did we just say that might be the only one?
Yeah.
Guess what? This could be the next one. I have a feeling that this very well could be it. I know Ben Holmes was the first pick, but DeAndre Johnson, man, this guy's the big name, right? This is the one that was the last chance U star. People know him. People can recognize him. He played in the XFL. So, man, I love this pick. I love this pick.
Well, and now, I mean, I guess it's a good problem to have two quarterbacks depending on how you use them. But I mean, this kid can play. He was a big time recruit at Florida State. Things didn't work out. He bounced around a lot, but yeah, he can play. That is a big time pick for them, I think. And things are getting crazy because now we have another pick in. The Stars take Case Cookus. You look at what this kid. First off, he was a lumberjack at Northern Arizona, which, you know, I got a soft spot for Northern Arizona football in Flagstaff, Arizona. But he's from Thousand Oaks, California, right up the road. This guy's been all over. New York Giants. He was with the General. Look, in the past year, let me walk you through from COVID hitting until now. New York Giants for a little bit on the practice squad. Then the Generals in the spring league. Then the Denver Broncos. Then the Minnesota Vikings. Then the Las Vegas Raiders. And then the Edmonton Elks. The guy's well-traveled. But let me tell you, in college, he could light it up, man. So he had, listen to these stats, Rod. This guy, through his freshman year at Northern Arizona, 37 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. That, as a freshman, is incredible. Then, second year, he gets injured after 4 games, but through 13 touchdowns, just 1 interception. He comes back, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He gets injured again his 4th year, so durability might be a question here. But then his 5th year, final year, 31 touchdowns, over 4,000 yards passing. Now, I will say this, completion percentage did go down throughout his career, but that might have been just, coming back from injury. He's had time to recover. What do you think of this pick by the Philadelphia Stars?
Well, played alongside of Brian Scott in the spring league as a general. And then he was brought on to the Elks, who Edmonton had their fair share of nightmares at quarterback last season. They suffered pretty big at the quarterback position. So I could see why they would try to sign another quarterback, but he did not catch on, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, look, the guy's proven that he can play, and he's been on some championship caliber teams. So yeah, I pretty much see this as a good thing. But again, I don't know that this is going to be a quarterback controversy for them now. So the Stars aren't going to need that.
Yeah, and then now I see Brady White going to the Tampa Bay Bandits. Brady White was another guy from Southern California, Santa Clarita. And Brady White is a guy that was very successful at Memphis. He originally went to Arizona State. He followed Mike Norvell, who was the OC of Arizona State, to Memphis. And he was very successful as a starter. Now, I will say this. I don't know who it is on Twitter that follows us that went to high school with him. It was classic, though, because he definitely is not a huge fan of Brady White. So he's always saying, fade Memphis. Well, no, Brady White made him look like a fool. All the guy did was win games. He was with the spring league last year. Shout out to Brady White getting drafted by the Tampa Bay Bandits. Bay Bandits.
Alphas were a good team last year for the spring league. So I could definitely see him doing well. Oh no! What?
Wait.
This is the next pick.
2 Memphis quarterbacks back to back. These 2 played at the same time at Memphis. Paxton Lynch was the first quarterback. Wow. Then Brady White was the second. This is hilarious. Wait, so who drafted Paxton Lynch?
Panthers.
Wow. Jeff Fisher.
Doing Jeff Fishery things.
Paxton Lynch, look, sometimes in life, and look, he was great in college, but I'll say this. He lucked up payday-wise in the NFL. I just saw recently he was released by the Saskatchewan team.
And that's what I was about to say. It was a big deal of him being over in Saskatchewan, but it couldn't break in because they already have a really good quarterback over there. And Braxton Lynch was supposed to be the guy to come in and take over that position, but there was no way Cody Fajardo was going to give up that role in Saskatchewan that he cemented for himself over there. So that kind of made Paxton Lynch persona non grata, and now free to sign with the USFL.
I just got to say, I mean, Paxton Lynch going as the last quarterback in the, the second round of quarterbacks in the USFL, just big hand for John Elway in his talent evaluation. Just big hand.
I'm ready to get me some Memphis barbecue after that fire sale on Memphis Tigers.
Wow.
For real.
Mike Norvell had cornrows. Never forget.
What a way to end the night with Paxton Lynch. I heard so many circles talking about him, speculating ever since he dropped out of Saskatchewan.
We're getting there's speculation on there potentially being a comp pick. So stick around.
Quarterback pick maybe.
Maybe that's when Mark Sanchez gets drafted. No, I mean the Memphis. This was a fun second round of quarterbacks, if you ask me, and I think there's going to be a lot of quarterback controversies going on in camp.
I think there's a real battle for a lot of these spots.
I do too.
It's shaped up all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Yeah, it started with a surprise and ended with one. With Shay Patterson, I feel like kind of caught everyone off guard, and I feel like Paxton Lynch caught everyone off guard too.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. How about that for a storyline? What about? Let me ask you this.
Look at what DeAndre Johnson and both Paxton Lynch. Of course, he was sort of a speculator, but those guys could have went. They probably should have went in the first round over some of these other guys, right? So now we're taking a look at some of the first round guys. We know Jordan Ta'amu was going to go. We knew Brian Scott was going to go. I mean, those of us who have our ear to the ground knew that was going to happen. But guys like Ben Holmes, Clayton Thorson, Alec McGough, all these guys are like, what? why over a Paxton Lynch and a DeAndre Johnson? But I guess you right the wrongs in round two. You take a chance on the young guy, or draft your backup, who you're going to have fight him in camp next, right?
Shay Patterson and Paxton Lynch, sign me up for watching that Jeff Fisher coach team.
I want a Hard Knocks style like documentary, like YouTube series on all these teams.
Yeah, I mean they got to do something. Come on, even if we got to cover it, let's do it.
Say, Colby, you live in LA, you can make that happen.
Yeah, there we go.
Fly Colby. Can you guys put up Colby in a hotel in Birmingham for like the entire month of April?
I don't run the pocketbook, but I would.
I'm in. I'll even get a job down there. Shit, give me I'll roll burritos.
I hear they have a lot of Greek restaurants. You can work at a diner.
Let me ask you this though: the last round of quarterback, the second round of quarterbacks, who's the gun to your head? Best player. Let's go around here. Best player in that pool of quarterbacks. Rod, I'll start with you, and then we'll hop down to Chase, and then USFL Jim.
Not because I'm biased or anything, but I really will pick DeAndre Johnson. Again, we've seen him really succeed at the levels that he's at, and it's been fun to watch him. And then, of course, the name popularity and everything like that. But I think he brings an energy to that league that they need. And I think out of all of these guys that we're looking at, Paxton Lynch is at his chance, but I think he's the one that brings the most experience out of that group and also the most talent.
Do we see Brock Osweiler?
Do we see Sam Darnold?
Yes. My man Chase. What do you go with that top quarterback there in the second slew of quarterbacks?
Quite honestly, I got to lean to Brady White. I mean, let's look at this college production. I'm seeing in 2018 he threw for close to 3,200 yards, threw for 4,000 in 2019, threw for 3,300 in 2020, and every single season had about like a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. You can argue a little bit that maybe that's a little bit of scheme, which I mean that's going to be everyone's going to be speculative about that with those sort of numbers, but I mean that's pretty impressive, especially when you're completing over 60% of your passes.
Yeah. You make a great point, man, and that is something to take note of that situation, is how efficient he was, and even he played in the spring league and was pretty darn good too. USFL Jim.
I'm going to be just incredibly biased here. I do think Paxton Lynch is probably my pick. He's just got the experience for days. And I think in this kind of league, he thrives. He's got the size. He's got the girth. So with him paired up with Shay Patterson, you have the kind of like scrappy run with it, dual threat quarterback in Shay Patterson. And then you just have your giant statuesque guy in Paxton Lynch. I think it covers all the angles you would want. I think he helps his team a ton.
Yeah, you make a good point. I'm going to go with Kenji Bahar. Kenji Bahar is mainly because of the situation. Clayton Thorson, Kenji Bahar. If you ask me in college, I think I might have gone Kenji Bahar as the quarterback I would rather have. I know that sounds crazy, a Big Ten quarterback against an FCS quarterback, but you see it on the draft days. What Carson Wentz went before a slew of quarterbacks. Steve McNair went before a slew of quarterbacks. Trey Lance. The FCS can create, so they have good quarterback play. So I think Kenji Bahar is one to watch for the Houston Gamblers. So keep an eye out there. Do we have any other, how about this? We're in the middle of this draft, and obviously we'll be back tomorrow breaking stuff down. But I'll be honest, I haven't gone through and broke down every single team and looked at it from each team's point of view.
We haven't had time, Cole. What are you talking about?
But I mean, I'm saying on the spreadsheet, I can see each round, but I don't get to see it as a whole. I think the best draft, honestly, comes to mind to me. If I had gun to my head, you put me, Colby, what is the best draft off the top of your head? I think it's the Philadelphia Stars.
Yes,
I really do.
I think I think all three of us were going to say that. I was thinking the Stars and the Bandits were also really strong.
The Philadelphia Stars, brought to you by Hardee's / Carl's Jr.
I thought the Breakers had a really good draft too, but I think the Stars, if I had to pick the one that I was most impressed by, it was the Philadelphia Stars. I
trust Bart Andrus more to actually develop talent too, with given his coaching path and where he's been. He's been in these different leagues. Like he has experience trying to develop these guys that didn't get drafted or maybe bounced around practice teams, and trying to get the some good plays on tape and get them up into the leagues and stuff. So Jim and I talked about this weeks ago. We thought Bart Andrus might have been the best hire of this coaching of these coaching hires.
He's my favorite human because he's coached in every type of league. And you make a great point, because the guy's got coaching in his blood. You can tell because of what he's been through as far as every stop. I thought the Breakers, though, and I think Kyle Slaughter is going to be a steal. I think potential. Let me get crazy for a second here. Kyle Slaughter, I think potential MVP candidate. You heard it here first. Pick Dundee coming at you. How about that? Let's do that. We unless you wanted to, I don't want to shift the conversation yet. Maybe you want to throw out some other teams that you thought might have had the best draft, but I do want to talk after that about potential MVP. Odds aren't out yet, but hey, I'm sure they will be. We know there's gambling is going to be heavily influenced with the USFL. That's why the USFL Gambling Podcast is all on board. But any other drafts we want to praise or perhaps throw stones at?
I want to go ahead and crown an MVP now, but that's just because I'm biased. Like I said, look, I know that the Generals are my team, but I got to root for Brian Scott. Like I really do. I know. I'm sorry, Jim. I love the guy because look, he's won championships almost everywhere he's been. So like he's gets a wake of championships in his path, and nothing but good things I think are in store for this guy. Got the right head on his shoulders. I know I'll be talking to him soon. Definitely, I can let it out of the bag now that we have been in contact the last few days. Just to he keeps things very close to the vest. I will tell you that much. But I like that.
So Brian Scott MVP candidate. I think it's a pretty solid play. I actually think he might be odds-on favorite. I think him and Jordan Ta'amu would probably be up there, but I think Kyle Slaughter. Now we haven't seen running backs, wide receivers get drafted yet, so potentially, we'll see how that goes. But Kyle Slaughter, I'm going to throw it out there. Any other quarterbacks before we switch position?
I'm going to say Shay Patterson just based on the fact that offensive line I think is going to be really strong for the Michigan Panthers, and I think that's going to allow him to kind of have time in the pocket and get the yards and stats he needs, especially with Jeff Fisher saying he's going to go to a more high-powered offense. Yeah,
Chase, you got an MVP play. I mean, blindly right now we don't have running backs or receivers yet, but perhaps a quarterback. 2022. Let me complain for a second. They always try to give it to the quarterback.
Right. Right. No, so I'm going to do two things, which is one, be a big disgusting homer, and two, agree with you, which is Kyle Slaughter. I think him with Larry Fedora, that just makes sense. I mean, Larry Fedora turned Mitch Trubisky into like a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Like with someone with that sort of athleticism, I mean, he's catching passes. He ran for almost 3,000 yards in college. Like this is like a Mr. kind of do it all that, I mean, when a play breaks down, I would like to have. And given with how much time they're going to have to prepare, there's probably going to be a lot of plays breaking down. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you're right. And Chase, I can count on me and you in New Orleans, Louisiana next year, and maybe even Birmingham, Alabama this year, or Canton, Ohio, with the Slaughter Saturdays banner on the sidelines. I can't wait. Let's go, Kyle Slaughter. Okay, let's switch positions.
Sergeant Slaughter, sign me up.
Yes, Sergeant Slaughter for life. All right, let's hop on into offensive line. All right, they never get the attention. Well, guess what? Over here at Sports Gambling Podcast, we love the Hog Mollies. All right, so we're going to talk offensive line all day. Who do you think had the best offensive line draft? I mean, I know this is a tough question to ask because it gets lost in film study. Did this guy do the right things here? I mean, combining two of these guys, you didn't see them together playing as a unit. But at the end of the day, we got to make bold predictions. We are the Sports Gambling Podcast, and we are the USFL Gambling Podcast. So we got to form an opinion whether we don't know how the offensive line unit will fully be or not. But I can tell you this, because there's more picks to be made, obviously. But right now, if you told me, Colby, pick an offensive line unit that you think you are most impressed by, I'm going to go with the Birmingham Stallions because they use their extra pick on both sides of the line of scrimmage, by the way. On both sides of the line of scrimmage, Skip Holtz saying we don't need skill positions. All right, let's get nasty. Let's get dirty. Let's get grimy. So I'm going to go with the Birmingham Stallions with the offensive line. They added Justice Powers. They added Matthew Snow. They added O'Shea Dugas. I don't know. And what are you guys going with, Rod?
Give me the Maulers. I like the Isaiah battle call. I really do. And then they backed it right back up with Charles Baldwin. So I think they made a good couple of picks there at the 6-7 turn. But they started it off with Chidi Okike. So that's a good little trio they got going to guard the quarterback in that first 3 rounds of offensive tackle.
Man, you just pronounce those names so flawlessly. You make me seem like such an idiot over here. But hey, maybe I am. Chase, what do you think? Best offensive line? You got to pick one. I don't know. I mean, is there? I know they're not completed yet, so I don't know that there's a right answer at the moment. But if you had gun to your head, you think I don't know. Well, the Michigan Panthers got Keith Williams. I don't know. What do you think?
It was going to be Michigan. I like that they went out and they got Big Ten beef to protect Shay Patterson, their number 1 pick. With these leagues, great play. I mean, even with the NFL, great players can come from anywhere. I do like that they kind of went with like name brand there with the Big Ten player from Michigan.
Yeah, they got to protect Shay or Paxton. By the way, Shay or Paxton, if you had to name your son, one of the two, what would you do?
Pass.
That's a tough question.
With a CK.
My son's name is going to be LaShawn, which is spelled L' and then the word changes. That's what I was going to do.
I would name my son Paxson. Get rid of the T. It's like John Paxson, the old Chicago Bull, burying threes. USFL Jim, and I know it's XFL Jim on Twitter, guys. All right, I'm not being I'm not trying to poke. not trying to push the guy, right?
I mean, look behind me. Look behind me.
Yeah, he's got the USFL. I know this guy. All right. We went to a XFL game, and you know how I know I love USFL, Jim, is because he had like a binder, like an old school binder you would have in like 5th grade math, right? Of every team's offensive formations in the XFL. I mean, that is a guy that I can break bread with right there. That is a solid human being. So let me ask you this: offensive line play. I know we've all been, I know it's a tough question because we haven't seen the full lines drafted yet. But if you had to right now, is there a team that stands out to you?
I was going to say it was a tie between what these two guys said. They kind of like stole my thunder here. I thought the Maulers and the Panthers had the 2 best picks. I had to go just homer with that and go Panthers. Just they get in that Big Ten big meat. I think these guys are going to be perfect for a run style, which I feel like even though he says he wants to be high-powered, it's Jeff Fisher. He's a run-first kind of guy.
High-powered is 12 passes a game for Jeff Fisher.
Exactly. I think these are the kinds you want, these big guys that could just lean into defenses and just run. I love what Michigan's done with the offensive line.
All right, well let's shift over. I know we've been rocking for 5 hours. I know all you guys probably want to go have a microwave dinner, but let's talk defensive backs. Let's talk some defensive backs here. What do you think? We got 3 rounds in, 4 rounds in, right, on defensive backs? 4.
Yeah.
So that's pretty. That one I feel like we could form our opinion a little bit better. I'm gonna go ahead and say out the gate that I'm a Colorado guy. The Bandits got Delrick Abrams, and I was impressed with him at Colorado. For him being, he's like I said, he's extremely skinny, but he's actually somewhat physical for being a skinny cornerback. I thought him, Devontae Davis, Christian Campbell. I thought I'm going to go ahead and say the Bandits did the best to me with the defensive backs. Rod, do you have a team that maybe you say, hey, I think this team might have something? I know it's early, and I know I'm asking these questions on the fly. We didn't prep this. So
all good. I like the way the Generals are shaping up. Devontae Bosby is a huge get, and I think that's going to shape that whole defensive back right there, backfield, because he brings that experience with him. And again, he's got so much of it to give that that was a great first pickup, and I could see why he went as early as he did in these cornerback rounds.
Yeah. Wolf of Oaklawn. Pressure is on you with the defensive backfield.
I think this actually might have been the best pick of the draft. It's going to be Derek Jones from Ole Miss going to the Breakers. He's kind of a conversion project. So played wide receiver, has some ball skills, and I mean, kind of set off the rush on Landshark defense. Their defensive backs. I mean, he comes from a pretty salty unit. I'm kind of excited to see what Derek Jones does. I think he might end up being the most valuable pick from today's first day of draft.
USFL Jim, quick take, and then I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. I want your defensive backs and then top defense. You think? It might go hand in hand, by the way.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't give a crap about defensive backs. I love them, but I'm all about the upfront, the hogs, the big boys, and I have to represent the Michigan Panthers. They took my favorite player, the number 1 player on the New York Guardians, the number 1 defense in the XFL. Give him to me. All day it's the Panthers. They have the best defense.
Michigan Panthers, and by the way, like I think he's alluding to, well, I don't know. Kayvon Walker, was that the one?
Kayvon Walker.
Yeah. Shout out to Jeff Fisher, and he's a defensive guy. So I kind of think, even if I'm looking at this on paper and say, oh, well, this defense might not be legit, I'm going to trust the guy that's been part of coaching defense for 30 years, and also played in the 46 defense with the 85 Bears, and played at USC, and his secondary was Ronnie Lott, Dennis Smith. Who was the 4th one? I don't remember, but Joey Browner. I'm going to go ahead and trust that this guy knows a thing or two about defense. So you're probably right with the call of the Michigan Panthers. Rod, what do you think?
I agree with Rod, by the way, that the Generals have the best deep backfield.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, I think so. I think they do too. with everybody that they picked, with all of their edge rushers and everybody. I mean, I really do feel like the Generals have it with Malik Hammer. They've got Colin Hill. They've got a lot of good guys. Bryson Young, we talked about. I really think that is a very stout defensive unit altogether.
Wolf of Oakland, if you had to pick a defense, I know you're going to probably go Breakers because you think they're going to go undefeated, and I agree with you, but what do you got there?
There's one pick that I really like that's outside of the Breakers, and it's the Chris Odom pick from for the Gamblers. Has played NFL snaps. I mean, I think he's going to give them a chance to be a really good defense just by providing a pretty good pass rush, more than likely. Also is Arkansas State, so I can still be a big disgusting homer.
I knew it. There was something hidden behind that, but yes, go Gamblers. I got the helmet here. Go Gamblers. All right. Well, look, we got this. You thought this was day one? You thought there was only one day? No. The USFL Gambling Podcast is covering all 35 rounds. All right. That's like, come on, you don't just watch one Police Academy. You watch all 13. All right. That's how you do it. And we got you covered here on the USFL Gambling Podcast. Thanks to our guests, by the way, all of our guests, even the ones that aren't present, for making this thing. I thought it was a pretty damn good production. Shout out to everybody. Adam Pelletier doing a great job behind the scenes. People don't realize that. And really all of our guests, Wolf of Oakland, a.k.a. Chase. You can follow him on Twitter at of Oakland. XFL Jim. You can follow him on Twitter at XFL Jim. Let's call him USFL Jim for right now, though. And everyone else, NC Nick. I mean, we had everybody come in here. Forgive me for not having everyone's names up. Even our guest players that got drafted today. Congratulations. I hope honestly you guys have a nice and healthy year and healthy career, and hopefully keep pushing away at this dream of yours, because good things do happen when you work hard. I do believe that. So thank you so much. And remember, 7 a.m. on the West, just to paint the picture, guys. I'm going to a stand-up show right now. I'm waking up at 5 a.m., coming back here, and me and my guy, Rod Villagomez, are going to knock out the remaining part of the draft, and hopefully we'll be, I don't know what your guys' situation is. I haven't checked off of behind the scenes here, but hopefully we see you back tomorrow.
Absolutely, everybody.
Yes.
Thanks for having us, man. We really enjoyed it.
You are more than welcome. Check out their show, guys.
We got a new show coming out Wednesday night, Spring Fever. We cover all alternative football leagues, baby. It's what the garage is about.
That's what I'm talking about. Spring Fever, man. Check out Spring Fever. Honestly, these guys are great. They're hardworking. They know what they're talking about. And overall, I think they're entertaining and they're funny. So check them out. There we go. Subscribe to the USFL Gambling Podcast, guys. Subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast. Get the SGPN app. It is free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store, and you get access. I sound like a broken record, but I'm just still going to drill this into your brain. Rod Villagomez wrote a great piece on was it DBs?
Yep.
Yeah, DBs. You get that. There's still some of those DBs that are out there that will be drafted later on. You're going to get all of that. But even bigger than that, other sports, NASCAR, fantasy football. Rod Villagomez hosts both. Both podcasts are great. I highly recommend them. We have a soccer podcast with Billy Biate. We got, just a slew of podcasts all on the lineup. Go check those out. We bust our ass trying to give you those things, and we give it to you free. So do that if you can. USFL Gambling Podcast. I appreciate each and every one of you that tuned in, and we're very, very excited for spring football. We are all believers that football is a year-round sport. There's a lot of people that talk trash saying, oh, this isn't the NFL. Look, we'll see at the end of the day. Football is going to work long-term. Last time a pandemic ruined it. This is going to work. The XFL is going to work. The CFL is great to watch too. So football year-round. We got you covered on the Sports Gambling Podcast. Thank you so much and have a wonderful night. Signing off, I'm Pick Dundee. He's Rod Villagomez, and you're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast and the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. You better start thinking about yours, and we are out of here. All right? So let's rock. Where's my song?